Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, if you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron sharpens the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'm going to drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys. And keep in mind, the Super Chats, PayPals, Cash App questions always get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free ones. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of those priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, ask follow-ups, challenge the debaters if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless, all right? Today's debate prompt, is evolution real? And for the affirmative, we have First Amender, known for his hot news discussions, political debates, and his Debate a Woke Liberal call-in show right here on YouTube. He's built a name.
I have it called the First Amender Show.
Oh, now is it called the First
It's
Amender
called
Show?
the First Amender Show. Yeah.
Okay, we've changed the name. I'm
Yeah.
gonna put that in the intro. The First
Appreciate
Amender Show right here on YouTube. Built a name diving into today's biggest headlines, taking on challengers live, and not shying away from the smoke. And you can find his channel linked in the description below. And for the negative, we have KungFuJoe, an OG fighting game player from the arcade golden age, coming from a time when competition was raw, skill was proven, and excuses got exposed. Since entering the debate scene, he's made a name for himself as a Christian firebrand, battling through heated topics like evolution, atheism, and feminism. After making noise in Wix Discord server, he's now stepping out onto the bigger stages, looking to test himself further and continue his crusade. And you can also find him linked in the description below. With that being said, we're going to move into openings. We're going to start with you first, Amender. So whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, so I want to start off by saying that I'm debating in pro-evolution side and going over some of the evidence. I wanted to start by telling you to look at dogs. Chihuahua and a Great Dane are the same species, yet when observed, they are wildly different. Human selected, small trait size, temperament, skull shape, and over generations, these tiny changes are stacked into massive differences. When we observe geologic epochs, and I can provide a quick picture if I could. Let me see if I can just show the image file in tight. Are you able to show that on the screen for everybody to see? You may have to clear your... apart from my simplistic dog explanation, there are predictions made. For example, according to Charles Darwin, there must have been some transitionary models buried in the ground from previous creatures long dead. Indeed, when we dug, we found. Not only did we find such transitionary species that are no longer alive today, but better yet, we found transitions to those transitions deeper down. And even further, when you check, it would become more and more simplistic alongside giant extinction events causing the geologic epoch to reset. Tiny, simple things slowly over many generations mutate their lineages into completely new forms. While highly similar to the finches of Charles Darwin, greater timescales were found to release in more dramatic differences, such as the difference between vertebrae and invertebrate. I can stop sharing that, by the way. How do I remove it? Can I just remove it? How do I remove it?
Yeah, you can just remove it. I got it off stage for you there.
Okay. Indeed, when we checked, we found, and further yet, there was an idea that there would be some kind of quote-unquote code that enabled creatures to establish their various forms. For example, we observed through genetics a stunning similarity of creatures that are closely related, and when we observe things like bones, teeth structure, and overall structure of the body and categorize them, we get a stunning similarity in genetic lineage, precisely predicting exactly what was predicted almost 200 years ago. Mind you, we need not Charles Darwin, as evolution has gone much further in understanding genetic lineages, which have been found fully testable and understood without Darwin. Indeed, when you look within your family, you have tiny variations that exist between you and your direct family line. You may look similar. You have the same hair color, skin color, trade-offs of facial features, etc., yet are slightly different based on genetic lineage. Indeed, if we were to say, separate you from others and your lineage for hundreds, thousands, or millions of years, you will find that you will have less and less in common, to the point that you cannot breed with that which had separated from millions of years ago. Tiny changes make large changes over long periods of time. My opponent recognizes microevolution, therefore he would have to accept macroevolution in large timescales. What is unto my opponent to resolve? What exactly explains this perfect predictive pattern of recognition that can do very real work, such as knowing what kinds of fossils we are to find at specific depths and geologic epochs, to the stunning genetic differences, to even understanding retroviruses embedded in DNA, resulting in separate but meaningful distinction of genetic ancestry? Provide in detail a predictive framework that has anywhere close to the stunning degree of accuracy we have operating under evolution, a fundamental cornerstone of biology. And that's all I have.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to KungFuJoe. Whenever you're ready for your opening, just jump right in and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Well, thank you, Speakeasy, for hosting this today. And thank you, First Amender, for showing up. Brave, foolish, but brave. Firstly, I'd like to give a shout out to some of the goats in this space. So that'd be like Kent Hovind and Made by a Jim Bob. They've been doing a great work in crushing this absurd sci-fi story called Evolution, so I hope to do Jortlandia proud today. Why do I do this, you ask? Well, because evolution is a bunch of BS in so many ways, as you'll see here tonight, and yet my tax dollars fund it being crammed into my kid's head in the public school system, while at the same time removing the Bible and Christianity at every turn. So I'm here tonight to push back against what I clearly see as nothing more than a replacement theology in evolution. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm just a simple Sky Daddy enjoyer, right? But I'm going to do my darndest to hold evolution to the same scientific standard that all valid scientific theories must meet, passing through the scientific method. Here's what real scientific theory looks like in action. I'll be using Joseph Priestley's classic bell jar experiment as a clear step-by-step example. First step, observation. Candle burning inside a sealed bell jar quickly goes out. Question, can a living plant restore the air inside the jar so the candle burns longer? Background research. Burning consumes something in the air. Plants are also known to grow in air and might affect its quality. Step 3, form a hypothesis. If a living plant is placed in a sealed jar with a candle and it's exposed to sunlight, the plant will restore the air by producing oxygen, allowing the candle to burn longer than it does in a identical jar without a plant. Experiment. This is the important part, right? Place a lit candle in a sealed bell jar. That's your control. Repeat the test with an identical jar containing both a lit candle and a fresh mint plant that has been kept in bright light. Time how long each candle burns. Analyze the data. That's step 5. The candle without the plant burns out in about in about 30 to 60 seconds. The candle with the plant burns significantly longer and can even be relit sometimes. The plant clearly restores the air. Draw conclusions. Step 6. A hypothesis is supported. Plants release oxygen into the air when encountering sunlight. And this demonstrates gas exchange. Plants produce oxygen via photosynthesis while burning consumes it. That is the scientific method. Observe, research, hypothesize, test, analyze, conclude. It's clear, repeatable, and the hypothesis is actually at risk of being proven wrong. Now watch carefully what my opponent will do tonight when defending macroevolution. He will make an observation, form a hypothesis, and then make more observations. Then put your jammies on, everybody. He's going to tell you all a story that explains the observations. Or I'm almost certain he'll do this. He'll point to things like the fruit fly experiment or yeast experiments where something about the organism changed, but the organism itself never turned into a fundamentally different kind of thing. That's a classic extrapolation fallacy, and you heard it in his opening. And it's also mixed with a composition fallacy. Look, a little change happened in the fly. Therefore, flies used to not be flies at all. Just watch. You'll see it coming, and you already did. But even if he gets his story straight, he still runs into a much bigger problem. The scientific method demands that any theory claiming to be science must be falsifiable. It must make risky predictions that could, in principle, be proven wrong by evidence. Macroevolution, the claim that universal common ancestry via unguided natural processes producing all major body plans and biological complexity, fails this test in practice. Prediction, and here's all the falsifiabilities. Prediction, fossils should show a strict branching order, no modern mammals in Precambrian rock. When the contradiction appears, a rabbit or mammal fossil shows up there. The response is misdated, reworked strata, or contamination. Another one, prediction. Genetic data should form a clean, consistent tree of descent. When the contradiction appears, broken hierarchies, inconsistent molecular clocks, or alien biochemistry. The response is horizontal gene transfer, incomplete lineage, snorting or unknown early conditions. Prediction, major innovations, new organs, body plans should have abundant gradual intermediates. When the contradiction appears, sudden explosions of new body plans in the Cambrian with virtually no precursors. The response is gaps in preservation, ghost lineages, or rapid punctuated bursts. No matter what contradictory evidence emerges, the theory is never at risk. New auxiliary hypotheses are simply invented to explain it away. The core claim becomes unfalsifiable interpretive framework rather than a genuinely testable scientific theory. That is not how science works. Therefore, by the very standard of the scientific method, macroevolution is not real. Is not a real valid scientific theory. And if we set the scientific method aside and just grant evolution on trust me bro grounds, the problem gets even worse. The very sentence evolution is real becomes logically impossible under its own worldview. Real means something that actually exists, is true. But if God is not real and everything is the product of a blind, unguided evolution, then we have no reliable way to account for truth or justify true beliefs in the first place. Our brains would simply be chemical machines shaped by survival, not truth-seeking. If evolution were true, I evolved to believe in God and to reject evolution. My opponent, if he really believed his own theory, should see debating me as a performative contradiction. Why are you here, bro? Because he couldn't explain why anyone believes in God or objective morality except as more evolved chemical reactions. How does he then tell me slavery is wrong, or dominating women is bad, or that getting stuffed in his locker during high school was unjust? Those are just more events unfolding in space-time according to natural selection. There is no wrong or true, only what survived. So I look forward to hearing what he could possibly have against this. And with that, I know that was long, but I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. That's going to wrap up opening statements from both sides. Now we're going to move into, excuse me, sorry, the rebuttal round. Each debater will have 5 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's arguments. So it's not a back and forth yet, no interjections. And then when your 5 minutes are up, we'll go to the other side. Then we'll get into openings. So first, Amender, we're going to give you back the mic. 5 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours, and I'll start the time with your voice. Oh, and let me get you on.
So I guess I was interested in one of your thoughts when you were saying it was an extrapolation fallacy. I think this is a misunderstanding of exactly what evolution is. You don't change into something else. You have everything prior. So I'll give you an example. Are you a part of genus Homo, would you say?
It's not opening yet.
Oh, if he asks you a question.
I'm asking you a question. You have to answer.
You could say yes or no. It's okay.
What's the question?
Are you a part of genus Homo?
I don't believe in evolution.
I'm asking you, like, are you a part of Homo sapien or Homo neanderthalensis or Homo erectus? Any of those?
Human.
So Homo sapien.
whatever human is, I only accept
Yeah, that would
human
be a
as
Homo
my label.
sapiens. So you are of genus Homo. Okay, great, amazing. So you would also be a hominid, right? Like, as in, you contain those 4 limbs, you have binocular vision that looks forward, you possess all of the traits that make you a hominid, right? Since human is a part of hominid.
According to your worldview, I guess.
All right. Are you a mammal?
Again, according to your your system of
mammal?
taxonomy, it's whatever it is under your system of taxonomy. I'm not interested in it.
Do humans feed their babies through the body of their milk through mammary glands?
Yes,
Okay, so we are mammals.
if you say so.
Okay, so are you a chordate, as in an animal with a backbone? Do you have a backbone?
I have a backbone. Yeah.
Okay, so you would be a chordate. Are you multicellular life, as in animalia?
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, you're not one cell, right? You're many cells, right?
Mhm. Okay.
Are you a eukaryote, as in the cells contained within your body possess a nucleus and a cell membrane with a mitochondria?
I just don't see how this is addressing anything in my opening.
So it is.
Could you get to the point?
I guess
maybe a
like the
little
question
quicker?
is with regarding your extrapolation fallacy, the question becomes, are you a eukaryote? Probably that's about 2.2 I think giga annuals on that. So that is a very, 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 very long time ago that we would be eukaryote. Now, at no point did you stop being a eukaryote. You still possess a cell wall. You still have a nucleus membrane. You still possess mitochondria in all of your cells. All I'm trying to point out to you is that things add on over time. So there's a very careful
That's an
evolutionary
assertion.
pathway that can hold on. These are my questions, not you to rebut me. So understanding what we ought predict, knowing that there is a very direct evolutionary pathway, is we ought never see a situation where, for example, you would possess 6 limbs as opposed to 4, because there's no evolutionary ability for that to happen. And so when we actually look at the geologic epochs of time, we find indeed humans do not have the position of 6 limbs. So it's a fascinating ability to deterministically figure out how things work, or at least what we ought find. What, if I had to ask you, what predictive measure does a biblical worldview hold? What is a predictive thing that the Bible says that can be observed?
That's not the prompt tonight.
I understand that. I'm saying, you were saying that it's not scientific. So I gave you a very specific example of a scientific prediction that is observable, that we can go in. And in fact, there's entire fields of money making, such as oil drilling, where we know exact geologic epochs in time. And so we would know the exact depth to drill at in order to get something from the the Carboniferous era. So if we're able to do something like that with such a stunning degree of accuracy, that would lay credence to the existence of evolution. So I'm asking, what predictive outcome does the biblical worldview have against evolution?
All right, so that's 5 minutes there. So if you want to answer that, KungFuJoe, you can. If you don't, it's totally up to you.
The question doesn't make sense.
All right, totally up to you. Totally up to you how you want to do it, but it's we're gonna give you the mic now, so it's your rebuttal time. To be honest, I think First Amender's the first person ever on our show so far to use the 5-minute rebuttal time for some cross exam, and I'm not against it. So if you want to do the same, you can. All right.
Sure.
I thought that's totally fine way to use your 5-minute rebuttal time as well. if you'd
Yeah.
like. So
sure,
whenever you want to
that's
start,
fun.
I'll start the timer with your voice.
Yeah, sure. So, Amender, if you're so confident in your like prediction, your prediction model, just digging things up, which that's not the scientific method, right? Just digging up bones and looking at bones. So, if you're like, if you dig up a bone, you say like, "Oh, cool! I found this big femur of a dinosaur," right? And then I say, actually, that's a dragon, bro. How are you gonna defeat that?
That's physically impossible. Dragons don't exist.
Well, neither do dinosaurs. So
You think dinosaurs aren't real?
have you seen a living dinosaur? When you say they don't exist, what do you mean?
No, but I've seen evidence of a dinosaur.
I see evidence of a dragon. What you see as evidence of a dinosaur, I see as evidence of a dragon. So what's the symmetry breaker there?
When you say dragon, are you referring to the six-limbed
I
creature
know.
that possessed 4
Nope.
limbs and then 2 more on the wings?
You consider that a limb?
Yes, wings are
First
limbs.
of all, not all. If you look at the history,
Wings
there
are
are
limbs.
dragons. Hold on, there are dragons in just about every ancient culture on Earth, disconnected from each other. Not all of them had legs. I mean, not all of them had
So what is
wings,
a dragon to you?
right? Not all of them had wings. Not all of them had not they didn't breathe fire, maybe, right? But they could just have been large lizard-looking things at best, right?
So
and
are
that's
you
what
saying
most
like
dragons
it
look like, a
possessed?
giant lizard.
Are you
Mhm.
saying it possessed 4 limbs and no wings?
Some of them, yeah.
Okay. Well, creatures like that for sure did exist. Lizards would possess a tail with 4 limbs.
Yeah.
That's fairly typical.
Yeah, we have one of
So whether or
those
not that
today.
you call that,
Hold on, it's my cross exam time. We have one of those today. It's called a Komodo dragon. So we still have dragons living
Yeah.
today, right? We have dragons in the past. We have dragons today. You got no dinosaurs, buddy. Where are the dinosaurs?
they're dead. They died from the Chicxulub
So are the
crater impact.
dragons. Okay, dragons are dead too. We're finding their bones.
No,
They're
no,
not dinosaurs.
So small creatures were able to survive because they didn't need as much food in order to survive, and so they could live off of tiny things.
They lived a nuclear. They outlived it. They had like a nuclear total destruction event, right? But they survived because they were smaller. That's great logic, bro. The air isn't breathable, but trust me, bro, they breathed, right?
It was an excess of
Anyway,
carbon
can we get
dioxide,
back
and
to
it
my question?
required
No, I'd like to get back to my question.
larger
Let's get
creatures
back to my
require more
question.
oxygen.
Stop dodging my question. This is my time now. So tell me how it's not a dragon and how it is a dinosaur if the term dinosaur wasn't coined until the 1800s.
I mean, we had discovered large bones way before then. We just never
Dragons?
called them dinosaurs.
Dragons.
There was like hypothesis that it could be dragons, but it just doesn't have the limbs.
Why aren't
of
they
what we would
dragons?
consider a European dragon, because it just doesn't have the limbs.
No.
of a European dragon.
Stop trying to make
Dragons
it.
are impossible.
I said they existed in every ancient culture. Stop trying to make it specifically European or only Chinese. They share a common characteristic of being a large lizard-like creature. And they could actually have sex, unlike some of the bizarre, bogus fucking dinosaur designs that you got. You try to get 2 stegosauruses together, they'll kill each other. I
don't know how exactly
animal.
dinosaurs reproduced. They
So
most certainly
sexually.
did, considering that they lived for millions of years longer than we have. So they did reproduce.
Assertion. Yeah, I don't know how you know that.
Not an assertion. No,
That's
I don't
an
have to
assertion.
assert that. How do you
know
have
that?
200,000 years of humans existing? Well, they They reproduce.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know humans don't
How do you
live
no
200,000
How do you know
years?
it? How do you know 200,000 years? Who gave you? How do you know, bro?
Oh, that's we would use radiometric dating. We can use both uranium-235 and uranium-237 to get precise half-lives of the soil that's in the ground. Yeah.
No. Because if the Earth's environment changed over time, those methods are unreliable.
I agree, and it's been buried for millions of years. So it would literally be unchanged.
Good job, bro. Good job. You didn't defeat dragons
you have to ask yourself,
dragons.
why do you observe
dragons?
specific amounts of lead to U235, U237 ratios? Why do we have that exact amount? And why does it get older and older as we go deeper?
Well, you can get back into that in the opening, in the open floor. That's gonna wrap up the rebuttals, which was actually cross-exam from both sides. I mean, I'm not against that. That's the first time anyone's done that. But I mean, if people want to use the 5 minutes to do that, I think that it's great. But listen, in the chat, if you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. Okay, and we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, video games, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. And if you want to get on to a Swords of Reason, join the Discord, discord.gg/bearcave, and message either me or tiny pink nuggets of chaos in there directly, and we'll get you set up. Also, reminder for the live chat, after closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've dropped the Q&A in there for you guys, but remember, super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to those ones. So if you have something you really want answered tonight, send it through one of the priority options and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. So whenever one of you is ready to start up the open floor exchange, go ahead and jump in here and I'll just start the timer up with your voice.
So I'm glad go ahead. I'll let you go first.
Wait, I just had a quick question about something you stated earlier. You insisted that I was like an ape, right? Or that I come downstream from an ape.
We are apes. We are all great apes. All of us.
All humans are great apes.
Mm-hmm. We are a part of a great ape taxonomic category. That's correct.
Okay. So is Michelle Obama a great ape?
Yes. All humans are great apes.
I agree. She's got some pretty broad shoulders.
All right, without you having to bring in the weird racism.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Whoa! I'm not.
Great ape category.
Whoa, hold on there, sir. It's not my worldview that I believe that.
If you observe among the great apes, you can actually look, for example, at the fingerprints on chimpanzees, which is a distant cousin to humans and the common ancestor that we held under. That's not a story. You can observe.
It's not my worldview that Michelle Obama's an ape, right? That's your worldview. You're the one here calling Michelle Obama an
all
ape.
Humans. Why did you bring up Michelle Obama?
But especially, but also,
no.
Michelle
I want to know why you
default,
brought up Michelle Obama specifically regarding great apes. I want to understand.
Or we could do George Floyd. Would you rather do George Floyd?
I think you're just bringing up more racism.
Is George Floyd an ape?
I think you're
wait, whoa, hold on. Everybody's an ape until it's George Floyd, right?
Well, they are all humans are a part of the great ape category. That's correct.
So black people,
but specifically,
right?
You had to bring up black people in order to make it a racist implication. When I'm just referring to all humans. So that would be white people, Asians,
it's not my worldview,
black,
bro.
brown, Aborigine. Whatever, Mongolian,
right.
It's all under the great ape category.
Correct.
So,
right. So it's not incorrect.
It has nothing to do with
it's not incorrect for me to say
it has nothing to do with a racist categorization. You're the one that's bringing in the racist category.
I'm being consistent with your view.
The racist category.
No, I'm not.
Bringing
Why
up the
is it
racist
racist?
category. Well, because
It's
you
not my
decided to
worldview.
bring up two black
Dude,
people
stop spurging.
as like
Hold
an
on.
explain.
What are
No,
you,
I'm
twink
not
maxing
spurting.
today?
I'm just pointing out that
Yeah,
you're just
no,
being a
spurg
racist.
maxing. Why can't you let
Anyway,
me
so
talk? Why
I
are
wanted to
you
go over some of the
filibustering?
stuff that you
Stop
have here, right?
No,
Rather
no,
than
wait,
sticking the
I wasn't done with
nonsense
my.
argument that you have
Hold
in the
on,
racist position.
stop.
I'm
You
not going to
accused me of
entertain
being
your
racist.
racism. Yeah,
No,
because
you're
you're
not
a
gonna
racist.
talk
You're being
over me.
racist.
You're not
I
gonna.
want to
You're
go
being
over the
racist.
actual
Okay, hold
argument.
up. One at a time.
I
One
give
at a
you a
I
time.
wanted to go with the actual argument,
Well, let's
not
do
bringing
1
your
minute.
dumbass
I'm
racist
down to
stereotype.
separate this into 1 minute each if you want to
Okay,
do that.
real quick though, one at a time here. Okay, so you asked about the the George Floyd and Michelle Obama. He answered with everybody. It would be a great ape. Did
No,
you
no,
have a
but hold on.
response to that?
Yes, because he called me racist. He accused me of racism. But I got to be clear here. As a Christian, it's not my worldview that anybody is an ape, not black people, not anybody. He
All
has to maintain that worldview. Yeah.
Every
If
single
I
human is
ask
an ape.
him, shut up, dude. If I ask him that
What an
are all black people apes, he has to say yes. That's
Yes, all
him,
humans are
not
apes.
me. I'm not the racist
Black
here.
people are
He's the
humans.
evolution
Humans
guy.
are apes. Jesus, you're dumb.
All
right.
black people are apes. We get
I'm
it.
glad
bro.
that you brought. I'm glad that you brought up the fruit fly
progressive.
speciation experiment, the Dodd 1989 experiment. I recommend anybody who doesn't know about the fruit fly speciation experiment to spend the time to look that up, because it is a definitive example of literal evolution that is observable within your lifetime. Typically speaking,
That's not
evolution is not observable within your lifetime because of the amount of speciation that has to occur over a very long period of time. It is longer than any experiment is able to run. However, we can look at Diane Dodd's 1989 experiment, which demonstrated that reproductive isolation, a key step in speciation, arises rapidly due to environmental adaptation. By separating the fruit fly, Drosophila pseudo-obscura, populations are feeding them from different diets, such as starch versus maltose. In this instance, the groups developed distinct preferences, leading to a partial reproductive isolation. That experiment provided very strong evidence for how different environments can cause populations to diverge and eventually become unique species. In the study, well, again, just like how this is why I bring up, this is why you're still a eukaryote. It's been billions of years, yet here we are, humans, still eukaryotes. You possess all of the traits of all eukaryota before you. That is why it works. So when you're saying that they are still a fly, correct. That's how it works. Correct.
No, it's not how it works.
Yes,
no,
that's literally how it works.
Better than you. No, was a fly?
Do you have a backbone? Do you have a backbone?
No. I
do you have a backbone?
Unlike you.
Okay, so you have a chordate. You're a chordate. You understand?
No, I don't care about
you possess.
I don't care about your taxonomy, dude.
The thing, yeah, but do you understand that it's been millions and millions of years of epochs of existence, right? You have a very large separation between, but it is falsifiable, because the falsifiability would be one. We could look at endogenous retroviruses to determine whether what level of similarity we have between other chordates, and we can look at genetic lineage. And what we ought to observe as a falsification principle is a radical change from despite the fact that the backbone is the same. But we do not observe a radical change. In fact, we find that it is highly similar. And as you go towards further along taxonomic categories, such as Mammalia or Hominidae, you will find that we possess very, very similar boundaries. Same thing with the endogenous retroviruses. No, you don't. But here's the thing. I'm going to ask you once again, because you did not understand my question. Evolution allows for lots and lots of predictive features and outcomes. I've pointed out several during this debate. So what I am requesting from you is, sans evolution, what predictive pathway is there for Bible worldview? Go.
No. So according to the Bible worldview, God just created everything, right? Like separate from each other.
Yeah. So provide me a predictive outcome.
Hold on. Stop. Using similar things that just work in the environment, right? Why would we observe
endogenous retroviruses?
You just talked a lot and I didn't interrupt you once.
Why would we observe endogenous retroviruses the way they are in the DNA pattern?
Here,
How is
guys,
that similarity? It's
one
basically
second,
junk
because we
DNA.
want
I
to.
just can't help himself.
What's
Well,
similarity? It's junk DNA.
it's a little
It's
different because when
completely
we're
worthless.
here, even when you guys are talking at the same time, you can still hear each other, but the chat won't. It's a little bit, the sound going to them is a little different. So, where we were there, as Amender had asked you, where is there a predictive model or theory coming from the worldview from the Bible?
No, not a
That's not how it
predictive
works.
model. What I'm asking is make a prediction based
Okay.
on your biblical worldview, right? There's tons and tons of predictions that have been
sure.
done through evolution,
Yeah.
but I want to know any prediction whatsoever. What predictive thing can be done with the biblical worldview that biology cannot do through evolution? Go.
Okay, and then
it
let
can't go-
KungFuJoe answer that directly and let him get it off. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as a Christian, I already believe in what you would call microevolution. I call adaptation, right? I would already believe that. Would we share? I already believe that we would share genetic similarity with all life on Earth. I already believe that. That's not a defeater for my position. I already predict, according to my worldview, that we will be genetically similar and that there is capacity for small changes within a kind, but it doesn't show any evidence. It's never been done in a laboratory before at all. One type of creature becoming an entirely new, different type of creature. That's never been observed. All we get are the same extrapolation fallacy you keep making. See, look, guys, something changed about the flies. There's polka dots on the new flies, and they can't mate with each other now with the old version, but the flies are still flies. Therefore, flies used to not be flies, guys. That's a fallacy. I don't know why you can't see that.
Joe, I'm going to ask you the question again because you didn't answer it at all, not even a little bit. What
I just did.
prediction? I'm asking.
I predicted two things. What were they?
I'm asking for a prediction.
Two. I gave you two.
That exists in the biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree, because when it comes to the fruit fly explanation, we can get down to the very genetics level. We can look at endogenous retroviruses and observe cousins, long distance ancestors that have the same endogenous retroviruses. We're able to observe this with a stunning degree of accuracy. So the biblical worldview doesn't actually explain that to a higher degree than an evolutionary pathway. So I'm going to ask you again, what prediction exists in biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree? Go.
That's not how it works. What it does is
that is literally how that works.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. It's not how my belief system works.
I know that's not how your belief system works.
What it does, though, is it undercuts the thing you're begging the question on, which is genetic similarity, right? There's similarities between life forms and phenotype and genotype. That's your claim. Therefore, evolution is real. That's lazy. That's a fallacy. That's not how science works either. So listen, let's go into a very specific example, right? You aware of the Pakicetus, maybe?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Are you aware of the Pakicetus?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Isn't that like the that's the one with the
it's a land-based animal that's about the size of a wolf, and it was said to be
that's
the predecessor to the whale, right? Okay, great. Now, see, what I have here is, since you love science so much, and I do too, I have a little step-by-step of the scientific method, right? Now, I want you to take us through the scientific method of how a Pakicetus gets to a whale. Go ahead.
How a Pakicetus gets to a whale?
What's the observation? Yeah.
I mean,
you know what?
I would have to look at like the bones itself and see what similarities exist.
Okay,
And,
so you
and
observe the bones.
instances of fossils where it would exist versus not exist. But I'm not an expert or an expert biologist in the field. I simply can just read what other
Okay.
people have discovered and move on with that.
Oh,
But-
okay, I
but
see.
like,
It's trust me,
so-
bro,
so
all the way down.
I'm
So
gonna ask
let
you
me
very
a different
simple.
question.
I'm going to
No,
ask
no,
you very simple. No, hold on. I'm going to ask you very
no.
simple. Why do we observe changes across the geologic epochs of time in the ground, followed by great extinction events, followed by smaller, simpler creatures? Why? What is that? How do you
You're just
explain
finding
that?
dead animals in the ground, and some might be different versions of animals that are alive today.
But like they're
they're not-
transitionary. We can literally see
No,
the
that's an
transitioning. Hold
assertion.
on. We observe things that possess similar features to a multitude of creatures.
what?
And then what we
And?
see underneath it is transitions of those transitions. Isn't that incredible? Don't you
No,
find that amazing?
No, it just seems
No,
that they're
that's just a
similar. So
coincidence.
what?
We just happen to see 5 separate geologic
It's
epochs
just
of time.
function.
What?
It's just function. It's
What
just
do you
function.
mean?
How many life forms have forward-facing eyes? Right?
How many?
That seems to be a good function to have.
Surprisingly, not a lot. Surprisingly,
lot.
that's like specifically a mammalian thing. Yeah.
How about just have eyes? Period.
I mean,
eyes
there's
seem
a
to
lot
be
of
pretty
animals
good
that have
in-
eyes.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, right.
There's a lot of
Everything's got eyes.
creatures that
Weird,
developed
huh?
photoreceptors and have slowly evolved over time. And there's been a lot of times where you have instances of things that evolved independently. Flight
could
is a
you
really
say-
good example of this, where
Could
you
you
can
say,
observe.
hey, look, everything's got
hold
eyes,
on,
therefore
hold on.
evolution is true?
Hold on.
Could you say that?
Flight is a really good example of that. For example, you could see, for example, how a butterfly flies is very different from how a bird flies, which is also very different from how a bat flies. Those are three independent ways that flight had
they're different
occurred
creatures,
or
right.
evolved. But they basically are
assertion.
independent. But there is an evolutionary advantage to flight, right? You are able to survive more by being able to fly versus not fly.
Why didn't humans evolve to fly? How come we're the most
Because-
dominant species on Earth and we can't fly?
I mean, there's different environments that enable certain features to
dominate
show
all
up
of
versus
them.
others.
We dominate
Yeah,
all the
I
environment.
understand that. We have large brains. Fair enough.
Large brains.
But
What?
honestly, though, now that I
What
think
is-
about it, like, I guess like the question becomes then like what you would refer to as domination. It's very possible that we as humans
It means
over
I
the
could
next
wipe out
million
any
years,
species on Earth if I wanted
I mean,
to.
I guess, but I'll be honest. I think we're gonna wipe ourselves out if anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't really show.
Well,
I
you
mean,
guys are
I've
definitely wiping
observed-
yourselves out. I
We've
agree. Yeah.
we've
You atheists
observed
definitely-
we've observed for example, fungi, like a
Yeah,
single
very nice. Okay,
a single
like
organism
science, right?
being the size,
Amender,
almost
look,
the size
hey,
of
Can we do
California,
this? Can we take
and it's a single
macroevolution,
organism over
specifically
20,000
macroevolution
years
through the
old.
scientific
All
method?
right. Let's do this one at a time, guys. One at a time, so that we can.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm just pointing out that
question?
there's
Maybe
instances
we
of
need
what
a
you would
timer,
consider to
easy.
be there's instances of what you would consider to be superior versus inferior, like an ability to destroy. I don't know if that's something that I would consider to be superior.
Okay,
In fact, I
let
would
me
say
ask
that's
you
an
something.
inferiority issue, not a superiority.
Let me ask you something, Amender. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe you could like grade a life form based on how well it adapts and survives? Like, I would give a cockroach like a grade, like an A+ on survival. Like, would you agree?
Mhm.
Okay, so
I don't. It depends. I mean, there are certain ecological niches where it fulfills quite well. Like, I don't know, what's an example?
survival, yeah.
I mean, if we had the ocean, for example, I would imagine cetaceans would be a lot better at surviving in the ocean than a
Just-
human. In fact, I would probably
Right.
venture to say a human is probably not going to last more than 8 hours in
But
the
that-
ocean
look,
without
no,
dying.
Did you hear my question? Answer my question. If we were to just look at cockroaches, right, and how successful they are at living and continuing on the species, you'd say that's a pretty successful species, right?
No, I think that it's a
No.
subjective question and it depends on the situation. If you're
What is
talking
a
about
success?
pure, yeah, I mean, like if you're talking about pure, just being able to reproduce, then yeah, I guess the cockroach has us beat
Okay.
by a long shot.
So
They're able to reproduce at a greater level. But if you have a cockroach that's
I
showing
have
up
a
in your
follow-up.
kitchen,
I
you could
accept
stomp
your.
on the
Hold
cockroach
on,
and it's
stop,
dead.
stop, dude, stop. I accept your yes/no question. It didn't need you don't need to filibuster. Okay.
That wasn't
My
a
next
yes/no question. That was a statement.
on.
I was
Okay,
explaining
I'll
to
form them
you
yes
your
or
question.
no. I'll be more pithy. Okay. Would you agree that if a life form engages in some kind of behavior or something that is deleterious, meaning it doesn't get to pass on it's to the next generation, you would say that's like maybe a deleterious mutation?
No, not necessarily.
If it developed a deleterious mutation, right, that didn't allow it to procreate anymore.
Yeah, again, not necessarily. The
What?
evolution benefits survival of the species
That's
is really
right.
what. Yeah, and so take for example, if you had something that could not reproduce. In fact, it's quite common among mammalia that when you have creatures that cannot reproduce, they end up fostering abandoned babies, which is actually beneficial for the species.
No, I'm saying like let's say if let's say if like the male species developed a deleterious mutation, right? At that, let's say it neutralized its own sperm or something, like it was just a mutation that happened that didn't allow it to reproduce with the female of the species anymore. You'd say that was a deleterious mutation, right?
And I've already said no to that because there's actual evolutionary advantage to there being creatures that don't actually reproduce offspring. They're able to assist in abandoned offspring.
No.
So there is an
no
evolutionary advantage.
Listen, you're not listening. You're not engaging.
It's actually a reason why that there exists, for example, gay mammals. Like there's always been the question, like, why is it that gay mammals seem to pop up over and over? And that's actually one of the explanations.
Amender, you're not engaging with the hypothetical.
I did engage with the hypothetical. You just didn't like the answer.
No, you did not. I said if all the males.
I did engage
all the males.
Every single male?
Every single male, yes.
Then I suppose that would be bad. Sure.
That would be deleterious.
Bad if all males suddenly
mutation, right?
cease the ability to reproduce.
That would be a deleterious mutation, right? If all the males like developed that and they couldn't, reproduce, that would be deleterious, right?
What's your point?
Oh, that, so being gay and trans would also be a deleterious.
I knew he'd do it. I knew he'd do it.
Yeah,
Not everybody is going to be gay and trans, you idiot.
No, but if they all were,
transphobic moron.
If they all were,
nobody is forcing you. No, you're an idiot. Somebody being trans doesn't prevent you from having babies.
Is being gay or trans a natural occurrence?
Somebody being gay. I'm sorry. If everybody is gay and trans around you, would that make you gay and trans, KungFuJoe?
Being gay or trans?
Hey, transphobic moron. Hey, transphobic moron. Listen to me. If everyone is gay and trans around you, would that make you gay and trans, KungFuJoe?
It would mean that the human species is pretty.
Would that make you gay and trans, KungFuJoe?
It would make the species.
What a fucking idiot!
Gone,
what
dude.
a fucking idiot! Hey,
listen,
one more time, KungFuJoe. If everybody was gay and trans around you, would that make you gay and trans?
It would make me the last sane person.
Answer
on Earth.
the fucking question, you idiot!
You just didn't like the answer.
No, you didn't answer the question.
I did.
You're just avoiding the question. You're like, I'm the less sane person. Hey, here's the answer. I'm going to tell you, right?
I don't believe
it's very simple. Gay and trans people. Yeah, I know, because you're a transphobic moron. I get it. I understand.
I don't
so
believe in it.
Gay and trans people, a person being gay and trans does not prevent you from being able to have offspring of your own. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
You didn't. You didn't accept.
So you could stop with your dumb transphobia.
No, it's
and
not.
and
No,
then
it's
and
not.
then
I
talk
can't-
about what's
okay,
actually
PC,
important.
we're gonna have
So
to
let's
do
try it
time.
one more
We're gonna
time,
have to
right?
do
Let's
time,
go back
PC.
to
We gotta
evolution
do time.
instead
He's
of
not gonna do
talking
it.
about your
All right.
complete
He's not gonna
idiotic
engage. He's
All
not
point.
right,
gonna engage. He's
real
gonna
quick,
squirt
real
map.
quick.
No, because you're a
Squirt map
Well,
right
moron.
now.
You're a moron.
No,
You're a piece of
fucking squirt
garbage,
matcher, dude.
transphobic
Look,
idiot.
you're already angry.
You're a part
angry.
of the. No,
All right,
you're
hold
the
up, boys.
idiot.
1 second, boys. 1
Fucking
second.
idiot,
I
Christo
think what
fascist
I
morons.
think there was an answer here.
Fucking
There was
douchebag.
an answer here, but we got a little bit off into the
You are
weeds
literally
here.
the destruction of
1
society.
second,
I
1
want to let
second,
you
1
know
second,
that.
boys. Both of
Oh,
you,
it's
1
not
second.
you guys who can't
Hold
reproduce.
up, hold
okay?
up, hold up, hold up, hold up. All right, you asked about the is trans and gay a deleterious thing, and he said not everybody's trans and gay. He answered that, and I want to know how this ties into
I
if
had a
evolution's
follow-up.
real. So if you could
No,
just like
I want to go back on topic, not follow up your dumbass fucking
let's
transphobia.
tie it back
What
into the
prediction
resolution here.
exists in the biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree?
That everything we see today is just as God said it was. Nothing happened according to the way evolution says it went. There's no evidence.
Nothing happened the way that. Okay, so when we observe, do you believe do nuclear power plants work?
Yeah.
Okay, do they work? Okay, so does the uranium-235 degradation of half-life, does that work? Does that work at a logarithmic scale? Are half-lives real? Are half-lives real?
They're not like I said, in nature, it's not dependable.
How is it that a nuclear power plant works in terms of half-lives, but it doesn't work in nature?
What does dating a fossil have to do anything with proving evolution?
So when we observe rocks that have been put
Can you
in
answer
a
that
geologic
question?
epoch, yeah, I'm explaining it.
No, answer the
we-
question.
Yeah, I'm answering the question, idiot. Stop with your dumbass TikTok
I
brain
just
and get out
answer
of
the
your
question,
Christo-fascist worldview
Oh
and
my
get
God,
stuck
look,
into
you can't
actual
do it.
science.
You
So
can't do it.
when we
Actual
observe,
science.
yeah, actual science.
You want to do
fucking
actual
idiot.
science?
Yes,
I'm
you're an
down to do
idiot.
actual science.
So we're going
Do
to
you
go
want to
one
do
more
actual
time.
science?
Think about half-lives, okay? When we observe geologic epochs in time, specific layering, we can observe specific lead concentration to uranium-235 ratio.
So
Are
what?
you aware of what a half-life is?
Yeah, I know what your arbitrary labeling of a half-life
No,
is.
you already agree that nuclear power works. So we know half-lives
What-
work. We know for
What
a
does that
fact
have to
half-lives
do?
work.
What does that have to do with evolution not being able to pass through the scientific method?
Well, you said everything we see today is just as God said it is. So
Yeah.
last time I checked, when I read my Bible, the Bible specifically have a list of begats starting with Adam and Eve. What we ought be able to observe, therefore, based on the begats, based on the exact time lineages, we find out that the earth is roughly 6,600 years old. Would you agree with that?
No, actually, I have no opinion on that.
Well, based on the begats, that's what it shows. So are you saying that the Bible is wrong?
I don't know. I subscribe to the Orthodox Christian view, so it's not I don't go off of just what the Bible says.
How old do you think the earth is?
I don't know, and I don't care.
You don't know? No way to tell?
No, don't care. Nope.
Have you ever looked up how we found out how old the earth is?
It's a lot of guesswork. None of it passes the scientific
Really?
method.
It's guesswork.
None of it
Really?
passes the scientific method. Correct.
All right. Well, you may want to look at the scientific experiments that were done
Wait.
to confirm exact half-lives and how we
Experiments?
know for a fact
You believe
that
in
half-lives
experiments
are
all
real.
of a sudden?
And then secondly,
Okay.
the next thing that you want to observe is that we were able to find rocks on planet Earth
Can you
roughly
defend
about
evolution,
4
First
point,
Amender?
roughly, hold on, hear me out.
Can you defend
was-
evolution at all?
Well, so here's the thing. What
Can
you
you?
said, what I asked you is what prediction exists in biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree? And you're saying that everything we see
This
today
has
is just as
nothing to
God
do-
said it was.
No, what
However,
I
when we
believe-
observe,
This
when
is
we
about
observe
evolution,
what God
dude. What
said
I
it was,
believe has
we
nothing
find
to
out that the
do with
reality does
evolution.
not show that. The
What I
reality does
believe
not show.
has
We
nothing to do
literally
with
have
your defense of
giant
evolution. You're not defending
billion-year-long
evolution.
epochs of time that do not
Can
account
you
for
defend
the
evolution?
God
Yes or no?
worldview.
Here,
Does
real
God
quick.
say
I just want
Can
to.
you defend? You're
Does
just
God
Hold
say
on.
filibustering, dude.
anything
I have to,
about the
let me-
hundreds of millions of years of
1 second.
dinosaurs and 5 extinction events that happened before us?
Yeah,
Does
real
God
quick,
say
though,
anything
Amanda,
about
real
that?
quick. Amanda, real quick, because I think this is kind of like a comparative. It's essentially a comparative worldview question. What's going on, right? So, like, just to be clear, are you asking about predictions regarding biology specifically, or like the broader questions?
Biology is
like more
evolution.
just
Evolution is a
biology
cornerstone of biology.
It's an
specifically.
assertion.
No, it's not an assertion. That's literally what it is. That's not my assertion. That is literally what it
It's
is.
not. No,
Right?
okay.
The fact that we can do
Listen,
work with
listen, I have a
knowing that
question.
evolution
I have a
exists,
question. Can
such
you
as
answer
creating
any
a
fucking
vaccines
questions, dude?
or
Fuck.
understanding geologic epochs of time, we know for a fact that evolution is real. And the problem is that when I ask you the question, what prediction exists in the biblical worldview that evolution does not adequately predict to a greater degree, you are completely
I'm
incapable of
not
understanding that
defending my
question
worldview tonight. That's
because
not the
the
prompt.
reason why
It's
you're
not the
completely
prompt.
incapable of understanding it is because that there is no predictive model that the biblical worldview holds over evolution. Evolution is far
Evolution can't
more
even pass
equipped
through the
to being able to
scientific
establish
method.
predictive
Okay,
outcomes.
real quick for you both.
my
just
God.
real quick for you both, okay? Because just to be clear, Amender's asking it for a prediction regarding biology. So and you're saying what you're saying, KungFuJoe, is that you're not here to defend the biblical worldview. So you're saying that, like, your position tonight, you're just rejecting evolution only. You're not affirming an alternative worldview.
According to the prompt, yeah, it's evolution
Okay.
is kind of right. Yeah, I can just come at it from an internal critique of science alone. I don't need to compare my worldview against his.
Right, that's fine. You don't need to defend your views that you're not advancing. It's just as long as you don't invoke them as evidence or explanation, right? So, like,
what I'm saying is that there can be competing theories to what he's proposing, right? I could say an alien came and created everything.
Of course, of course. All I'm saying is if you're not invoking them as your explanation to why evolution is wrong,
Correct.
I understand that you're saying you don't want to get into defending that.
Only out of good faith, Easy, I answered a few of his questions. That's the only thing that opened up my position at all. But I'm not defending my worldview tonight.
Okay, I understand that. So what would be, like, for the things that First Amender has presented, what would be like your main I guess hole that you want to point out, and then Amender can defend that directly?
I simply want to point out that macroevolution specifically does not pass through the scientific method.
If you adhere through the concept of microevolution, if you add more time to it, that would mean macroevolution exists.
No, time doesn't change anything.
It's not fallacious. It's literally what we
change
observe.
anything.
That's why we observe giant changes in geologic epochs of time.
You
cannot make that reality go away. Modern science relies very heavily on predictability as its core component of the science method.
Do you realize time doesn't change anything?
If you possess no predictability behind your biblical worldview, then guess what?
I pointed out
it's no longer science. Dude. We go for things that actually explain things and actually predict things, not nonsense basis that has no basis in reality.
Is that
That's the problem.
Method?
Scientific method. Yeah, that's part of the scientific method. That's correct.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is a core component. You need to establish predictive quality in order to have anything. Yes, it's beyond your middle school science class.
I listed what the scientific method was before. Jesus. Look, I drew it on a whiteboard for you.
Yeah, I understand.
Let's do it. Let's take macroevolution through the scientific method. What's the observation?
The observation is that we are able to observe many different species.
Wait, how?
What?
So we see, okay,
We
you look
observe many
around-
different species.
Okay, so you go on a nature hike and you see a bunch of different life forms,
Yeah,
right?
bunch of different creatures. Yep.
Okay, and then what's the question?
The question is, how did all of those arise?
Okay, so how did all of those arise is the question. Okay.
Yep.
What's the hypothesis?
That it likely evolved over time with differences in environment. There's also other things, but I just want to keep it simple for now.
Hold on. What makes that the hypothesis?
That was the thought that it would be where we operate an assumption and then we check whether or not that assumption is
How
real.
did you get to that assumption though? With no
That's what
other data?
what do you
than
think?
just-
What do you think a hypothesis is?
How did you come up with
Holy
that
shit!
one?
You're actually fucking stupid. Holy
No, wait.
crap!
How did you
You're actually
how did you
fucking
get that
cooked.
one?
Dude. Hypothesis is an assumption.
Yeah, based on what?
Nothing. You
Nothing?
operate the assumption, which is the hypothesis, and then you perform experimenting to
So wait.
determine whether or not that the hypothesis could be true.
So wait, some guy the thought just bubbled up in his head.
That's how hypotheses start. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So a
Yeah.
thought. Hold on. Wait.
That's
So a
literally
thought,
how it works.
Wait. Let me clarify. A thought.
Holy
bubbled
shit!
up
You're
in a
actually
guy's
fucking
head.
brain rotted. Fucking
A
kill
thought-
me.
You're telling me that a thought bubbled up in a guy's head and that became true
So you have to operate
with
within.
no clues.
Yeah, so you have to operate within previous experiments that have shown results. So it has to fit everything
Okay.
else. But yes, you basically will come up with effectively a guess. It's a guess, like, hey, I think it's this, and then you perform an experiment in an attempt to falsify the
What's
guess.
the experiment? What's the experiment that proves macroevolution?
So what we have done is that we have molecular genetics. We can look at experimental evolution, such as bacteria
What's
adapting
the
to new
experiment?
food
Tell me what the
sources
experiment
and
is that you
computer
set up in the laboratory.
simulations. Well, I know, for example, that I don't know if you've ever seen the Harvard experiment of there was some bacteria that we created a giant petri dish, and on the outsides had zero. There was no antibiotic along the outside of the petri dish, and then as it got closer and closer, the concentrations of the petri dish increased over time, or it just increased. And so as it got closer to the center, but basically it had 1 time the amount, and then 10 times the amount, and then in the center it was 100 times
So what?
the amount. And so what you found is that the bacteria would grow and then stop where the antibiotic was until there was a mutation that allowed it to be resistant to that antibiotic until it reached the next one, to where it created a new mutation
Adaptation.
to be resistant to 10 times. And then finally it was able to get to the center after, I think, 2 weeks of time had
That's
gone
just
by. And
adaptation.
there's a
Does
visual.
it change into anything other than an microorganism at any point?
Yeah. So it never changes to something else in the same way
Oh,
that
gotcha.
you
So I said
always
macro,
have a,
right?
in the same reason why all humans and from here on out will always have a backbone, as long as that there were.
That's a
chordates that
contradiction.
you're-
That's a
no,
contradiction.
It's not a contradiction.
No,
That's
that's a
literally how it
contradiction.
works.
Are you
No,
saying?
you asked, does the bacteria ever turn into
You're
something
saying
else? And I'm saying that
according
you
to
always
the
possess
evolutionary theory,
everything
in
of
10
what
10
first
billion
existed.
years, humans will still have a backbone in 10 billion years?
Correct.
That's a contradiction. Did
That's not a
humans come-
contradiction.
Yes, it is. Did
It's
humans
not.
come from, if everything, is the backbone still in flux?
What?
Is the backbone still in flux?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean
What
by
the fuck?
flux.
Is it still changing according to the evolutionary worldview?
I mean,
You should
if
know
there was
this.
an evolution, if there was an evolutionary advantage, sure.
No,
But you would always
according to
have
the-
a backbone. You
No,
will always
according
have a
to the
backbone. Take, for example,
evolutionary
let me ask you
theory,
this, right?
That's
How
not-
many,
that's
how many,
not-
how many,
You're not
how
even
many
on
neck
board with
bones-
your own theory,
Let
dude.
me ask you this. How many neck
You don't even
bones-
know your own theory.
How many
I know
neck
your
bones?
theory
Hey,
better than you.
KungFuJoe. You didn't even know what a hypothesis was until I explained it to you.
This is
So
embarrassing.
let's start with this, right? How many neck bones do humans have?
What does this
It's
have
okay
to
if you
do
don't
with
know it.
anything?
I'm just asking.
What does this have to do with anything? You
How
didn't
many
answer
neck
my
bones
question.
does a human have? All right.
No,
the answer
dude,
is 7.
no.
The answer is 7.
No,
we
you
have
didn't get
the humans have
answer my
7.
question.
Humans
just
have 7 neck
just
bones.
so that we're not
No.
we don't dodge what Kung Fu's saying, and I just want to be clarify on what you were asking. The hypothetical about humans in a billion years, right? Either regardless of what the answer may be, how does that like support or undermine the resolution of like is evolution real? Like what was the
So
crux
when
of
you
that?
observe the geologic epochs of time, you'll find that there's multiple instances of extinction events, mass extinction events. There's 5 of them prior to us. We're currently in the 6th. But if you observe that it starts with simplistic organisms, then it gets more and more complex, and then extinction event, and then you usually have like minor amounts of what was there, usually smaller organisms, and then it branches out again, another extinction event. And so I guess the question is like we could observe, for example, eukaryotes exist for a long period of time. Or like, for example, we can deterministically find out where we're going to find marsupials. You'll notice, for example, across North America or the Americas, there exists like only a single only a few marsupials, like possums. But the reason why is because you can observe that there was actually a connection of the different continents called Gondwana,
Right.
but Asia was never a part of Gondwana. So when you actually look at the geologic epochs of time and say China, you're never going to find, for example, marsupial bones, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense?
Finding bones in the ground does nothing for your argument, dude. Okay, I'm going to like take this a different direction because you can't even engage.
Right. Now, how many neck bones exist in a giraffe?
No. You got to
how many neck bones exist in a giraffe comparison to a human? Humans got 7. How many does a giraffe have?
I'm not answering questions.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. You don't
get to just
giraffes
have
are mammals. Giraffes are mammals.
Debate.
So,
you have
considering
to
that both are mammals, how many neck bones are there in the giraffe?
How much time he's taking out? You're like,
okay. So just to bring it back in here, to bring it on topic here. You said you wanted to go to a different question, Kung Fu, and I think maybe that'll help us to get away from us going off track so much here. So
it's not off track. Me talking about the neck bones of a giraffe is not off track. Yeah, it's completely on track, right? Because what happens is that we're talking about a predictive measurement. It is a predictive measurement of an evolutionary worldview, considering that if it's true that evolution is true, if evolution is true, then considering that giraffes are mammals and humans are mammals, what we ought to observe is the same amount of bones that exist in the neck of a giraffe as would exist in the neck of a human, because they are both mammals. And do you know how many? And guess. And I'm gonna give a question. This is gonna be specifically actually for Speakeasy. Speakeasy. Guess. Based on the mammal of human having 7 neck bones and a giraffe being a mammal, how many neck bones do you think a giraffe has as opposed to a human?
Well, I'm not part of the debate.
I know you're not. I know. It's just for fun. Just think for a second. Understanding evolution is true.
I really don't know. They got big ass.
Understanding that evolution is true, that we have stunning similarity between other mammals. How many neck bones do you think it is?
I guess maybe the same. I don't know. I don't know. And
look at you.
It doesn't matter what I think
Hold
about
on.
this.
You just did it. You just did it. Do you understand? You predicted that the giraffe has the same bones despite the fact having this crazy long neck. You would assume this super long neck, man, it's gotta have like 20, 30 bones. No, the answer is it's 7. Why? Because we have the same genetic
Oh,
ancestry. And when we observe
cares?
geologic epochs of time, we observe that there exist creatures that
All
are
right, good shit,
transitionary
deal.
between
Great. You haven't defended
between
against any of my
us and other
opposition here
mammals.
today.
That's amazing.
Okay,
That's
so
fucking cool.
Okay, so first Amender is showing that based off the evolution predictive model, it shows that we can predict mammals are going to have the same amount of neck bones. KungFuJoe, if you have something you want to directly respond to that, you can, or if you wanted to ask your question, you said you had a different question, you can do that as well. But go ahead and I'll start the timer back up here.
I'm going to do a quick little response to what he said, and then I'm going to ask a question to take us into a different direction, but it is still in line with the prompt, right? So to answer his question, again, I could just say the aliens all created them that way, and we've never observed them in real time to change into anything else other than what they are. The flies are still flies. The dogs are still dogs. None of these things are changing. But, since he doesn't want to engage with the scientific part of evolution, we'll just go to the next question. Is evolution real? He believes it is. But the problem with that is that if I evolved to believe that evolution is total bullshit and he evolved not to, what would be the symmetry breaker there?
I don't even know what that question is. All right, let's operate under the hypothesis that aliens created them that way.
No. Answer my question.
That's not even a question.
It is a question.
It's not even a sensical question.
Yes, it
just,
is.
What do you mean? Explain.
I evolved to believe that evolution is bullshit.
All right, you
Right?
just falsified yourself in saying evolution is true.
No. If I grant you,
You
that
just said
evolution
you
is
evolved
true-
to believe.
Yeah, if I grant you,
So
your
evolution
world,
is true,
right?
you
It's
dumbass.
hypothetical. No, it's a hypothetical.
Yeah, I know.
Hypothetical.
Based on your hypothetical that disproves
Based on-
itself. You're an idiot.
No.
All right, so let's
Based on
operate under the
answer my
hypothesis
question.
that
Answer my
aliens were
question.
created that
No,
way.
you
Okay,
didn't answer my
great.
question.
So what we ought to see
No, answer my
is
question.
is
You're dodging my question.
rather than seeing geologic
You're
epochs
dodging
of
my
time of
question,
long
dude. I'm
periods
not
of
gonna
time
let
of
you dodge-
Amender,
speciation
before you
exist.
get into this, just answer his question directly. Go ahead and ask it again, Joe, and if
All right.
maybe explain it a
Right.
little more so he understands what you mean.
Is there anything other than natural evolution that explains my belief that evolution is bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of propaganda mills that exist out there that go against basic
I
science
was
and
designed
evidence.
I evolved to believe them.
Yeah,
Okay, so you would have to admit that my belief that evolution is bullshit is due to my evolution from your worldview, right?
yes,
And
yeah.
your belief that evolution is true
Yeah.
is due to your evolution, right?
Yeah.
So how could you? Isn't debating me a contradiction?
No, you're contradicting yourself because you're saying evolution
What?
isn't true.
No, this is a hypothetical, dude. Try to keep up. If I were to grant under
I'm
your
saying under
worldview-
your
under your worldview, right? If you just evolved to believe what you believe, and I just evolved to believe what I believe, isn't
Yeah.
debating a contradiction?
no,
Why debate me? Why debate if
because
it
I
doesn't
like
change
changing
anybody's
people's
mind?
minds and challenging my own world.
No, it does. No, you don't have free will to change your mind. So how are you going to change anybody's mind?
I mean,
if we were all
If
predetermined,
we wanted to talk
believe what
about
we believe.
determinism, I'd be more than happy to talk with you about determinism and deterministic outcomes. I'm more than
You
happy
believe
to.
that you
The
believe
problem,
evolution
the problem
real.
is that it's not
That's
really
an
relevant
affirmative.
to evolution.
It is. No, it
It's
is
not because you're
the
talking
prompt
about
is-
determinism. Determinism,
What's the prompt?
there. By the way, just so you're aware,
What's
there
the
actually
prompt?
is no real logical defeater to determinism
you-
as of right now.
you
There
tell me
just
the prompt?
it doesn't exist.
What's the prompt, Amender?
The prompt is evolution true.
Yeah, and you're taking the affirmative, correct?
Correct.
So what is true?
Yeah, the giant amount of of biological
No, I mean, how do you know
epochs
what truth? How do
that
you
is
account for truth?
observational based off
do you
of
account for truth?
evidence. Evidence.
No. That's just looking at how do you know what truth
We
is.
look at geologic.
No,
How
I'm
do
not
I
asking
determine
you
what
the
what is true?
evidence. Yeah.
I typically will look at empirical sources. I look at well
What is the
accredited
truth?
sources.
The truth, the concept of truth. Do you have it
Justified
at
true
all?
belief.
Yeah. How do you get justified true belief?
I look at empirically backed sources that have a large predictive
No,
outcome.
that's just your brain doing what it's supposed to, like what it's
No, I look
programmed
at
to do,
empirically
right?
backed sources that have a predictive outcome. If it does not possess a
That's
predictive
just
outcome, it's
okay.
bunk.
Look, watch this. Is a blade of grass growing in nature? It's just doing its thing, right? There's no
Yeah.
true or false value about it.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of
And
grass, so
and
I would
no,
say
but
yeah.
there's no true or false value about the blade of grass growing. It's just doing what it's doing in space-time, right? It's just happening.
I mean, it would be growing in the sense that it's getting larger
Yeah, but
or
it's not
longer.
true or false, right? There's nothing true or false about the blade of grass.
If you're
It's
asking
just
whether or not
existing.
there's a blade of grass on planet Earth that is growing, the answer is yes, it is true. That would be true.
No. I'm saying if the blade of grass is just growing, there's no true or false value to it, right? If a lion is just
That would be
eating
a true
zebra's
value.
head, no, it's not. It's just happening.
That would make it true.
Well, what is true?
Justified
How do you get-
true belief? Like I don't understand. Like what is true?
Yeah,
Okay.
just to be clear, I think we're getting a little bit into like epistemology here, and
Yeah.
like
Well, the prompt
again,
kind
this
of
is-
I would say in accordance with fact and reality, or reality, I guess. Like
no,
that would
but
be-
see, if
I just want to remind you, Kung Fu, to be able to tie it back to whether like evolution as a biological claim is real.
yeah, well, he can't even get to that because the thing is, his brain is just unfolding in space time, like it's just doing its thing. So propositions don't have any kind of truth value, right? It's
that's
just
an
chemicals in
epistemologically lazy way to address what I'm
No,
trying to
it's-
tell you. I'm
no,
telling
no.
you specific geologic epochs of time that observe transitionary species, and as you dig deeper, there's transition of the transitions, as well as mixed
That's
in
just
with
how your brain
extinction
sees it,
events.
bro.
Well, it's not how my brain sees it.
Yes, it
it's
is.
what is observed throughout for people who study bones and fossils, that we're able to observe this. And when we look at endogenous retroviruses, we find that there is a stunning similarity to what is in the ground to what we see out in
what?
the out. Well, I'm saying it's a predictive model. It is a
But
predictive model.
I already accept the similarity. It doesn't go
Okay,
against
so
my
then you
my
would have to
worldview,
accept
right?
evolution. You would have to accept
I
evolution
don't.
if you accept the
No, I
similarity.
could just that there's other hypotheses out there. Like I said, an alien.
There aren't. There's
you don't know
the
that.
theory. No, there's the theory, and then there's morons that pretend that they are providing a theory, but they actually provide zero predictive model whatsoever. I took you through
Wait, under your
little
worldview,
board, your
don't you
white.
believe there are
I
other
took you
planets
through.
out there?
I took you through your whiteboard. I took you through every
you
single
didn't.
step. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't
Yes, I
get through
did.
the experiment. And then
Yes,
when you
I
got to
did.
the experiment, you got to microevolution.
Do you
or
remember
adaptation.
bacteria adapting to new food sources? Do you remember that?
That's just adaptation. All
Yeah,
it did
that would
was
be
adapt. It
evolution. That's
adapted.
literally what evolution is.
No, it's not. That's
Yes, it is.
adaptation. I'm
Yes,
talking
it
about
is. It's just more
macroevolution.
time. If you allow for tiny
No.
changes over time, then what if I do 10 tiny changes? What if I do 100 tiny changes? What about
You
a
could do that.
1,000 tiny changes?
You
At
could
some
do 1,000
point,
right
it
now.
becomes
I
a
could make 1,000
giant change. Do you understand?
No, I could do 1,000.
Yes, that's literally
tiny
how that
changes
works.
to
You're
an
an idiot.
elephant.
Oh my
I
God, you're
could
an
do
idiot.
1,000 tiny changes to an elephant, and it could still look like an elephant. If you put
Yes,
a
you will
silhouette
have
over it,
similarities to an elephant as it continues to evolve.
It'll
That's
always
correct.
be an
In the same way that you're still a chordate and you are still a eukaryote. You are all of those things. You are all of the things that you were in the past.
Okay, so look, can I ask you really quickly? Would you agree that random mutations are the pathway to getting one type of life form, like let's say a Pachycetus to a whale? You would say that it would
That's
take
one.
that it would take random mutations
That's one.
combined with natural selection and the environment, right?
I'm sorry, say again.
Random mutation combined with natural selection and the environment gets you from a Pachycetus to a whale. That's your worldview?
So there's lots of types of evolution.
Just in general, just yes or no?
No, there's lots of types of evolution.
No. Okay, so do they all require random mutation?
So there's always random mutation
Yes
no
or
matter
no?
what you do.
So yes.
What? Repeat
So
the question.
yes?
These are
So-
complex questions. It's not as simple as a yes or no.
It is. It is. So do
Maybe
all-
this
like
will
if you're
help.
asking types of evolution,
Actually, I
right?
just
Like-
thought of something. Could you just maybe quickly for us define evolution as you're using it? Like, does it include the changes in gene frequencies
Okay.
and traits within the populations, or
Yeah.
only like large scale common
Yeah.
ancestry claims?
Sure. So I brought it up in my opening, right? In my opening, I said I'm specifically attacking what they would call macro evolution. So you could, in their worldview, they parse it into two categories. There's micro and macro. Micro is saying that things about the animal changes, right? Macro is saying that the animal itself changes into a whole other animal. And that's the one I'm arguing against. I already accept micro, or what they call what I call adaptation. I think that the thing, like a lizard, is always going to be a lizard, but it's going to go through 1,000 different changes. There are lizards that produce asexually. There are lizards that don't. There are a bunch of different kinds of lizards, but they're all lizards, even though they're different from each other. I accept that, and I accept that they could keep changing and yet still be lizards. What I don't accept is that a land-based, like wolf-size animal became a whale. There's no evidence of that, and it doesn't pass through the scientific method. Macroevolution specifically is the one that is, one, doesn't pass through the scientific method, and two, is unfalsifiable.
It does, because if you look at geologic epochs of time, we can observe that there are slight
experiment?
variation and changes.
What's the experiment in macroevolution to prove?
I would have to look at the
macroevolution?
exact experiment. I don't know off the top of my
you
head.
can't defend it. Okay, got it.
But pulling up the Pachycetus, you would have slight variation from Pachycetus, which was a land animal, like you said.
That's an
land
assertion.
mammal.
I want the mechanistic changes. Tell me what happens mechanistically
Yes,
that causes the first change to go from Pachycetus
Okay.
to whale. What is it?
So, well, it's multiple steps. So for starters,
Mhm.
you would have a separation between, say, a Pachycetus and Endohyus, which is you have the similarity
Yep.
being
No,
a
I don't
thick,
care about your
bony
story,
wall
dude. I
around the
wanna
middle
tell you-
ear. It's not
No,
it's
no.
not a story. It's
I
what is
want
observed
the
in the geologic
scientific-
epochs of time. That is
No,
what is
I want the-
scientifically
no,
found.
I don't want the
You have
story. I
a
want the
thick, bony
scientific
wall
method. I want
around
the-
the middle ear of a freshwater, semi-aquatic aquatic habitat. Okay.
Tell
From
me
there, you have
mechanistically.
speciation
You know
that
what
occurs.
mechanistically means?
Yeah, I'm giving you the mechanistically how Pachycetus turns to whale. You
Yeah,
wanted
okay,
to
so
know.
it's
I want
genes-
to take you
Yeah.
to cetacean.
It's
Here, I'll
genes
provide
are
you the picture. I'll
Pachycetus,
provide you
right?
the picture. Here it is.
No, I don't want to. I don't want a picture or a story. I
You're
want
getting
you
a
to
picture.
answer my question.
It's not a story. It's what is
just
observed in
want you to answer
geologic
my
epochs of
question.
time. It's not a
What
story.
happens? What's the first thing that
All right,
happens?
I'm going to provide it real
when
quick.
the-
Yeah,
oh my
so it's
god!
right
Look,
here.
see, this is what he
This is the
does. He doesn't
pathway.
engage. He doesn't answer questions. He
What?
just
Well, you asked
filibusters,
the question.
tries
I'm
to
answering the
dribble out the
question.
No, I'm
Can you please
asking you.
provide?
What's
Can
the
you show
first
it, please, on the screen? in front of me?
mechanistic change that takes the
Can you please show
DNA
it on screen?
from Pachycetus to
Yeah.
whale? What's the
Can you
first thing
please
that
show it on
happens?
screen?
Oh, it's just okay. Hold up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, please make that big if you
No,
could.
I don't care about your story, dude. That's
can see
not
right
what
here.
I'm asking for.
Here's the Pachycetus, where they
I
had a thick bony
understand.
wall
I
around the
understand
middle
your
ear, freshwater
cartoon.
semi-aquatic habitat.
Do you
and
not?
then, of
You don't
course,
understand my
the
question.
large, powerful tail, shorter legs, fat, pad
You
in
showing
the
me
jaw
this?
for hearing
You're
in a
clearly
brackish water
showing that you
habitat,
don't
and
understand
then
my
to
question by
a
showing me
saltwater
your little
habitat
animated
where you have
cartoon,
the
your little
Cucucetus and the
Okay, real
Rhodocetus,
quick,
the
because
saltwater habitat.
we're talking
This
And
over
then
each other now.
a
Real quick,
nasal. Well, I'm just
real quick,
says that
explaining
boys.
how
One
breastfeeding
it
second,
is
one
happens.
second,
happening.
1 second. Hold up. So I if I'm understanding your question correctly, Kung Fu, you're asking what's the first adaptation that starts on the Pakicetus before
No,
it becomes the I don't know what that is.
no, no. I'm asking what occurs in the Pakicetus that or Endohyus, whatever you want. Like, what occurs within the life form so that it begins changing? What happens?
Slight
Okay.
variations of genetics, and there could be
How?
competition that occurs.
How?
You can
How does the genetic variation occur?
it's just the function of genetics. It's just random.
So it just randomly it just happens.
Yeah.
So evolution just happens.
Yeah, genetically speaking. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways that evolution happens. Like you could talk about, allopatric, where you have a barrier that is formed that creates like isolation. And so you end up with new distinct species after
No, bro, that's
equilibrium of
not
those species.
science.
You could
Saying
end
that
up
it
with
just
a
happens isn't science, dude.
parapatric,
That's pseudoscience.
a parapatric instance where there's
That's
a new
magic.
niche, and when that new niche is introduced,
No,
that
dude,
there is
you're
slight
creating
differentiation
magic
that takes
with
advantage
no
of that new niche.
magician.
And then
just
you
said
have
it just happened.
sympatric, where you have instances of polymorphism, which would just
Hello?
be just direct genetic
Hello,
changes.
hello, McFly? Are you in there? Did you hear yourself earlier?
Yeah, I mean it's a thing that we observe. We observe
When
that this happens.
do you remember? Hold on, wait.
Here,
do you
look, I'll
remember
show
when
you.
I
Like
wait?
here's
Hold on,
different
let me ask you a
different types
question.
of
Let me ask you a
evolution.
question. Let
So
me
you
ask
can-
you a question.
If you could show that
Can I ask you
on
a
screen for
question?
me, I'd
Oh my
appreciate
god,
that.
dude! This guy just thinks he's just gonna
Uh,
fucking bulldoze forward.
Yeah, just real quick.
without answering any
Ask your
question.
ask your question, Joe.
Do you remember earlier the example I gave about like the candle in the pot example, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you remember like there's a causal mechanism in there, right? If I put the lid on the candle and the candle just went out in 30 seconds rather than just lasting until the whole candle burns down,
Yeah.
is it valid for me to just say,
Well, the
instead of
specific
looking at-
experiment.
shut up, dude. Hold on. Is it valid for me to say that when the flame just goes out, instead of giving an explanation for why it goes out in 30 seconds, just that it happens, right? Is that doing science?
No.
No. So you saying that a random mutation just happens, that's not science either, is it?
Yeah, I mean that's why I was bringing up the science, so that way we can understand why it happens.
No.
That's why.
You-
Can you
you
please
already
show that
said it just
diagram for me, if you would
happens.
be so kind?
No, wait. You listen.
You're
You
being
already you
disingenuous.
just said it
Can
just
you please
happened.
show the my? Okay, so here you
No,
can see
how, show me. No, I don't
multiple
care about your
instances
story,
of
dude. Look,
allopatric,
this is just
parapatric,
what
and
I said he was
sympatric
going to do in my opening
instances
statement. I said he was going to do this, and here he
why
is.
can you not engage?
He's not answering my
You asked.
question.
Yes,
you're
I
not
did. I
engaging. No, you
answered
didn't
your
answer my question
directly. You're an idiot.
You just said debate over. It's not science. Therefore,
It's not
the
even a
debate's
matter
over,
of
dude.
debate. You've provided no predictability behind your
No.
argument.
No, it doesn't. No.
You
My
have no
argument is an
predictability.
internal
Mine is
critique
a
of
$1 trillion
evolution.
industry that is necessary. The oil
that doesn't
industry is
make
a
it
$1 trillion
right.
industry,
That's
and they're able to
that's
dig
a
in specific
fallacy.
geologic epochs of time
That's
and
the
get
fallacy,
very, very
dude.
stunning
You-
degrees of
we got
accuracy because
money,
we know
therefore I'm
evolution
right.
exists.
That's
It's not
it's-
because of money, you idiot.
dude. He said.
I'm saying
he
it
said, "We have
depends
money,
on it,
therefore
you
I'm right."
moron. You're
Did you
such a
hear
dumb
that?
fuck.
We
You're
got
a
money,
dumb
therefore
fuck.
I'm right.
I'm
you
done.
answer
I'm done. This guy's a
the
dumb
question now?
fuck.
Can you answer the question now, dude?
I didn't say anything about the point of having money. I'm saying that a large organization has to ensure
What does that have to do with
that it
anything?
has a predictive value to digging
We
for
got a
oil.
large
We
organization.
know, for
therefore it's
example,
correct,
through the
guys.
geologic epochs of time, that there was the Carboniferous era, which was largely plants
Dude.
that were swampy regions that collapsed down into compressed categories, which is now what we use as our hydrocarbons. So
No, you said
the $1 trillion industry requires there to be a predictive analysis. You don't have these fields pulling up the Bible for a proper prediction where the fucking where oil exists. Do you see?
It's over.
You understand?
You're done. You cooked yourself. You just said it's not science.
Therefore, right, I don't know. I'm done.
Therefore, it's not science, dude.
You're a fucking
just cooked
idiot.
Yourself.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
You just cooked yourself. Your own answers. We said it just happens.
I can lead a horse to water. I can't make him drink.
Agreed. I walked you.
Do you
like
have any
a dog,
questions
dude.
for me? Or are you just going to be a fucking moron?
And I asked you. No,
you've provided zero. You have provided zero evidence for your claim. I have provided mountains and mountains of evidence of my claim. Yeah, because if you did have a claim, then it would be fucking ridiculous. So it basically leaves you completely unfalsifiable. Is that scientific?
Okay, wait a minute. Hold up. Amender's made the claim here that, like, when he brought up the oil companies and stuff, he's saying that they use a evolution worldview to predict where the oil's going to be, and he's using this as a argument for evolution, saying this wouldn't be possible if it was wrong.
No, you could do like geology is a whole different thing. You could like look for where things are under the ground. That doesn't prove scientifically that a fly used to not be a fly. There's no scientific observation.
Oil companies do use biological evolution, specifically through biostratigraphy.
Let Joe finish getting it off there.
What a dumbass! God,
no, you're an idiot. You're so mad that you lost the debate, dude.
God, you're dumb.
Okay, listen. So saying that things just happen, I just got him to agree that if I put the lid on the jar and it went out faster, right? Then if I just left the lid off the jar,
what does identifying that oxygen is real have to do with evolution?
If I just said, well, it just happens, right?
Your experiment has to do with oxygen.
Hold on, dude. Oh, he can't help himself. So when I asked him, when I asked him, how do the random mutations happen? And he said,
candle
they
experiment proves oxygen.
That's not science.
Your candle experiment proves oxygen. It has nothing to do with evolution. You dumb fuck.
I know. I was using it as an analogy.
Oil companies use the principles of biological evolution specifically through biostratigraphy. They study fossilized organisms to locate hydrocarbons. By identifying microfossils, geologists can determine the age and the environment of rock layers, helping pinpoint exact ancient organic material is buried, heated, and converted into oil, reducing the cost of oil drilling.
You're actually wrong about that.
Oil drilling wells. That is 1,000% true. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
Nope. There are new.
Literally, just Google. Just Google. Do oil companies use evolution to predict where hydrocarbons are?
No, they
just do that.
That doesn't make
just do that. Ask yourself that question. Do oil companies use evolution to predict where hydrocarbons are? The answer is yes. The answer to that is yes.
Macroevolution through the scientific
method.
Yes,
it does. You're a moron. And also, microevolution is macroevolution. It's just more time. You dumbass.
Time doesn't change anything.
Okay, so just to be clear, Amender is saying that they use evolution to predict it. You're saying no, they have other ways. Do you want to just maybe demonstrate or explain the other ways?
What other way?
There are new theories about oil where they're saying that actually maybe we don't know how oil is produced. And some people, a large head of an oil company said that oil is actually infinite because it's part of a natural process in the earth that is constantly recycling like all dead matter, not just ancient dead matter, just whatever dead matter. Yeah, sure. Lots of animals and people lived and died on the earth, and maybe they're being turned into oil. So what? That doesn't prove that macroevolution is true. We tried to get it through the scientific method.
Yeah. So when they're saying that,
I wasn't done yet. Like again, when I asked him to use the scientific method to explain how random mutation the pathway from a Pakicetus to a whale, he said it just happens. And that's not science. So my next question for First Amender here is, if specifically macroevolution, which I don't think he understands when I'm talking to him, he can't seem to delineate the difference between micro and macro. So I'm going to make it very specific for him, right? When you're trying to falsify macroevolution specifically, how would you falsify it?
So you don't delineate between macro and microevolution because it's the same thing. It's just more time. It's the same factor.
It's not.
The only
You're
people
wrong.
that say micro and
wrong.
macroevolution are
You're
different
wrong.
things are usually young Earth creationists or people
No,
that
you're
deny
wrong.
evolution.
If you look them
It's
up,
not-
you
it's not
use
the
Google.
reality.
Use Google, bro. Google.
Yeah, it's all
micro and
Discovery
macro,
Institute.
they're not the
It's
same
all
thing.
Discovery Institute morons that say that. It has
They're
nothing to
not
do.
the
It's
same
not actually in
thing.
science. And science will tell you
Macroevolution
that
and
macro
microevolution are
is the same thing.
categorized
So
differently.
for oil, so when they're telling you that oil
You're a
is
fucking
infinite, by
idiot,
the way,
dude.
it's
Jeez,
not
you're
that
so
oil
fucking cooked.
literally
You're
is
so cooked.
infinite.
That's why you can't engage.
What they mean is pricing in what is economically viable. For
Doesn't
example, if it
matter.
cost $100,000 to withdraw
I addressed
one
this
barrel of
already.
oil, it would not be economically advantageous to do that.
Already
And
addressed this.
so there will always be oil available, but oil is not being replenished because
Okay.
you're talking about hundreds
How
of
would
millions
you
of years
falsify
of the Carboniferous
macroevolution?
era. I just
How would
did.
you falsify
How would I
macroevolution?
falsify it? If there was a
Yes.
geologic epoch of time that does not show distinct variations of species of careful through careful lineages, that would
begging
be
the
able to
question.
falsify
How
it.
would you falsify it today? What would you need to see or find in order
just
to
told you.
falsify it?
I just
What?
told you.
What
I
is-
just
what is
told
that?
you. I would have
What
to
does that
observe that
mean?
the long geologic epochs of time do not have a long list of transitionary species that can be observed.
That's
And the
begging the
transitions of those
question.
transitions, the deeper you go.
That's begging the question.
No, it's not,
That's
because
just-
it provides
no,
a
that's just
falsification
similarity.
principle.
No, look, you
It
couldn't
provides a
delineate.
falsification principle.
No, like earlier, I did it with the dinosaur bones, right? You
Right.
couldn't give me a viable like symmetry breaker to prove if it's a dinosaur versus a
So,
dragon, right?
you
You
believe-
couldn't do it.
Do you
So
believe that
this isn't
God
working.
is what made all the creatures?
This isn't a defense of my worldview.
I'm just
This
asking
is a
you, like,
defense
what
of
is it?
evolution, and I'm
Yeah,
doing
and
it
I've provided
by scientific
tons
standards.
and tons of evidence why it is. So
No,
if
there's
it's
no
not
evidence.
evolution,
You've never,
what could
no,
it be?
you've never
What provides
observed
a
a
greater
dog
predictive
not
model?
become a dog in a lab.
What provides
no,
a greater
never happened.
predictive model, KungFuJoe?
There's no scientific evidence. There's
You have no predictive model. Exactly. That's the problem.
It's called the
You lose the
scientific
debate.
method, right? The scientific method.
Yeah, I've
would
already
be the
provided a
model I'm gonna
scientific
use.
method.
No, how would you? What's the
All right.
experiment to prove that macro evolution is true? You haven't answered that.
So that right there, that's gonna wrap up the hour of open floor. All right. First off, excellent exchanges from both sides tonight. We're gonna enter the final phase of the debate. It's a closing statement. Quick reminder, to the live chat. The Q&A is there in the chat. So if you got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in right now. But remember, Super Chats, PayPal, Cash App, these always take priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to all the free chat questions. So if you want something you want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of those priority options. With that said, we're going to move into closings. All right. We're going to start with First Amender. So First Amender, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Who's going first?
First Amender.
So my opponent, he's going to keep gesturing things, bringing up things like kinds. It's not really a scientific category. You don't really have a definition there. There's no mechanism. There's no prediction. You can't test it, can't falsify it. You can't use it to discover anything new. Evolution, on the other hand, and I've demonstrated, does make predictions, and it nails them all the time. And why does this matter? Well, it's science. That's what science is. We don't explain things after the fact. We're going to predict things that we're going to find before we find it. Evolution has done this repeatedly. We've predicted transitional fossils. We found them in the exact rock layers that we expected. We predicted that there are nested hierarchies of genetic similarity. That is exactly what DNA shows. We've predicted shared errors in the genome, such as endogenous retroviruses. And sure enough, humans and other primates share the same viral insertions in the same exact locations. It is not just digging up bones. It is a coherent, cross-confirming framework that spans paleontology, genetics, and biology. So to repeat my question, and that the opponent has spent this entire debate dodging, what is your alternative that explains all of this at the same level of precision? Because saying God did it or they were created as is doesn't actually predict anything. Why do fossils appear in a strict chronological order? Why are there no modern mammals that appear in Cambrian layers? Why is there genetic similarity that forms a branching tree instead of random clusters? Why do we share broken genes and viral insertions with other species? It's not an explanation. It is post hoc excuse. So addressing his micro versus macro evolution distinction, this is where the argument really does collapse. My opponent accepts small changes and a variation of species. That's great. Awesome. But then he arbitrarily says that those changes cannot accumulate into larger differences. That's like saying that you can accept that you could take steps, but reject that walking long enough will get you somewhere. There is no mechanism presented where that limit is. There is no gene boundary. There's no biological wall. There's no observed stopping point. In fact, we observe the exact opposite. The fruit fly experiment that I provided with Diane Dodd in 1989 demonstrated that populations under different conditions begin to stop breeding with each other. That is the definition of speciation beginning. So the burden shifts to, at what point do small changes magically stop adding up, and what mechanism prevents that? If you can't answer that, your position is not scientific. It's just denial of scale. And so with that, I cede the rest of my time. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to KungFuJoe. When you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so this was exactly what I expected. Everything that I predicted in my opening statement came true. Like I'm a magic wizard somehow, right? So what I didn't expect is that he would call all black people apes. That was pretty wild. Just for clarity, I don't hold that position. That's his racist position, right? I don't believe anybody's an ape. But on top of that, he couldn't take us through the false, the scientific method of macroevolution without doing a bait and switch with microevolution, just like I knew he was going to do. And he kept on making the same fallacy over and over again. Well, see, you guys, something changed about the flies. Therefore, flies used to not be flies. He made a contradiction according to his own model, where he said that, where I asked him, in 10 billion years, will humans still have a backbone? And he said, yes. That is not in alignment with the evolutionary theory at all. According to the evolutionary theory, everything is in flux. Everything, even your own brain, right? So his own brain that can do reasoning and affirm that evolution is true, it is very possible that it could evolve to not even be able to read anymore. He wouldn't be able to read. His brain would be useless. But then again, he doesn't believe that his brain has any kind of purpose, because like he said, it just mutated that way, right? There is no purpose to the brain. There is no actual correct way the brain can work, right? Under his evolutionary model. He contradicted himself when I asked him, okay, can you take me mechanistically through the scientific method of how the random mutation occurs? And he said, it just happens, right? And he tried to say, that is science. It just happens, bro. Trust me, bro. That's science, right? I led him straight there. I said, here's the example of the candle. If I put the lid on the candle and it goes out, I could just say, it just happens. That's science. And he said, no, that's not. So by his own logic, macroevolution isn't science either. All he did was, refer back to his fossil fetish where he's like, look, bones in the ground, bones in the ground. Again, similarity doesn't equal that we came from a common thing. It's a contradiction because the further back you go in human history, nothing looks like a human, right? He needs to get, that's in his worldview, not mine. By his own worldview, the further back the human species goes in ancestor, it doesn't look anything like a human. You got pond scum doing philosophy. That's his worldview. We crawled out of the ocean as some kind of like fish with limbs, and then he thinks that he's cousins with a banana, right? Fish uncle, ancient fish uncle. But I'm the crazy one. He can't pull this through the scientific method to show me how a Pakicetus turns into a whale, but I'm the crazy faith-based guy. But he's the one who said random mutation just happens. And I'm the crazy, bumpkin sky daddy enjoyer that is a anti-science one when I held him to the standard of the scientific theory, and he didn't give me a falsification model either. I mean, this guy just got cooked all over the place, and he tried to filibuster and dribble the time out and go back to his fossils, go back to his layers that had nothing to do with the questions I was asking him, because he knew he was getting cooked. So he avoided defending evolution at all. So evolution fell tonight. Sad day for evolution fans everywhere. And with that, I yield my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And that is going to wrap up the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reasons. All kinds of matchups we run. It's political, cultural, social, philosophy, trending topic, anything there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And if you're interested, in getting on a Swords of Reason, hit up either me or Tiny Pink in the Discord. It's discord.gg/bearcave. Get in there, you'll get a role, and we'll get you set up. Don't forget as well to subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. Make sure you go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. All right. So before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two to each debater myself based on the things I heard, maybe argument I want clarified, something I think was missed and deserves another pass, anything like this. And then once those get answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first question, I'll start with the pro-evolution side. So the first question is I guess it would be, what's like the single strongest piece of evidence for evolution that doesn't rely on an assumption that already favors the theory?
I would say the geologic epoch and slight variation that occurs the deeper you dig.
All right,
very good. Right. That and if you understand half-lives and how that's formed, that you'll find that there's millions of years that occur between geologic epochs.
All right. And did you have anything for that, KungFuJoe?
That's just more question begging. Doesn't show any steps of the scientific method that gets you from like a dog to not a dog, or a fly to not a fly, or a microorganism to not a microorganism. It just, macroevolution just fails this test every time.
All right. And then, so for my second question, for the pro side is, what What observation, it was kind of asked, and I just think it deserves another pass here. What observation, like if you discovered it tomorrow, would like challenge or falsify your view on evolution? That's for you, First Amender.
Oh, that's for me. That's not
Yeah,
for
yeah.
him.
Yeah, I got two for
I would
him.
have to-
question for you.
Next. Yeah,
I would
got
have to
two for you and
observe
then two
the
for him.
I would have to observe that the geologic epochs are dead wrong, and that like you have, for example, mammals underneath something like something that would not have mammals. That would probably be a good example. And basically we would have to rule out things like folding of the earth, but yeah.
Have they ever found a dinosaur bone or dinosaur skeleton like close to the surface of the earth?
When was the last human found? I mean, yeah, there would be certain surfaces that would appear because of erosion. Sure.
No, dinosaur bone. Yeah.
You would observe that there could be dinosaur bones at the surface because of erosion. Yes.
Right. So,
but you
that's
still
not
see
a
the
dependable
layering
method, right?
It is a dependable method. You just observe the layering as it's eroding. It's like if I wanted to cut into the layers of a jawbreaker,
it doesn't work, dude. It's overcooked.
Okay. You're dumb. You're really dumb.
Well, okay, so for the anti side now, for you, Joe, if you reject evolution as like a sufficient explanation, like do you have like an alternative model that like best explains the biological patterns that we do observe today?
Well, my personal worldview would be the Christian one, which is that God created many different kinds, and then he also allowed the genetic pathways to create multiple kinds of a kind.
That would mean that God allows for evolution.
No, it allows for adaptation. So a lizard
that would be evolution.
No, that's just adaptation.
That's literally
no, because it's still lizards, right? Because it's a lizard. There's a desert lizard, and then there's a rainforest lizard, right? But they can't live in each other's ecosystem.
Yeah,
but they adapted to live in the ecosystems
evolution.
they're found.
I agree.
Yeah.
Evolution. Yeah.
No, that's not evolution. It perfectly aligns with
Jesus Christ,
the Noah's Ark story that he only took two of every kind.
There's so many Christians that at least believe in evolution, so at least not everybody's as brain.
It's not evolution. That, again, macro evolution is what you need to prove, and you can't do it.
Okay. And then so my second question for you, Joe, would be like, what existing evidence would you concede, if any, is the strongest for evolution? Like, even if you believe like it's ultimately insufficient, what's like is there any existing evidence where you would say like that's like their strongest case for it?
Sure. If they could show me, like when we're talking about,
I mean what exists, not like something that could pop up. I mean something that is there anything that the evolution worldview has that they produce as evidence where you would concede, okay, that's like their strongest case here?
No, they got nothing. Like I said, you can't take if
there's no falsification principle, guys.
Hold on, it's my turn, dude.
My turn.
If macro evolution is science, right? Then at the very least, it needs to be taken through the scientific method, and it can't do that. So it doesn't have what it needs to be, even to be at the least considered a valid scientific theory. It doesn't do that. It doesn't meet the bare minimum requirement for a valid scientific theory.
Yeah, all biologists are wrong. You're right.
That's it. That's a fallacy, dude.
Stupid ass.
That's a fallacy. Oh, a bunch of people say it, so it must be true.
Yeah, people who know more
that's
than you.
appeal to authority. That's an appeal to authority fallacy.
Sure is. It's all. If only
all
that
you
they
got
had a
tonight.
bunch of studies that prove that. But
All you
okay.
got tonight are contradictions and
and all you
like,
got is my Bible, idiot.
No, I used your
You're
own
so
worldview
brain
to crush
rotted.
you tonight. I used
All
science
right,
to
so-
crush you.
All right, so we're gonna start this timer up, get into the official questions from the chat. Chat, I don't see too many super chats, so I think if you got questions, get them in that questionnaire, okay? Because we don't have too many in the super chats tonight. So let me start
there's an Andrew
the
Wilson debate.
timer up. And I know there's a lot going on tonight. There's like
yeah.
7 different things going on tonight. It's crazy. Sep Eternal Chaos comes in with $2 just showing support. Thank you very much. Xavier sends in 5 just for your trouble, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Matthew, if it all fails, says, shout out to all us Christo fascists making babies. Someone has to continue the species.
Yeah, really quick, First Amender. Who's between the Christians and you guys? Who's winning the evolutionary game right now?
So just because there's nothing like in evolution. Well, hold on. There's nothing in evolution that is like tying you to Christianity. It's just a cultural thing. There's no like
Really?
allele frequency.
Where does
to
culture come
Christianity.
from?
And so it's social. So
where does that come?
Like
where does social come
if
from?
you, for example, are like super devout Christians
Where
and you end
does
up having a
social come
child,
from?
there's nothing guaranteeing that child will
Where
also be a
does-
Christian.
It most
So,
likely, yeah.
In fact,
It's just
we
kinda like,
actually
you know
observe
what's crazy
pretty
about that,
consistently
Amender?
throughout
There's
the globe.
a study out there.
being
There's
less,
a study out there that says
less
that kids
Christians.
Hold on, one
that
at
are
a
raised
time.
over
Let
time.
Amender
parents-
finish what he's saying and then
Yeah.
respond.
In fact, there's less overall. There's less Christians now than there have been, and there's only going to continue to be less because it is a completely nonsense worldview.
Well, that's funny. You say that, worldviews don't.
Yeah, you can have as
Yeah,
much
Don,
babies
hold
as you
on,
want.
hold
That doesn't
on.
guarantee
No,
you
Let
you
him
just
finish.
finished.
respond. Let him
I'm
respond,
just
Amender.
letting you can let me
Moron.
respond now. Like, this is what a debate is. It's not your fucking call-in show where you
We're in
could
a
hang up
Q&A,
on me and
moron.
ban me, dude. Yeah, but now it's my turn, right? You got
Yeah,
your
go ahead,
turn.
do
I
your
didn't
Q&A.
talk over you. Now it's my turn, right?
Why is it being so
All right, go ahead,
Yeah,
respond.
don't-
Go ahead and
yeah.
respond.
Anyway, so
Love the
Let's see.
meta.
I lost my train of thought. So what was the last thing you said?
Talking about how Christians having babies doesn't necessarily
yeah.
mean
So-
their
so,
babies will
right.
be Christian.
Right. So here's the thing, Amender. Isn't it funny that, I saw a study that kids who are raised by LGBTQ parents household, right? They are more likely to be LGBTQ when they grow up.
Yeah, kind of like how in
Hold on.
Christian
Yes or
households.
no? You believe that's true,
yes,
right?
that's true. Yes, that's true.
Okay, so if we make more Christian households, then there will be more Christian children, even if a few of them fall out, right?
No,
Overall?
there's a steady decline in Christianity. over
Hold
time.
on, no, that doesn't answer what I'm saying.
The answer is no.
Actually, you're wrong right now. There's not.
I'm not wrong. That's
decline.
empirically the
It's
fact.
actually
It has
bottoming
been in
out.
decline for decades.
No, it's actually bottoming out right now, and you're seeing a surge, right? Right now, you could look it up. Orthodox Christianity is the fastest growing branch of Christianity in America currently. You could look
Wrong.
that up. That's a fact. No, that's a fact. You could look that up.
That's not a fact.
And anyway, yes, it is. Anyway, and the reason why I'm doing stuff like this, right? Argumentation on the internet is because I am changing people's minds when I debate, right? Like
Yeah.
you said, you
It's a
believe
shame
in
you're a
changing
complete
minds.
idiot.
I believe in free will, so I believe.
It's a shame you're
people
like
have
a
the free
complete
will.
moron. So you're gonna have a
No.
hard time changing people's minds.
Look. You guys don't have kids, right? You turn gay and trans.
Again,
you can't
there's
reproduce.
nothing that indicates that your children will be Christians just because you're Christians having babies.
Right, but everything indicates.
In fact, I got to
won't
tell
even
you,
have
man,
kids.
the road to atheism is paved with red Bibles. Do you
But
ever
you
hear
got
that
zero.
term?
But you don't have any kids, right?
That's what made me an atheist. Is I read the Bible. It
Yeah,
fucked
right.
me up. I was like, "There's
I
no
get it.
way that a God made this."
But you're not supposed to
Yeah.
read the Bible alone. That's not how it
I'm
works.
aware. You have to like get indoctrinated and be told a specific thing instead of just reading.
Oh, just
what it
like your
says.
evolution belief that you couldn't support tonight.
There's no
right?
indoctrination. It's
Pure
just the
indoctrination.
empirical evidence and showing that empirical evidence.
No,
It's up to you to decide whether or not that empirical
No, I just
evidence
pointed out
is
the empirical
justifiable.
evidence is what passes through the scientific method, right? Adaptation
Yeah,
does
that's why
pass
all
through the scientific
scientists
method.
agree that evolution is
No,
false. You're an idiot.
all scientists agree that
that evolution is true.
passes through the scientific method, but
Microevolution and
not.
macroevolution are the
You
same
need
thing,
a story. You need a story and
Nope,
add more time.
there's
Let me
the
ask you,
geologic
Amender,
epochs of time. It's not a story.
Amender, really quick, when you leave milk out on the counter, is the time what causes the milk to rot?
No. Also, that
So
wasn't even
time
a
doesn't
sentence.
change anything, right?
Is the time causes the milk to rot? You
Is the
sound like a
time what
moron.
causes? Listen to me. Is the time what causes the milk to go bad?
No,
when you leave
bacteria
it out on the
does.
counter, right? The bacteria does. So time doesn't cause anything, right?
Well, time is required for bacteria to progress.
I agree, but that's not the cause of the milk spoiling.
The
You already
cause of the
agreed.
milk spoiling is bacteria
Yes.
over time.
No, yeah, right. Bacteria, right? So now what's the cause of macroevolution?
The cause of macroevolution is the chart that I've provided
No.
below over time.
Just tell me with your say what?
The
It's what
chart
over
that I've
time?
provided below there over time.
No. You can't just say the chart I provided below. Tell me
Yes.
specifically what is macroevolution? Yeah.
The chart I provided below over time.
No. That's just showing me pictures. How do pictures plus time?
Allopatric, parapatric, or sympatric
No.
formations that result in over time, resulting in speciation.
The bacteria in the milk is what's causing it to rot, right? Over time. What's the causal mechanism that's causing the genetic mutation to go from Pakicetus to a whale?
I mean, I would have to go over specifically each individual step to determine whether or not it was an allopatric, parapatric, or
So what are you
sympatric.
doing here, bro? You can't
mutation.
defend evolution. This is a basic question. This is a
That's not a basic
bitch
question.
in
Very
evolution.
niche-
I understand
niche
evolution
knowledge.
better than you, and I'm the
All right,
dumb
let's
Christian,
get
right?
let's get to more of these. Looks like
Unbelievable.
most of these aren't questions. They're mostly so. Just give thank yous to Detroit Dabbler, Prince of Dogs. Thank you very much. Matthew, if it all fails, says Evo fans and moon landing apologists. Thank you very much, Matthew. And Leah Bobia says Amender also believes in mass unaliving of babies.
Right. Does that benefit evolution?
I just believe in a woman's right to choose.
Does that benefit evolution?
That has absolutely nothing to do with evolution, you moron.
As the woman's right to choose made
It has nothing to do with evolution, you moron.
You could ask, yeah, it does. I could easily watch this question, right? Has the woman's right
I didn't
to
want to get into
choose?
a stupid abortion
No,
debate.
no. This is an evolution debate. I'm asking you an
No, it has
evolution
nothing
question.
to do with evolution.
I'm asking you an evolution. Yes,
yes,
it is. On a species level, if a species starts, if a species begins, if the female half of the species starts mass unaliving its young, is that deleterious? Is that deleterious?
Choosing when they want to have a baby.
No, they're having less babies or no babies.
So that there's no indication that we wouldn't necessarily have more babies in the future. It's just people right now are choosing to not have babies.
So we got to change them back to Christians again to get them to have more babies again.
If they had more money, they would likely have more babies.
No, money doesn't have anything to do with it.
All right, real quick.
Easier than babies, you're going to have babies.
Get to the next question. I'm
poorest
not
people have the
sure
most
what
kids.
this comes in from Bricky. I'm not sure what he meant
You
on
look
the
at like teenagers that don't know what they're doing.
Hold on.
One second,
No.
boys.
More people have more kids.
That's not true.
One second.
That's a more complicated answer.
Hold up. Let me get the questions out, guys. This next question comes in from Bricky. I'm not sure what the first part of it means, but the second part, wouldn't a phrase like adaptation just be more suitable? I guess you could answer this question.
Adaptation would be a part of evolution. Like, I don't know why the distinction. It just is understanding that there are slight changes as you have babies,
What's
and then
more
those babies have
adaptive
babies,
about having
and
no
you end
fur
up having
in
the
the
same
wild?
lineage as your ancestry, but over long geologic epochs of time, if you're able to acknowledge
Hold
small
on, Mender.
steps over time,
Hold on.
large
No, you need big
large
steps.
treks are
You need
made.
big
No, you
steps.
don't. You just have little
No, yes,
steps
you
every
do.
step of the way.
Why would it benefit
Right?
if
Like,
you were like
if
an
I
ape?
if I walked forward 1 inch every minute,
Listen,
eventually I would hit a
if
mile.
you were like
Will
an
it take
ape,
a long time?
right?
Yes,
Hold
but
on.
but
You
I
believe
would hit a
in
mile eventually.
random mutations and natural selection, right? You believe that?
What?
You believe in random mutation and natural selection and the environment causing the pathway to what I would call macroevolution, correct?
So micro is macro. It's the same thing.
I don't
It's
care
just
what
more
you
time.
think. I'm asking you,
It's the same thing. It's
are
just more
these the
time.
things dude,
Jesus
stop.
Christ.
Are
What a
these the
dumbass.
things that lead to the changes, right? Random mutation plus the environment, right? You agree?
No, it's more complicated than that.
No. Okay. Okay.
There's
So
more to it than just that.
no, that's not true. I know what the
I
evolutionary
just provided
model is.
speciation instances of allopatry, parapatry, and sympatry.
Yeah, they
all of those are
involve
factors
random
of
mutation,
evolution.
correct?
Yeah, there's always random mutation.
There's always
Yes,
random mutation.
there's
Thank you
always
very
random
much.
mutation.
And there's always the environmental factor, correct?
Yes. Well, sometimes
Yes.
not, but sometimes yes.
Sometimes not?
It depends.
What?
Yeah, it depends.
Okay,
like,
so
yeah, like
look,
for example, if it's
listen.
parapatric, then no. The answer would be
no,
no. It's
there's
not.
no society, right? There's nothing.
No, it's just
What would be?
parapatry
Hold on, listen.
is just
Go back in
referring to
time.
there
Let's go
being
back in
a
time,
new-
right?
a new
We're in
niche
you
that
believe
gets
ape, right?
taken
All black
advantage
people are
of.
apes, right? You believe we're all
All
apes, right?
people are apes.
I know, yeah, you
We're
believe
all
that.
apes.
I know you believe that. So
Jesus
if we were all
Christ.
apes at one point,
What a fucking dumbass.
what
And a
would be
racist,
coming
too.
less?
Racist,
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
transphobe,
Hey, you're spurg maxing right
homophobe,
now. Spurg
douchebag.
maxing. No,
Another
yeah.
fucking
So
right-wing
look,
douchebag. I'm
so
sure you'll do
angry.
a
All right.
great
All right, let's get to the next question. Let's
Hello?
get to the next question.
douchebag.
This one comes in from Tiki Tack. It's for says First Amender. What are some common errors in radiometric dating geologists need to be aware of?
Yes, this is actually a great question. So yes, there is an instance, for example, if you have the collection at the surface. And the reason why is because there is specific understanding that there has to be a certain amount of uranium to lead concentration ratios. If it was left undisturbed from the air, then you would get an accurate estimate. However, if it's on the surface, or if it was recently in the surface within the past 100 years, we would know that we have introduced lead into the atmosphere over the past 150 years. And so there's actually higher concentrations of lead than so the concept of it being half-life would not work. It would show that it's actually far older than it actually is at the surface. That's why it's really important to know that you are grabbing samples from areas that have been undisturbed from the air for a long period of time.
You know that.
So that's just
how would you know that? You just admitted earlier that you could find dinosaur bone closer to the surface than the rest of the dinosaur bone.
It's possible, yes.
And
it has a sample that isn't exposed to the earth, that isn't exposed to the air, because you'll have higher lead concentration ratios. Yes.
Yeah,
so you can't grab it from the surface, but you dig a bit and you can find that there is soil that is
reliable though. Couldn't
it is
you
reliable.
just say
it is
no,
reliable.
it's not?
We actually tested
no, it's not because you could just say that you could just say that radioactivity at different levels back in the day.
Shut up! I'm explaining it. We know, for example, the existence of certain kings with exact dates and times. And when we do radiometric dating of their artifacts or cloth that they are wearing, such as pharaohs from 2,000-3,000 years ago, we get very, very high degrees of accuracy of
That's
exact.
only 3,000 years
time.
ago, bro. You're talking
But I'm
about
saying
like
that that's one.
65
There's
billion years
many
ago.
there's many
Crazy.
instances of this. There's many instances of this.
Nah.
All right, we got 2 more super chats came in. One was from Matthew. If all fails, Sasan Piker 0.67. Okay. Thank you, Matthew. And then Johnny McVito comes in for 5, says Down syndrome Ralph Macchio. Oh my god. And drug-free Post Malone. Oh my god. Johnny coming in with
He's
the
tweet
roast.
Just
Thank
fucking,
you.
just fucking asshole ableist. Like just an asshole.
You're an asshole, Johnny. You hear that? You're a fucking asshole.
He's
This
just
is
losing
another
at
one from
evolution, don't
Tiki
worry.
Tack as well. I think it might be for Amender. What is the half-life of DNA? How would we genetically sequence million-plus-year-old genetics?
Well, you wouldn't genetically sequence 1.5-year-old. You would just be able to.
You don't have
you
it.
Yeah, I mean it's stone at that point. If you're talking
Yeah, right.
multiple million year old.
Yeah. And you could also make a fossil in 2 weeks.
What?
Yeah, you can.
Make a fossil in 2 weeks.
You could.
You can create a fossil in 2 weeks. There's a rapid model of the geological process using a saturated salt solution and a sponge representing bone. You can produce mineralized hardened replica in just a few days. In laboratory settings, scientists have even created fossils in 24 hours using heat and pressure. What's your point?
Oh shit! There goes fossils, bro.
No, because you're talking about a natural time frame versus forcing it.
Oh damn! But yet, if like a volcano or something happens, then it's all fucked, right?
All right. Next one that came in was from Hardwire 1%er. Says natural selection may make a species better over time, but why does it never make a new species? Humans may change, but still only make humans. Fish can't make monkeys, and monkeys can't make humans.
That's right.
So it's a fundamental misunderstanding of how evolution works.
Oh.
We share common genetic ancestors to things that exist now. So
No, that's
first
an
of all,
assertion.
humans.
You
First
can't
of all,
prove
humans
that.
are not. Yes, we can through the
No, you
geological.
can't. All you got is bones with no DNA.
We have.
No,
So,
you got bones. You got
So
million-plus-year-old
monkeys
bones. Don't have
Hold
any
up,
DNA.
let him finish and then refute it. Yeah.
So monkeys are not apes, and humans are not monkeys. These are not the same thing. So monkeys, they possess a tail. Humans have a vestigial tailbone, but it is receded, and so we are not related to monkeys. However, we share a genetic ancestor between monkeys and apes, but that's much further back than, say, humans and chimpanzees who do not have a tail.
That's the story.
So it's making
That's just the story.
new species. So over millions of years of separation, you literally would make new species if there's differences in the environment.
Assertion.
Humans may still change, but only. Yeah. Okay. So I feel like I explained it in the same way that you're still a chordate, you're still a eukaryote, you possess the same as your genetic ancestry. And no matter how far you go forward, it will forever be the same, but there's just additions, if that makes sense.
Amender, I got a question. Like, are there some humans that are more evolved than other humans? No, they're all the same.
No,
like
what does it mean to be more evolved? That's not really a
like better
scientific
adapted. Better adapted for
At
living
what?
and continuing on their species.
at what? I don't know. Like for living and continuing on their species. If that
Yeah.
were the case, fungi have got us all beat.
No,
by
I'm
a
talking
long
about
shot.
humans.
There's a there's like a
specifically humans.
humans. We're all the same. We have a stunning amount of genetic similarity between all humans across the globe. And the reason why it's actually a very interesting realization is that within the past, like I think it was 20 or 30,000 years, we basically got down to less than 10,000 humans in a specific region. And so as a result, we have a stunning amount of genetic similarity.
So
And I think the
Are you
only
familiar?
exceptions of there being
Okay,
somewhat
that
more
doesn't
genetics
matter. None of this
differentiation
matters.
would be
Let me get you to the question
people
I'm
in
getting at here,
Philippines.
because I think you misunderstood it. Let me try a different way. So, did you know that there are?
I know you're
within
trying to like imply
chimpanzees-
this like racist
No,
intent,
hold
but
on.
I'm just giving
Did
you
you
like what the
know that
geologic,
within
the
chimpanzees, right?
genetic understanding.
No, you
Yeah, I know you were trying to
could
like you're
engage.
trying to
You could engage with
shoehole
the
me into
questioning.
racism,
You could
but I'm
engage
not a
with the
racist like
questioning.
you. So that's the
You could
difference. Yeah, I
engage with the
engaged in the
question, though.
questioning, and
No,
it's a
so let me
not
get the
racist
question out so you can
response.
engage with it, right? So let's say,
it.
well, did you know within chimpanzees, right?
Oh,
They're the
yeah,
only
okay,
other
racist.
group. You don't believe in chimpanzees? I'm giving you an example here, bro. Can you relax? You're spurg maxing right now. I could tell.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
look,
an idiot.
listen, dude. There are certain chimpanzees, right? They're the only other species other than humans who will gather into large groups and journey over to the territory of another group of chimpanzees, and they will tear them to shreds and take their females and their territory and their resources, right? That is evolution working itself out, right? So if I have the means, I have all the firepower and the means to go and, let's say, take over Africa, all of Africa, that would just be mankind working itself out and evolution working as planned, right? Like my superior group with the superior technology to our superior
question
brains
becomes not about
right?
evolution, but like the moral.
No, that is
like the moral destruction.
There's no morality. There's no moral. It's survival of the fittest.
Yeah, so like I wouldn't apply like evolution is like my framework for that. I would just look at like human death and suffering, unnecessary death and suffering that need
you just
that
agreed
doesn't
that
need to
the
happen for
chimpanzees
human
are
reason.
working out evolution, right? Like one group
Yes.
is asserting its dominance over another. We are just descendants of apes, also, according to you.
We are
and
apes.
When
It's
we
not that we're
go to
descendants of
war,
apes,
why
we
is
are
that?
apes.
You're making a special pleading fallacy right now, right? You get that,
No,
right?
No, it's not
You
a
are.
fallacy. It's
No,
the
it
fact.
is a
That's
fallacy. You're special
The
pleading
fact
right now.
is we are apes. Humans are part of great apes.
Okay, so if
The
we're
taxonomic
apes
category of great apes.
and chimpanzees go to war with each other, right? And we go to war with each other. What's wrong with me going down to South America? Like if
the
I
unnecessary human death and
king,
suffering.
No. They have a
Yes,
they
the
have
unnecessary human death and suffering. We don't.
no.
Need
I'm
to do
giving
that.
them a choice.
I think we're getting back into like epistemology here.
Well, it ties in to his worldview, right? He has to deal with this.
I don't like the human death and suffering, and so because we're a social
doesn't matter
species,
what you don't
it
like.
benefits
That's
us to
evolution,
cooperate as
dude.
opposed to fight.
Why do you hate evolution so much?
Evolutionarily speaking, we do
Survival
better
of the
by
fittest.
cooperating. Survival of the fittest. We do better by cooperating. We're a social species. That's how we evolved as humans.
Okay,
we will get outcomes
I'm
by
going to offer
cooperating
a chance to cooperate, right? I'm going to tell the president of Mexico, I'm going to be like, surrender your armed forces, or I'm going to come lay the hammer down because you got shit that I want, and I want that shit. So you're going to share that shit unfairly with me because I'm strong enough and I say so. So here's my negotiation. I got all the firepower.
It causes unneeded death and suffering, so I wouldn't.
No. I'm giving them a choice. They have a choice.
No. I wouldn't want to do that at all. I would just leave them alone because I don't want unneeded death and suffering.
Death and suffering is necessary for evolution.
So we, in terms of like us humans, we don't like have natural predators anymore, really. Like
so
not
each
not
other.
in the strictest
Each
sense.
other.
We basically pulled ourselves out of like evolution
for us
and
to
like
fight
the natural
resources.
pressures of evolution that happens, such as disease.
Listen. I just gave you the chimpanzees that go to war with each other over resources and mating and all that.
We work together.
Why
as
can't
humans.
I fight over
We're
resources with other
humans?
together?
Because we can work together as humans. We do better by working together.
Why can't I? No, I am.
What does he say? Can we move on? He's asking the same question.
Look at him. Run away.
No, because I'm answering the same thing, and you asked the same question.
Well, I'm just confused of why we're getting into morality here. It's kind of a little off track.
Yeah,
it's type. No, what I'm saying is what he's in denial of. Easy is I gave him 2 examples of evolution, right?
But you're asking him the morality of it, right? I'm sure.
No, I'm not asking
that humans.
And just so you're aware, I base my morality based on human
There's
reason.
no morality. I'm trying to say. I'm trying to show him that there isn't any morality within the evolutionary worldview. That's what I'm trying to show him.
Okay, I understand. And I think he would agree.
There's morality
in his
on the basis
worldview
No, he
that
doesn't
it's
agree. He
subjective.
disagrees with me.
There is
No,
morality.
I think
on the
he would
basis of
say
evolution.
morality is subjective in his worldview. I've
Yes.
watched him enough to know.
Thank you.
Okay, so if it's subjective, then it's not objectively wrong for me to take shit from other groups of humans if I have the means to do it.
Correct. It's just subjectively wrong. Correct.
Glad we got there. Perfect.
All right.
All right, well,
Johnny McVito says, sorry, First Amender, just jokes, YouTube Morpheus.
appreciate it.
Hey, I like those shades. I have shades just like those, so I like those.
Ooh.
I got these because they were rainbow colored, and I'm very pro LGBT, so I got them.
Well, I didn't get them because
I know
but
it.
I like the round shades. I have plenty of them, and one's just like that with the like rainbow tint on it.
Yeah. He's got a deleterious mutation, right?
And
Got it.
Nico just
Homophobia.
come
I could
to say
ask
hello,
Deleterious.
weirdos. Hello, my favorite weirdo in the chat, Nico. Thank you. And then let me see. We had another one in the Q&A from. First, we got one from. Who is this? Druid just says,
I think he did that one.
KungFuJoe, did you buy the Ben 10 jacket from Temu and got a yellow one, or were you meaning to look like Kill Bill? Now that he pointed out the Kill Bill thing, I see it. That's hilarious. That's actually cool.
Kill Bill stole it from Bruce Lee, to be clear.
True. That's right. That's funny. I didn't even realize that until he pointed it out. Question for First Amender. This is from Teriak. You do realize if the theory includes random mutations, that means by definition they're unpredictable, meaning you can't use it to predict, making the theory useless, right?
No, I just showed predictive outcomes through multiple different means, from endogenous retroviruses to slight differentiation based on geologic epochs to understanding specific stratification in the Carboniferous era that enable us to find hydrocarbons. These are all instances of by definition, a prediction that has been made on the basis of understanding evolution.
It's just begging the question all the way down.
You could say that, but you're still wrong. It's
No,
not question begging, and you're just wrong.
You didn't provide any kind of falsification that could be.
I did provide falsification.
No, you didn't. Wait, you used
is there
the
a
example
human that is in, say, 2 billion year epoch?
No.
Provide me one.
I already told you
throughout
we
the
found
entire globe.
dinosaur bones close to the surface.
You
and
think that
you
there are
already confirmed-
humans next to dinosaur
you already
bones in the same
confirmed
layer? You think so?
No, sometimes they're above
Prove
the
it.
layer of humans. Yeah,
Yeah.
We
There's a
found
thing
them.
called folding.
we
Are
found.
you aware of what
Right.
folding
So it
is?
takes your whole thing. It takes your whole.
No, it
like,
doesn't. It means that
theory
there's
out of-
folding.
Yeah, it defeats it all.
So when we look at
That
the
plus
geologic epoch
volcanoes,
and
right?
get the exact age, we find that it is older. And then when we look at the actual geographic stratification, we find, oh, there's a fold. That's why it's so high up.
No,
Or
but yeah,
oh, there's a cut. There's a crevice that enables us access to something that's millions of years old. Yes, that also happens. You can cut into something in the same way you can cut into a jawbreaker. You moron.
That's begging the question, dude.
No, it's not. You're a
Oh my
moron.
god, yes, it is. Begging the question.
All right. So next one comes in from Leah Bobia. Says, all these ists and phobes mean nothing coming from you, Amanda. Just because people disagree with you doesn't mean they're hateful. But you,
He
on
was
the other
one
hand,
sitting there
are
wanting to create the
consistently
racist
hateful.
implication.
I mean-
yeah, he was the one that wanted them to create the racist implication, referring to black people, only black people as apes, despite the
didn't
fact
say
that I'm
only
saying
black
that all
people.
humans are apes. But he's sitting there wanting to create the racist implication. He then showed his transphobia
Not
by
my
saying that
worldview.
there's something abnormal or something that should not happen among trans people and gay people. So yeah,
No,
he's a
deleterious-
transphobe, he's
yeah,
a homophobe,
deleterious
and he's a
mutation. You
racist.
agreed.
Really classic.
No, you agreed. It's your worldview. It's
No,
not
you're
my
just a
worldview.
douchebag
No, it's not
troll
my worldview
asshole that doesn't
anyone's
care
an
about
ape.
facts or logic or reason and
No.
want to and want to display
No,
your
there's-
hate on the
there's no
internet for
facts or
everybody.
logic.
I'm
All
sure
right.
you'll be really
That's
fucking
he had
popular
zero
online.
scientific
soon.
Let's
facts.
get to
Zero.
the next
What
one
an
here.
asshole.
I'm not sure what they even mean. They just said, what about forced evolution like CRISPR?
CRISPR's a
So-
gene manipulation therapy.
Oh yeah, that's what CRISPR is. But I'm not sure what the question is, to be honest.
Yeah.
So
So
He's saying that it's basically
I don't know if it's
engineering.
it's not really forced evolution. What that is just basically changing like
Yeah,
individual DNA nodes. I don't think that's the proper term, but
I agree. So when you
DNA
get fruit
nodes
flies that change into different looking fruit flies,
God, you're
that's not
fucking.
evolution
That was a
either.
question for me, you dumb fuck.
Oh, I can't engage with it?
No, because you're
It doesn't
dumb.
say your name on it.
Jesus Christ. Fucking idiot.
You're the only one who failed all the tests here, bro, and I'm the idiot. I'm the one judging.
all right, we got
macroevolution.
let me see.
Yeah.
We got 30 seconds left. I got another question here. It says, if evolution is real, so this one for you, Amender, if evolution is real, why do so many variations continue to exist? Why wouldn't evolution suggest eventual homogeneity?
So there exist barriers, for example, allotropy, where you have, for example, a mountain range or something that prevents access from one location to another, or an ocean, which will cause there to be different environments. And so you could have, example, thank you very much, by the way, 50 for that dono. I'll go ahead and ask him that question. By the way, put in your donos for questions for what's your King, what's your name, Joe?
KungFuJoe.
KungFuJoe. Yeah, for KungFuJoe, if you guys want. So you could, for example, have allotropy, where there's a physical separation. Or, for example, you have like a new food source. That would be a parapatric relationship, where that food source isn't normally consumed, but there is a mutation that enables that consumption. Or sympatry, where it's just random genetic mutation that causes a polymorphism within the population. So all of those are factors of that. Yeah.
Amender, how many different forms are there between the Pakicetus and the whale?
I think out of the chart that I had there was about 7, but it's kind of a weird, it's weird to say that, because like the thing is like, understanding evolution, it's a gradient. It's like it is a slow and gradual process that eventually result into it being a whale. It's not that
how many
it is designed to turn into a whale, and that the destination is whale. It's a gradient.
I get it.
Yeah.
Right. So how many forms
there's
are
no
there
literal
between...
number there. There's no literal number there.
So it's like as many genders as there are?
Again, you're just being a transphobe. This has nothing to do with the trans argument.
Hold on, wait. When does one clade become another?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
At what point? You don't know that? You're cooked, bro.
All right.
I don't know off the top of my head. It becomes another new lineage when it diverges from a common ancestor, creating a new distinct exclusive branch. Clades are defined by a single common ancestor and all its descendants, forming nested structures where small clades exist inside larger ones.
That's begging the question.
So that is going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight. Thank you to everyone.
I got a question. I got a dono with a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
$9.99 that was sent in by 55, asking a question for KungFuJoe, saying, do you understand? Have you ever seen the Tree of Life graphic single cell to now with emphasis on branch points of speciation?
Yeah, I've seen your monad like hell tree of Satan. I've seen that before. Yeah.
Holy crap, you're dumb.
I mean, that it's just made up, bro. It's just we drew it up, and it's, trust me, bro.
You literally just said that.
Trust me, bro, all the way down.
You're a fucking
zero science.
And we did have one more super chat on this side. Sorry, Leah Bobia said only one side is name calling and insulting here.
Yes, I'm perfectly okay with insulting the racist, homophobic, transphobic piece of garbage. Yes,
I don't
love
believe
doing
in.
that.
I don't
And I've
believe
provided lots
Michelle
of
Obama's
evidence.
an ape.
So be mad all you want. He's just being a
No.
racist, transphobe.
He's the one
homophobe.
who said
He's-
Michelle Obama was an ape. So
Yeah.
that's not
All
my
right,
worldview.
all right. So that's going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight. I want to say thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what allows me to keep bringing you the debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang for the open panel tonight?
No, I
Yeah,
gotta
I
head
can
out.
hang for a bit. Yeah, of course
Okay.
you do. You better run.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta fucking talk to the fucking troll
better
morons. You talk to the troll morons. I'm not
It's
gonna
alright,
waste my
it's
time.
alright,
Bro,
it's
I would
alright.
run too.
It's totally
Yeah.
fair. Totally
Yeah, it
fair.
turns out when you get yelled at
Yeah,
by
you
like
got
10,
cooked so
12
fucking
people.
bad.
Yeah, fucking
I get
douchebag.
it. I get it.
Oh,
It's
I've been
totally
in that
fair.
arena,
So,
bro.
Hold up
Trust
one
me.
second.
I'm in the arena right now. Fuck
All
off.
right, one sec.
Yeah, cook.
What's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next is I'm gonna roll the debate outro and song. It's gonna run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, whatever you need to do before the chaos open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just obviously come ready to question, debate, think. And if you're coming up to try and like troll, bring personal dramas, talk over everyone, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit it. All right. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Okay. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, go ahead and hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reasons battles. We got Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes for the chaos and chill.
Peace.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongues, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll bleed my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought's collision, forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in.
What up?
Yo.
Hi guys.
How's everyone doing?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I got a piece of shit mic.
What up,
Oh.
Teriak? Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Do you remember me from that which panel you were doing? No, it was Leith's channel. You were on Leith's channel.
Not. Yeah, I remember the panel, but not the face. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. It was when you were debating that Teriak. No, I'm sorry, that Mida guy. And then I came in on the open panel after, and I was like, "Hey, you guys want to pick on Teriak, but I'm an actual like Christian. I'm practicing like the faith. Like, why don't you ask me some questions?" And they were getting bodied by all like the metaphysical questions. I don't know if you remember that, but I remember you like nodding your head along, and that one guy, I asked him like, "What's the difference between an axiom and faith?" And he tried to say that they're fundamentally different somehow, and you're like, "No, dude, they're not. You can't confirm an axiom." Yeah, right.
I taught him
It's
everything.
the same
he
thing.
knows.
It's the same thing with this debate, because like I can say, for example, I have this theory, fellas, okay, that you always pick tails on a coin toss, and I've predicted like every single time there's an outcome, like we flip the coin 100 times, 50% of the time, like I'm predicting it correctly. So you should believe my theory that you should always pick tails. That's basically the whole evolution thing. So we make these predictions, but there's also random mutations that we can't predict, because by definition, random is unpredictable. And they want you to believe it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think he was very evasive and bad faith, and he wasn't really looking to defend his view. He just kind of wanted to filibuster on a bunch of irrelevant shit that had nothing to do with the questions I was
It's
asking.
physically impossible for Amender to answer a question.
It's fucking painful, dude. Like, I almost wish that I had someone who actually knew what the fuck they were talking about, so that we could just get through the questions more easily. But since he's so like sensitive and he gets triggered so easily, like he can't focus and he can't engage. He's a terrible debater.
Yeah, it's his whole kind. None of them they debate out of pathos.
That's true. He
So-
wouldn't even debate JS when he went and checked who JS was and looked at his channel. I forget what it was that he clicked on, but it was something about JS talking about the Epstein files. He's like, I'm not fucking debating this PDF file defender. What the fuck?
Well, he blocked me from his call-in show. I used to cook him on his little call-in show, and he blocked my number after a while. And he just like, well, I'm not going to talk to racists and stuff like that. When all I was doing was like asking him about his worldview and how morality can even exist. And I would ask him like why racism would be wrong. Like that last example I brought up with the chimpanzees. You saw how evasive he was? I'm like, dude, chimpanzees form groups and go to war with other chimpanzees over territory and resources. So if I do that as a human, I'm just working out evolution, right? Here's the here's the game of Risk. No, here's the Darwinian chessboard. Let's go, right? Here's Mud Hut builders versus what I got. What's going to happen? This is moral. This is a moral question. This is a moral. No, it's not, dude. There is no morality within your worldview. This happens every time. Every time I bring this up against the evolutionary proponent, they have to make a special pleading fallacy. Oh, humans are special somehow. Oh,
Yeah, they'd
gee,
have
are
to
you
make
the
an
Christian
argument.
now?
They'd have to make an argument for like personality disorders and psychopaths evolutionarily, and how it would be an evolutionary advantage.
They can't even say that the brain is working incorrectly. Like if someone was retarded, you couldn't say that the brain was working incorrectly, right?
Nope.
No, you can't. I had a question for Easy, since it's like the first time me being on your show, bro. Thanks for having me, by the way. You don't know me from Adam, but you brought me up. How would you, I don't mind any constructive criticism, but how would you judge the debate neutrally from your side? My performance and his performance. What's your kind of take on what?
So for me, I know if I was to give like Amender a critique, I would tell him to not get into, well, what about the biblical worldview? And that would actually kind of be my critique to you, is not let him steer you there, right? Because that's a lot of the time when it comes to these evolution debates, I find the pro-evolution side wants to attack the biblical worldview rather
it's not
than
even on the table.
the evolution worldview, right?
Every time.
That's one thing I would say, is anytime that gets brought up is to just like steer clear away from it. Right.
Yeah,
this is why at the beginning of my YouTube, people would ask me, because I had God's favorite written in as my like subtitle when I would debate people. And people would be like, "Oh, so are you Christian? What are you?" And I would just like say anything just to get away from that. Like I would say, "Oh yeah, I believe in there's gods," or "Yeah, I believe in there's a God," or I would just say random shit to get away from that. But then like someone like directly addressed me about it, and I'm not gonna deny Christ directly publicly like that. Right, so I had to. That's where it was actually one of my chatters that got it out of me.
Yeah,
he knew how to get it out of me. He's like, "So are you denying Christ?" And I was like,
"Yeah." So what about like my approach? Because I denied him that, right? I gave him an alternate theory. I could say, let's say it's neither. It's not my creation view at all, right? What if an alien came and did it? It would be the same thing. You would need to provide a symmetry breaker for what would falsify all that, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, like a good thing like I've done before is I've said something like, "Well, what if I just tell you that I'm actually immortal and I can go back in time and forward in time, and I've just been creating all these different things you're finding. Now, how do you falsify that?"
Yeah,
like that's a good way to do it so that they don't go to God.
Right.
Like that's where it'll always
you
go.
You could have a party, right? Like there's a party and there's all these different food items on the table, and they all have a different like poison in them. And then one guy eats something and he drops dead, right? And we're like, well, it could be this with the curare in it. And like, no, it's the shrimp over here. It's got, rat poison or whatever. But it's like, you don't know. How would you know which one killed him, right? You got to do an experiment. You got to investigate. You got to open them up, right? You got to test what's in there, compare it with the things that are in the food that night. He's not doing any of that. He's just saying, we know because we got a thing that looks like this thing.
That's because of science. Science.
It's not science. Yeah. No, science told me, bro. He tried to say it's well funded. Oh, and all the people believe. He made so many fallacies. It's crazy. He's like a fallacy generating machine.
I'm still waiting for his workaround when I asked him what's his workaround for the law of biogenesis. This is an actual scientific law, and life only comes from life. There's no amino soup that you can whip up and zap with 4,000 volts and
Well, that's
Get-
why a lot of evolution debaters will stay away from abiogenesis. Actually,
They
I've
don't
had a
want
lot
to.
of times where I'm setting up an evolution debate and they specifically say, I'm not
Yeah.
defending abiogenesis. So if they go into this, I'm not standing
Yet,
for
yet
it.
they
That's
want.
not what
Yet
I'm
they want to
arguing.
attack. Yet they want to attack another non-falsifiable and go straight for your religion. It's just. It makes me want to put people's faces through walls so hard, dude.
Yeah.
So hard.
I have an opinion, kind of, to throw at you guys. It would probably be more called acclamation than evolution. But there's two things I can hit on immediately. You've got the chimpanzees, okay, and you have the bonobos.
But you're just as genetically close to a chimpanzee as you are a pig.
No, you're missing. Let me finish my thought.
Yeah.
So, there was bonobos and chimpanzees were the same group. Okay, some kind of storm happened, whatever, whenever. A river literally separated the two groups, and the chimps adjusted to what they are now, which is extremely dangerous. And the bonobos went in exactly the opposite direction. They're extremely civilized and have it's incredible how close to human behavior the bonobos actually are. But they did come from the one single group. They just got split apart by a river. And then over however many years, one group went hardcore and the other group went in the other direction. But I don't think that that's evolution. I think that that's acclamation.
Or adaptation. That's what I was calling it.
I mean,
Adaptation.
we could see adaptation in the last 6,000 years of human migration in the Genome Project, where people switch completely different like phenotypes and skin colors, like Berber people or Ethiopians.
The Tibetans, the guys that can climb up and down Everest. All right, that would kill all five of us. That would kill.
They can't reproduce with people that ain't they kind. No, they like they physically can't. So
that's
like
great.
you run.
Yeah, I guess they're not humans anymore, huh?
Well, they're human. It's just that they have some weird blood thing going on.
Yeah, no, but from his worldview, he has these certain like barriers, right? Like, well, if you cross X, Y, and Z barrier, like with the previous, or the other kind or the other species or whatever, then you're a new species, right? So sometimes they'll say, hey, like this lizard evolved so that it evolved so that it can't reproduce with the previous form it came from when we put it on this island, see? And it's just like, yeah, but it's still a lizard. Like, that's already part of my worldview. Like, yeah, you could change different kinds. Like, there's different kind of dogs, there's different kind of people, there's different kind of lizards. Some of them can't procreate with each other, right? That doesn't make them not the thing they are.
There's even scientists that say like the proto-humans couldn't reproduce with each other, like Neanderthals and Denisovians.
Yeah, that's what they say, that there was a bunch of different competing apes on the earth, and one came out on top, right? But that's not moral when us modern humans do it. That's not right. Evolution's no longer right under his worldview when we keep trying to work ourselves out.
Well,
just real quick, sorry to interrupt. I want to answer something to Josh in the chat. I was typing it out and I fucking hate typing a big fucking thing out. So what happens is, a lot of the time, Josh, evolution debates have been my most canceled debates that I've scheduled since Swords of Reason started, because a lot of the times what's happening is the person who is denying evolution also denies the first part of that chain, which is abiogenesis, right? So when they go into a debate just on evolution, if they don't challenge abiogenesis as well, it seems like they're granting them the hardest part of the chain that leads to evolution, because without the abiogenesis, the evolution can't happen. So that's why a lot of the times they'll go into this, they'll say, yes, we're going to do it. But then the pro evolution side says, I just want to make sure you know, I'm not going to defend abiogenesis, only sticking to evolution. And then the theist side or the creationist side will say, well, I'm not going to grant them abiogenesis. I'm going to question how we even got to evolution. So then they end up canceling the debate because, you know, one's
well, it becomes an Ouroboros. It's not, it's
so
not
like
fair.
the whole thing is they just feel like they're granting the hardest part of that link, because abiogenesis and evolution are a chained event, right? Where you have to have the abiogenesis to have the evolution. So that's why they won't grant.
And
that.
they'll source it though. They'll source it. They'll be like, yeah, we came from this fucking tube worm out of the soup. And it's like, okay, so then how did the soup start? Well, no, I'm not going to answer that. And that's bullshit.
Right. You keep I didn't say I was going to debate abiogenesis. So it's like you have
and
to.
And that's why I brought up with you, Kung Fu. I was like, as long as you're not invoking the biblical worldview for your challenge to their worldview, he doesn't have, you don't have to defend it. That's perfectly
right. All I'm trying to present to him is that there are alternative like explanations, and he needs to find, he's trying to think that his explanation is the only game in town and that's why it stands, but that's not true, right? You could create a bunch of different, just like the poison example I brought up earlier.
You could do a simulation.
You can have the evolution debate without talking about abiogenesis. This is true, but a lot of people who are debating against evolution won't do just that, because again, they feel like they're granting them something that's the hardest fucking part, is where these species originated, right? So like they're not gonna grant them that. That's the whole thing. Even if you like, I agree with what Josh is saying. You don't have to bring up abiogenesis to challenge evolution, but a lot of people are going to bring that up and won't grant it whatsoever. Like they just won't have the debate if you don't let them challenge it.
There are still like funny ways that you could get them to like spurg out in that trap, right? Like you could just say like, so, you know, you agree that evolution and random mutations over time creates populations, right? So you would need to you would need to say that evolution created populations, and then they're like, no, that's abiogenesis, right? And they start spurging out.
Right. I like your
you already know how to do that. That's where you go with it. That's how
I like your forms argument
right there.
The forms argument, which one?
When you just, he saw it coming, which is why he cartwheeled quickly out of it. But you know, how many forms between the bear and the whale or whatever? And
he's like 7, and I'm like, really? 7?
Show me.
Yeah, he ran from that real quick. Yeah, at that point, when I knew that he was just going to like answer in bad faith or not answer at all, I just took the opportunity to poke fun at him. That's why I was like, oh, so there's like as many forms between them as there are genders.
Yeah, it makes it opens up too many cans of worms, and that's why the left in its magical thinking argues from pathos, and the second you get close to pinning them in something, they flip over the game board table and make these emotional appeals through ad hoc, or you know, you're a pedophile or a racist or whatever.
Well, that's why they tell you as a Christian you shouldn't lie, right? Because lying is a trap. If you try to live on a lie, you got to build other things to support the lie, right? So you don't have enough lies to cover for the original one. You got to keep infinitely making them up, because your opponent like is going to keep having more questions for each answer you give.
Well, this is why there's different, you'll notice different strategies to different worldviews in like debate style. There's no coincidence that Amender behaves just like Sakar, just like any of Destiny, any of them. It's all the same person. It's all the same archetype.
Yeah.
And that's because of that whole pathos thing. The right, we argue out of ethos and logos, if you're more libertarian minded. And what ends up happening is this is also why like the right can't riot. If you look at like Alinsky's rules for radicals, that's literally their pathological playbook against your ethos.
Yeah.
I want to change the subject really quick. I'm going to
It's actually kind of deep. And it gets like go ahead.
You guys all believe
I've been wondering this whole time why my StreamYard looked a little fucking weird. My StreamYard camera. I was like, something's off. It's because I was mirroring the image from my fucking OBS to StreamYard, so everything was backwards just now. I was wondering this whole time why it looked weird.
I was like, man, he's muted
Sorry.
himself in the middle of my spiel, and I was like, man, you disagree that hard, Easy? Damn, say something.
No, I was so confused. I'm like I keep looking back and forth, and I'm like, something's off here. This ain't right. That's why my wrong side of my face was showing.
I thought it was like ethos. What's this nigga talking about? Shit, ethos.
Sorry, premonition. You were about to say something there.
Yeah, I was just gonna go somewhere because you guys everybody agrees that there was a Pangea, right?
No.
No.
No?
Nah, that's just a story.
None of you.
As far as like the genetics are concerned, for me, I can go back about 6,000 years and see, okay, yeah, then maybe they're onto something. And then it all gets fucking Willy Wonka to me.
Okay. You guys all know what Pangea is, obviously.
Yeah. It's the supercontinent that was surrounded by the soup.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And it's split apart. I mean, if you look at the land masses between the Atlantic Ocean all the way up, it fits together. If you were to move it back together again, it would fit perfectly back together, just like a puzzle. Now,
yeah, it's almost like this thing was made by a perfect craftsman.
So, did you guys know? I'm sure you know this, but there were rhinoceros in the Americas, North America. And
Maybe
there were rhinoceros. There were, past tense, rhinoceros in North America, and there are, and sadly going extinct, rhinoceros in Africa. The deleted rhinoceros group in North America, they believe were killed out by the one of the Yellowstone eruptions. Okay, they got covered, but they've got their remains. They've found their remains. So, if you didn't have a Pangea, if you didn't have a singular landmass, how did you get rhinoceros on both land masses?
I hate doing it, but can I answer a question with a question?
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna go down the wormhole into the whole simulation theory stuff, right?
Okay.
Say you are in some kind of techno simulation.
Talking like a holographic universe thing?
Yeah, just maybe your whatever God is this programmer, and you're in this simulation.
That's what AI is determining is, go ahead.
Whatever. Yeah. But do you think it would be better on the simulation if there's some kind of like logical symmetry to everything, even if there's no construct for it?
For me, order is always better than chaos.
Yeah. So things to keep the symmetry going, you make things kind of blend into each other.
Oh, I get it. I get what you're saying. So there was spontaneously, and I'm not saying this sarcastically.
Yeah.
So you're saying that spontaneously rhinoceros occurred
The whole simulation boots
punishment.
up and it's in full play mode, roughly 6,000 years ago, let's say, right?
Okay.
And nothing before this 6,000 year simulation existed or was in existence. You know, from a new player 6,000 years into the storyline, you know, it would just seem from my perspective that it would make sense to build in serious symmetries. That way things kind of make sense. Logic, logos.
I'll ponder that. I will ponder that. As I've mentioned to you guys before, it takes me.
But the point of the simulation is not to get bogged down on the meta in the code,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak, is it is to win the game. That is extra life. I don't know. I'm just curious what people say to that. That's all.
Mm-hmm. You do believe, though, that the land masses have moved, right? You guys all.
Oh yeah, plate tectonics are a real thing. Like there has to be a code in the program. The clock has to tick. The system has to run.
Right.
Yeah, like things shift around. That's why I was trying to explain to Amender that, like, oh, just because we find something in one layer of ground doesn't mean it absolutely only existed in like a certain time period, because that's not like really falsifiable. We found dinosaur bones, supposedly dinosaur bones. He couldn't prove the difference between dinosaurs and dragons. He wanted to run away from that like comparison like really quick, but we found them close to the surface. And it's like, okay, if we could find supposedly ancient things close to the surface and you could make a fossil in 2 weeks, he didn't even know that. He realized that in real time. And he was like, oh shit, bro, I'm cooked. Like that, his whole theory falls apart.
It's very Protestant. You're trying to marry in the atheist case, you're trying to marry metaphysics to science. And then you'll notice how they always put some sort of a moral feature on it. And if it's just pure science, then why is this morality coming in? Because, you know, the what are they called?
Yeah.
Prairie mantis, you know, mid-coitus will eat its mate's head off.
Right. Right. Well, he kept bringing like morality into it. And I'm like, bro, I didn't say anything about morality. I'm just asking you if you agree. You know,
competing male lions. Competing male lions don't just dispatch the enemy. They eat their testicles and let them bleed out slowly and maul them periodically and torture them to death.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't want to admit that evolution is like purely survival of the fittest.
So what's the angle with that? Whereas like a religious argument, as unpopular as they can be, would be this is a product of the fall of man.
Oh,
like
sure.
It contaminated all of creation.
Yeah.
And that's why lions eat the testicles off of competing male lions and torture them to death.
Right. Yeah, it was pre-fall and post-fall natures changing due to the original or the inherited sin. Yeah.
Something like that. I'm not a priest, so I'm not going to speak on it.
Oh, me neither. I'm new, but I'm in the learning phase. So these are kind of concepts that I'm learning right now, and they're still kind of like fresh in my mind.
But it's you know, there are many arguments. You can do the simulation thing. You can do the religion, the myriad of religious things. You could do the nihilist. You could even go the other way and do the nihilist thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
Teriak, you're real quiet over there. Teriak, you want to say something before I might bow out in a bit, guys. But I want to hear like a final thought maybe from Teriak over there before I bounce.
Yeah, so the way I view it is like you can observe like empirically like the phenomenon of demoralization. And this is something like that even the atheists cannot deny. There's certain actions that are either done to you or that you do that will decrease your will to live, that you'll literally like self-delete eventually. It gets to that stage. Right. So if demoralization exists, that necessitates that moralization must exist. Ergo, there are actions that you do or are done to you that increase your will to live. And that's the way they should be viewing morality, but that would mean that morality is objective, and then they can't be going around cutting off kids' genitals or killing babies in the womb and all this kind of shit. All of a sudden, they'll realize, oh shit, I actually am a demon.
Well put.
You know, Speak, you've got you've got a growing following, you know, but you have got the smartest people that come in here and talk. I mean, I know everybody is welcome, but you have an exceptionally high IQ group of people.
I don't know about first Amender though.
I'm pretty tarded.
I felt so bad. And I know he's just a little boy. Well, I'm very old. Okay, so I mean, I'm old enough to be all of your mothers. Anyway, but
not mine.
What I'm so sorry, and I don't usually get superficial at all. But could you might suggest to him to rework that hair? I don't know what was going on with that. And I felt bad because when I saw him, because the last time I saw him, he just looked normal, and then he had the new hairdo, which was. But again, he's a kid.
He's been rocking headbands a lot lately.
He's like I said, he's twink maxing.
He's very young.
When he turned his head to the side, he looked like Zurg from The Fifth Element with the comb over.
He's finding himself. He'll find a happy balance, and you know. And if he's listening, you know, it'll look really good. Keep working on it, buddy. It's a work in progress. But anyway, Speak, you've got, if you listen to the terminologies used by the people that you bring in here, it is just a friggin' smart, man. They're all smart.
I'm just a dumb Christian, right? I just know like rudimentary philosophy, rudimentary science, right? I'm just the dumb sky daddy believer, like he showed. But you know, like I thought I did okay with my rudimentary like understanding of things versus his supposedly overconfident like belief in evolution that he couldn't explain.
It's funny though, because like so much of even evolution comes from like religious Protestants, and like just the whole most of the sciences and technologies we take for granted were invented by incredibly religious people. I mean, hell, Vatican has a telescope that they named Lucifer, and they're the originators of the Big Bang Theory. Like, it was a Jesuit priest that came up using Lucifer with Big Bang.
Oh my God! There's a problem with the Big Bang Theory now. Now they're trying to run from it and say that the universe just infinitely existed because the Big Bang necessitates like a first cause.
No. What the AI is saying now, just like Einstein, it's built. There's a creator. Even AI is saying that now. These quantum chips they've got are saying that there is a creator, and each genius scientist ends up spending his whole life, and then he circles back to there is a creator. They all circle back to that, you know. Yeah. And when people say the terminology, utilize the terminology "sky daddy" when they say that
I hate it. It's stupid, but you know, I like to use it on them. Yeah.
Because Christians are the only religion that you can make fun of and get away with it.
Yeah, and true.
It's really offensive. And I'm just new too. My son is teaching me orthodoxy. Okay, so nice. I was drug out of the scientific aspect of belief into orthodoxy, and he's teaching me.
A premonition. Back in my Pratt days of trying to like what do you call it, synthesize religion with science, what used to keep me up at night was George Washington died without never knowing dinosaurs existed. That used to really fuck with me. And since, learning how to not give a fuck and appreciating the Lord harder, it's a paradox.
Yeah.
The mystery of creation becomes actually way more meaningful than some big bang, or you're on a rock with a little bit of water on it in a vacuum orbiting a ball of gas that's on fire.
Lightning struck the rock and made light all of a sudden. Yeah, lightning strikes the water. Yeah,
because then your whole purpose of existence is to pay taxes and go
no
to work.
Purpose. Actually, they can't say there's an actual purpose to life.
Well, they try. That's part of that morality input. Then, where there has to be a purpose that they say, like the nihilist says, there is no purpose. Yet, how many of these people are complete and utter nihilists that are out here, keeping up with the Joneses?
Yeah, it's like, was there a purpose of you saying that? Right? It seems like a contradiction.
Exactly.
But anyways, guys, Easy again. Thank you for having me on, bro. I'm gonna bounce and go have some dinner with the fam.
All right.
Thanks, guys, for coming on. And yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to if you got any other opponents for me, whether it be like evolution, like theism versus atheism, or something like feminism, anything like that. You just let me know. I'm looking.
Yeah, I got plenty of debates like that, so I'll definitely
Well,
hit
and
you
you
up for
also
more.
just have to come in. You have to come in here now. You are required to come now.
Your
I'm a
princess,
fan
you're
of
the
the
gang.
show. I've been
One
watching.
of us.
I've been watching.
Two
Like
One of
us.
I
us.
was friends with
One of us. Aw.
Leith Waterkai. I think Easy knows him. We debated each other. We had like kind of like a knockdown, drag out debate against each other, and then we ended up forming like a kind of a friendship. Like we respect each other, even though we come from completely like opposite worldviews. And then, he brought me into like Wix server where I fought like everybody there. I would do like 10v1 discords and stuff like that. And then I met people like Steelborn, like Eli, Teriak more recently. And yeah, me and Eli did a 2v2 debate before, and I see them on this channel a lot. So yeah, I've been a fan of what you got going here, Easy.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate it.
Well, come into verbal
guys.
combat. And have you met up with Avarice yet?
Probably no. I'm brand new. This is my first time here, but I'm only
Okay.
available like on Mondays, Fridays, sometimes Sundays.
Well, every Friday night I do a show called Verbal Combat, and it's an open panel blood sport debate show. It has
It's
like
fun.
usually a theme for the night, like politics, relationship, whatever. And then
Yeah.
like
It's a lot of people.
it's an elimination type, like a debate bracket, and then
Cool.
at the end, you can win $150, a custom verbal combat character, promotion on every stream I do, all that.
Nice. Yeah, if you got a topic going that it's in my wheelhouse, I'll definitely jump on if I see you guys.
Yeah, man. Check it out.
No, we expect to see you. You're
All
expected.
right. All right. Well, I'll make it happen then. All right. You guys have a good night. Take care.
See you Friday.
Have a good one, Joe.
See ya.
He's
But
nice.
even if you take that new theory where it's like, oh, the universe was always infinite and all this kind of stuff, like if this is an infinite simulation, that simulation must necessarily have an infinite power source, and if that power source is infinite, that would be supreme being. There is no escaping this. I mean, unless you want to plunge into nihilism, which, like I said, you're just demoralizing yourself at that stage.
That's where atheism gets weird to me, because they always have this weird backdoor. Well, I'm not saying there isn't a God, and they kind of roll into agnosticism or the whole like Buddhist thing. There's a God, but there is no God. It's like, what? Sorry.
It's like a lie that they have to keep reinforcing to themselves. But like that's why I say that like I'm on the warpath versus atheists. Well, atheism specifically. Keep slapping them until they eventually find their way back. You know what I mean? Because like fundamentally, like when you see like the rise of like Andrew Wilson, for example, like he's using like secular arguments, but he's basing and grounding it in God, and that to me is the difference that you're seeing. Like especially like with like Destiny won't even debate him anymore. Like that's the disadvantage to be like being a good debater, is that like people just won't want to debate you because they start to run. You know what I mean? And this is like the unescapable fact of the universe, that there has to be some sort of supreme being or God at play.
Well, that, and it's like demonic nihilism in the sense of they have the whole there is no God and I hate him kind of thing going on. So it's like, if there is a God, then he's this evil, wicked thing because baby get cancer or whatever, you know, insert horrific tragedy, or just the very problem of evil itself.
100%.
And that's why they jump on that whole Lucifer spirit thing to, you know,
100%. And that's why they jump on that whole Lucifer spirit thing.
You got yours playing still.
You know, they jump on the Lucifer spirit thing where, you know, he's this Aleister Crowley fallen good guy, Prometheus archetype. It's just trying to give you fire, bro. And it's like, I like him more when you were an atheist.
I think Destiny, even though I maybe looked at him twice for 30 seconds, I think that guy's fading. He's old news. It's been the same show too many times, I think, for him.
Well, it's a narrow beam, and his audience doesn't tolerate too much divergence of thought.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can only hear.
You
can only listen to the same thing so many times.
Good evening.
Get off path, they flip out. It's like we all disagree.
Welcome in.
Hey, I feel like it's divine intervention that you gentlemen are speaking on this topic, subject matter, because I'm noticing a lot of people that, like Teriak said, can't debate someone on logic or reason, so they dilute to insults about family, or we have the destinies of the world that just reduce all arguments to preference, but it's really their own preference. Because like you said, Teriak, Andrew isn't arguing his preferences or opinion or what he deems better than because he deems it. It's a system above us, and we're too selfish as a species to admit it. But luckily, we have logic.
Well, when you
I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick while you guys talk about that real quick. But I just actually I got a notification from my music distributor. I didn't even realize today is officially 3 years since I released the Sincerely James Pacheco album. It's the only actual album I ever released when I was doing music. Well, I have a mixtape that I did before that where people have the physical copy, but when I actually started distributing the music to all the different platforms, 3 years officially is today that I released that album. I was like, oh shit, damn, 3 years that fast? It feels like it was just fucking last year or something. But anyways, I gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back.
The time accelerates faster. Easy. So
congratulations.
Cheers.
No, the logos though, that when you're arguing from logic, you have to have the ability to put yourself out of your preference or emotions, because it's just not like it defeats the whole logos.
Well, like coming from a liberal perspective, like as a liberal, how can I argue with Andrew if Andrew's not giving me his opinion on the matter, right? So it's almost like they're arguing against the machine. A sleek, sharp-edged, dangerous machine that we appeal to. That's above our preferences. So, I mean, it's an unstoppable force. But
well, it shuts down a lot of pathos arguments, because the reason why they want to get to your preference is so that they can attack you. That's their window in. Oh, you believe that women should stay at home and be housewives? Well, you're a pig. That kind of thing.
It's more like whether my wife wants to work or not. I want to have dinner done by 7.
That just goes with the pathos arguments, because you're trying to make somebody, you're trying to get to their feelings. It's like Aristotle says, you want to use all three. You want to use logos as your core. You want to pad that with ethic, and then you sprinkle on the pathos as sprinkles.
You know why I'm not a very good debater? I'll say this really quick. I noticed this. I cannot. Okay, when we pick, okay, I'll take this side, I'll take that side. It is impossible for me to debate something I don't believe in. So
what about things you're not sure about, though? Like, what if is there anything that you're like kind of on the fence about, and it's
I could debate that, but I would very likely lose the debate if somebody, because I have to ponder, and then if someone gives me a good logical reason as to why that's a better idea, I'll come right over to their side and completely lose the debate. But I cannot debate on something I don't believe in. It's impossible. I can't do it.
Well, I would say you should try it, like doing a little devil's advocacy work from time to time. It'll sharpen your rhetoric, and by understanding how you would attack the thing, it gives you greater insight in your own thing, especially if you're debating in something that you believe in. So,
I really have to work on it. I mean, I always will lose verbal combat, but it's because I cannot. And the last guy, the old guy, when I debated him, and I shouldn't have chosen the subject matter. And he got on there and he said that one simple thing, and he blew me out of the water of the first sentence. He said, be fruitful and multiply.
Oh,
and
dang.
And it was like, okay, I just lost the debate. Yeah,
gotcha. No, but if I can, as an amateur debater, like I'm new to the whole rigmarole. Ask Teriak, he's decimated me countless times. I find that I'm here to convince some of the viewers to think about my side, to think about my argument. And so it's not really about me winning or losing, that I offer someone thought provocation with my argument. That's how I see it. Because I'm not winning any debate.
Yeah, in doing that, you have to speak slowly. Hi, Master Sheriff.
Slowly.
I think I'm the most amateur debater probably on this panel right now. But in the first one I did, I actually think I won up on here, or maybe like the second one, and I took the side I didn't believe in, just so I could kind of harness my skills. And pretty sure that's the one I actually wound up coming on top. And I was like, how'd that just happen?
I can't debate anyone I like or agree with. I have to despise you, or like one of your videos piss me off, and then I can just debate you, no holds bar.
Yeah, that's kind of. I've heard like UFC fighters, some of them are that same way. That
Teriak, can you piss me off, please?
They can't be bros afterward.
Well, going back to your point, Gio, like in terms of the like the way a lot of the lefties argue, and it's like all opinion based on the stuff. When you look at the likes of Plato, he has like the 5 stages of not only like the societal decay, but also like the individual's decay. It's like the same pattern that emerges. Like the soul is basically being eroded. And at the very top, you have aristocracy, which is like the philosopher kings, which basically just means it's reason above all. If there's not sound reasoning to like the argument, then it's rejected. Then it goes to democracy, where it's like about honor and like prestige and all this kind of stuff. Then it goes to oligarchy, where it's all about money. Then it goes to democracy, where it's all about popularity, which is basically where we're at, like at least America's at. And then it goes to tyranny, right? And the tyrant's argument is just simply like, because I said so. And it's like, that's why you see like all these lefties, like it's just pure subjectivity. My opinion is what's right, and that's how they argue, rather than actually imploring reason. You know what I mean? But you can actually tell where someone's at in terms of that spectrum if they do it just for the bag, make that bag like they're basically an oligarch. You know what I mean? If they're talking about like democracy and like popular, like what's popular and all this kind of stuff, the whole like ad populum fallacy. They're a Democrat, or they're only interested in democracy on the stuff. But once you kind of like recognize the scale, then you can start orientating yourself towards the top.
Well, and so for Geo, because I had a question about what you originally said about debating Andrew, is that you're not actually debating his opinions, you're debating like the machine that he like gets them from. Is that what you?
Yeah.
Really...
So yeah, because if it's a standard that's unchanging, then it's not his creation, right? Like he's appealing to a higher authority. And for us Christians, it's God, right? Because we accept our finite understanding.
Well, yeah.
Well, at the what you call it, the secular level, Andrew, before he even takes it to the higher level, he keeps it in the human metaphysical realm of just violence being the supreme authority.
Force.
He's a big proponent of force doctrine. That's kind of an absolutist telos. That's where it's Aristotle, back to Aristotle again. It's those three forms, and they're, like Teriak was saying, there's a positive form and a degenerated form.
Well, I'm pro capital punishment and a bit of an aggressive pro-lifer. So I guess like in the realm of like, I see a different color of justice than the modern day.
Well, it's more absolutist. It's more driven by ethic and logic than it is your vibe and feel on the pathos side. Because each one of these three telos makes that rhetorical appeal. The left, in its positive form, it's more of a polity, a polis. It's like the work the church used to do. And in its degenerated form, it's democracy. And all of its appeals are based on pathos, on the vibe, on the feel. The individualist telos, the aristocracy or the oligarchy in its degenerated form, it's motivated by logos. It's counting the beans. That don't make sense. We're not going to be able to ship that oil.
I just want to say too, I just realized on there it said member for 32 months. Shout out to Frankie, a legend. Fucking legend. 30.
Protect him at all costs.
Sheesh.
I remember the first time I heard Andrew Wilson debate. I don't know. This is wild. No, I want to say a year and a half ago, and I heard they like rights don't exist, and I'm like, what are you talking about? My rights come from God, And then like after like 5 minutes, I'm like, okay, he's right. It's the first time I've ever listened to somebody and they just changed my train of thought that fast. Everything comes down to force. It's just crazy.
I think it really depends on what was the first video that you saw. Because for me, it was Matt Dillahunty running from a room. That was the first instance that I received of all you guys. This wonderful, speakeasy, crucible, rattlesnake, noir, cool Vic community. Like, you guys definitely shifted my life. I'm a great salesman because of you guys, So I find that the culture of debating is not only critical to our future, but to our own betterment, Just thank you guys, honestly. All of y'all.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want the credit, but they just keep giving it to me.
Everyone but Teriak. I'm just fucking with you. My guy.
Where is this? I'm trying to show you guys one that's like maybe a really old one that you guys probably saw. And because Andrew and Yurdite went at each other so much, we didn't really, the rest of us didn't get to really say too much. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. Why can't I find? Oh, look at this. Andrew has a clip from it. That's hilarious. Okay, I'll just show you that. There. Present this. All right, look at this. So this. You can barely see me there in the corner here.
So this to the United States
was like not too long after I had like
everywhere I looked, this was the case.
With them a little
Which shows
bit.
again the benevolent
This
nature.
was a panel that Tom Foolery had, and he was gonna do this like show where you have like I forget what the theme of it was. It was like a Western theme where you could like choose to duel with one of the people on the panel at any moment. So it would be like only you two for a couple minutes, if anything, like shit like that, right? But like this was like this was one of the. I remember like Andrew was really picking up traction at this time. And a lot of people probably don't even realize I was on this fucking live with him because
OG.
I didn't get to say too much because like I said, it was mostly not so Erudite and Andrew going at each other. It was a pretty good matchup. It was pretty good.
What's that one guy's name that he was on that panel? Nose. His unique nose and his face is always close to the camera.
Oh, Alex.
Okay. I've never spoken to him on a panel, never met the guy, but I've been preparing for the past 5 years to debate this guy. Because he was on a whole different type of red pill, like swing, to where he just accepted any degeneracy, divorce is okay, you know, why get married, why be a good guy, you know? Girls are too pretty.
He's a pickup artist, right? So that's what he
like mixed out shit.
This guy was the original Andrew Tate, okay? Full face on camera, all of it.
Yeah, he was the does the.
This is how men walk. This is where your shoulders should be. You know,
like pickup artist, how to text people, how to use Tinder to get dates, all that shit. He does that type of thing.
Oh, respect.
Nah, I don't respect that.
No,
okay, fuck that guy.
That's a great gift, though. Jesus.
I mean, teaching men how to be able to have conversations with women is one thing. Teaching them how to manipulate women into thinking they're some like fucking alpha, that's goofy.
No, Speak. You help me to talk to people. You help me be more disagreeable, argue for a better salary, be better in sales with my argumentation. He sells dreams that you can only see with your eyes closed.
Yeah. To think that one trick is going to work on all women is just insane.
Yeah, if you just talk this way, you get all the baddies. And it's weird too. He'll like post. He'll post like texts that he had with some girl the next night, like, "Oh, that was a great night" or some shit like that. I'm like, you're just like exposing all these chicks' texts, and this is like his show that it works, right? And I don't know. To me, it's a little weird, you know.
ChatGPT, your name is Melissa. We had a date last night. Respond.
Just weird, yeah. It's odd.
Who are you guys talking about?
Alex playing with fire.
Oh, don't know him.
That was when I discovered Andrew, as I remember coming across one of those.
Here, let me see
It
if that
he was a mod.
Gio, try talking now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
I think my first experience with
I had to give you a reset your mic settings so that because there was some static coming in there. I don't know.
Oh, my fault.
No, you're good.
It's 420. But Alex was a channel that I found a lot of others that Speak was on, Andrew, Destiny, a lot of debaters that were from the gaming community, others from pop culture that kind of came together and yell at each other, right? So Alex for a while was a good moderator, kind of like what Speak is, but then Alex, I don't know, he got too involved and he
liked the drama shit.
Mm-hmm.
He liked the drama shit, and when that's, I don't know if you know about that, but like when there was a big hate Andrew train going on, he decided to hop onto it, right? And that Andrew is somebody who is nothing but respectful to him. He's so that's what happens with a lot of these people, though. They get some numbers from drama. And they realize, oh, I'm gonna get people to come here and pay me to like talk shit about certain people. So then they continue to do it, right?
That's been happening to you, Speak.
Oh fuck, yeah, it's been happening to me since I've started YouTube.
No, one thing surprised me. Speak. Grid shocked me.
Yeah, well, Grid.
He shocked me, bro.
I've seen him. It's only coming out
years.
about Grid recently, like. Grid was doing this a lot for like a whole year. He was going on, but he never like brought up my kids into it. And he would just like talk shit, like say he doesn't like me, says he thinks I'm a fake Christian and shit like this. Right. But he was doing that for like a whole fucking year. But then he decided to go on a fucking panel and start saying I'm a deadbeat dad. I don't care about my kids, this and that. So
well, I hope Vic recorded it, bro. But
yeah, fuck you.
Like
dude.
I went to a panel he was on. I forgot the guy's name. Trippy's his name.
Yeah.
I was on a panel 2 days ago, and I asked him plainly. I was like, "Look, what would I have to tell you, Grid, for you to bring up my son? What would I have to do in a debate with you for my son to be a part of the conversation?" And he literally had no response. Yeah, nothing to say except, "Oh, I just know that it's not bad to talk about deadbeat, da da da." I'm like, brother, what are you talking about? Like, what did he say? How did this come about? Oh, I just know I got documentation. I'm like, documentation? Like, who are you, my guy?
Yeah, where'd you get documentation of some other guy?
It's just weird energy that, like, that's someone you don't want to talk to. You trust a snake to bite you, and you trust a thief to steal from you, you know?
I think these people are covert, I think these people are covert haters, right? And then when they realize they might be able to get clicks off it, they're not so covert about it anymore.
Right. Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah.
Well, just on the outside looking in, it's like, what would that even matter? Not him talking shit about your kids, but like, if he was, what would the or let's say you are a deadbeat dad, or let's say anybody's a deadbeat dad, what would that even have to do with the argument of whatever the topic is?
Well, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. They just do it to try and to like ruin my credibility and say like people are supporting a deadbeat. It's a way to try and take away support. That's all that is.
It's a pathos woman argument.
That's literally all that is. They're jealous that they don't have people supporters the way I have supporters,
and he's absolutely right.
That away and get it for themselves. Yeah,
he's right because Andrew will come here, and Andrew has one time spoken to a guy named Vic, cool Vic, real great creator. You know, not as big, right? And literally, Grid accused Vic of reporting OG's channel, and that's what began my entire investigation on Grid. That's how I got involved. I'm like, wait a minute,
he accused me of reporting a channel of a chick who literally told people they could pay to say the N-word and the F slur. And I'm the reason her video got taken down. She allowed people to say the word over and over again. And I'm the reason she got taken down. What?
Oh, it's just only live online, right? No big deal.
YouTube has bots that if you're fucking sitting here just spamming N-words and F slurs, they're going to take you down. What are you talking about?
Wow. You got to have it hard for all that.
They just really couldn't fabricate. Any of them could not fabricate one criticism that would make me say, you know what? That would make me also dislike Speakeasy. Because I don't know Speakeasy's worldview. I don't know him from a can of paint. So I was asking genuinely, okay, I don't know him that well. Y'all do. What's the issue? Nah, he's just a piece of shit. Everything he says, all the guru stuff, it's not real. I'm like, what does he say? His music? Is his poetry? Like, it's a parable. It's music is not literal word. I don't know. You have fans that hate you.
And I was like,
fans that hate you.
Like they're fans that hate you, bro. They know everything but nothing about you.
Well, it's hate watch, right? There's a lot of hate watchers. That's why they never
shaved. He shaved, guys. Look, his beard was longer. I know it.
Yeah,
he shaved.
That's all it is. That stupid type of shit.
You know what? I've got to interject here again.
Good work, brother.
It's so strange for me. Trench, I think you're a slightly bit older than the rest of these guys. You might be a little. I know I'm still old enough to be your mother, but
not quite. But you're almost there. Maybe
you guys might have recollections. Some of you maybe have recollections of this. What blew my mind, and what I cannot comprehend.
Show me your mouth, Joseph. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I was going to bring that up. Thanks.
When this thing occurred with Speak the other couple weeks ago, and he brought that out, and I was listening to these men talking about other men. Do you guys understand? I don't know if you guys understand. I'm in my 60s. So the what I was hearing was women from the 70s, women used to talk like that about each other and be catty and whatever, but not fist fight or anything like that. But and gossip and each other's business. And now I'm watching, and I was shocked, and I'm still very shocked.
Well, if I can explain in a 37-year-old, so as a 37-year-old, right? A lot of us were raised in a Modern Warfare 2 generation. Back in the day, we would hop on our games with our little headsets that our parents bought us and talk like sailors. And we weren't near the other person, so all we could do was talk. And now we're on YouTube and Discord and TikTok, and we're still not near in proximity, so we still talk the way we talk. The question is, madam, if they were in the same room, would they speak the same way? Would they approach me the same way?
No, they'd get beaten to death.
Exactly. So it's the comfort of lack of proximity that makes a man feel like Mike Tyson with words.
The thing
that
is,
3 generations of single mothers is so there isn't a feminizing going on.
Mm-hmm.
right,
Yeah, that too.
As you guys know, I am staunchly anti-feminist, but it is so
I couldn't tell. Wow.
embarrassing. It is so embarrassing for me to watch men talking like what I remember women talking like, because I don't talk to anybody. And then the stalking aspect of it, where these guys are saying, well, we've got the paperwork from your course. And it's like, what? Are you guys insane?
Why is my mom yelling at me right now?
I
What's
would
happening?
be in court so fast if someone, what they're saying to him, what they're saying to you, Speak, is so illegal.
Don't talk about it. Let him get paid.
Oh, don't worry. They've done nothing but help me legally. That's for sure. Yeah.
But it's,
I may have a clip.
That's why, they think they're doing
credits.
some hurtful thing by doing all this. All you doing is making my case stronger. I'm not gonna they keep trying to You heard Grid the other day when I said when he said, "Oh, can you show me that proof?" No, what fucking proof I gotta show? Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, who are you? I don't even know you.
Where are you? Some
It's
judge?
his duty. Speak. You don't understand. Speak. Speak. Let me speak to you in his octave. It is his civil duty to speak to women online how great of a man he is. Because he tells us all the time about his divorces and the years of love and energy he spent on the wrong women, but he was blessed with a good woman, and he has kids and they're all grown, and it's his duty to be the pinnacle of goodness of what men should be. And when men like Geoverse and the speakeasies and the Vics of the YouTubes and interwebs get more attention than him, well, hey, that's not okay, because you're shifting the paradox of what a good man is. Speak. How dare you? Grid's a good guy. Not you, Speak.
Gio.
Come on,
It's the same reason when I hear the stories about DebateCon, when it's like the group of people that actually go there, they all end up having beers and bullshit and hanging out at the after parties and doing that kind of thing, where it's like if you had everybody for the most part, if you got a majority of the verbal combat crew in the same vicinity, they'd all actually genuinely be able to hang out with each other.
Oh no,
resorting to
I would fight Breakfast Taco.
But there's a couple. Yeah, I'm not going to say there's not a couple that wouldn't end up, getting into it. But for the most part, I think they would. There's the different vibe between those sides.
Bro, even most of these people, Rowdy, that talk like this to me won't talk like this to me in person. They wouldn't even look at me in the same fucking grocery store.
All they would say is, dude, we got so many views,
that's
man.
My point. You know what's gonna happen?
We got so many views, brother.
You what's gonna happen? You remember, I told Good, if you talk like this in my face, I'm gonna slap you in yours, right? What's going to happen is he's going to say, yeah, bro, we shouldn't do this. And he's going to reach for a handshake. That's what's going to happen. There's no fucking world where Grid says this to my face.
You won't go live.
It just doesn't happen that way.
Right, or just runs up. Yeah.
You won't go live, Speak, in that moment.
I won't
for
go
our
live.
pleasure.
I might be live already. What do you mean?
Please. That'll be the clip of the year, bro. Hey, Speak, come on, man. We got good views. I want to work with you, The debate panels, the grand plan of things, When it
comes to this drama, I've always brought up. It reminded me when when people started just saying ignorant shit to each other, like on Facebook, and I'm like, man, you never say that to somebody's face. And the first thing that came up in my mind is, it's like how a lot of people are when they're driving in their cars, right?
100%.
Yeah, you know, like the road rage, it's like they'll flip you off, this and that. And the second you put on that right turn signal, like, hey, come on and pull over, they're nowhere to be found.
See, there's a lot of V8s and 9mm here in Kansas City, so you just can't go flipping anybody the bird either. They catch you.
That's true. That's true.
But if I can bring it back to center, like in homage to the great Mr. Kirk, right?
Real quick,
We're having yes, sir.
Silver Necrosis comes in and says, "How dare you speak easy, showing these lads how to be a good man? Shame on you."
No, the nerve.
Shame
but like,
on me.
We're all just looking for our dad.
But if I can bring it back to center, right? Like, even the best debaters can tell you, I don't argue the person because their name is Fred. I argue the argument, the ideology, the idea, the concept. If that offends you, then you shouldn't be in that room having that conversation. You know, religion, politics. You don't talk about that with family. There's a reason why we were all raised and taught that.
And listen, covering like, okay, this is actually something I was thinking about not too long ago, and I had a conversation with someone about, like, covering drama, right? Like when people cover like, oh, yo, there's some drama between these two streamers. Look at this. They went hard at each other, and someone like covering this, right? That's like one thing. But when you start like digging into these people's real lives now and start like trying to expose information on them and shit
stalking.
like that, this is a whole nother level. This is just sick mental behavior. This is like terminally online. I have no fucking life behavior. You know,
sociopathic.
Like, yeah, like it's I've never because like, well, I didn't start streaming or be even too much on the internet until like I was way older. I didn't spend my whole life doing this shit. So when I first came around, seeing the way people were like saying shit or going into each other's lives and shit, I was like, yo, if you did this to somebody where I grew up, you fucking have your whole house burnt down. What are you doing, guy? What's wrong with you?
So this is why I make it very clear from the beginning.
Talking about each other's fucking kids and fucking dead relatives and shit. Like, what's wrong with you fucking people?
It's the same, and like you said, it only ends up boosting you in the support as like a defense against that too. The same thing happened with Steven Crowder. I remember when the like not gay Jared stuff came out, and they started posting the like Ring doorbell, Ring porch cam went viral and all of that kind of shit. And I went, hold on a second, I think this is actually the wrong direction. Like, we should defend against this kind of behavior.
Yeah.
I think it's easy for most people to discern that line between when it's like talking shit on each other on the internet.
All that shit, bro. You just let them keep digging their own holes. This is why every time
100%.
I let them come up here and confront me, their stories switch. They're not confident anymore in what they're saying. They don't know the facts of any. It just shows, like, I don't have what they're doing. I've repeated this a lot, but this is important for anybody who goes and starts streaming. They will make up things with some parts that are factual in it so that you can correct the parts that are not factual so that they can get your information. So that's the whole goal, to make you give out your own information.
Mm-hmm.
Me, it's fuck them. I don't care what they think. They can think I'm fucking Muslim, pagan. I have 17 wives in 30 different countries. I don't give a fuck what they think. Really, like, fuck them.
Want to be able to count
I don't have to prove any of that to them. It doesn't mean anything.
The way I've always run with it, if someone doesn't know you well enough to know your middle name, then they're not allowed into your personal business. You know what I mean? It's got to stay super.
Even if they know your middle name.
If they know your middle
Geo
name.
is my middle name.
You know what I mean? What I'm talking about is if you have a relationship with somebody well enough to where they know your middle name, they know where you're from. I mean, you know that they know you. Then
you went to 6th grade together.
If you don't have my number, then that's it.
Right. Exactly. But this man stalking going on is really
show us your number.
I mean, let's not hang on.
You won't do it.
I don't want to be Andrew Tate. Hang on. So because I am bald,
your argument's trash, so you're just making it.
Yeah. So as a bald man, I have to be a bit of a, top G and say that the gossip kingdom has to exist in the female variety. That's where we learned it from, because we were taught that toxic masculinity is not okay. So we're using our words with passion.
There is no
So
such
you
thing
call
as
gossip.
toxic masculinity. Men are masculine.
I know.
Women are feminine. Toxic masculinity is a complete fabrication.
Well, a woman told me one time, so it has to be true.
And I saw it on the internet.
Yep, me too. I saw it on Wikipedia.
I saw a girl tell a guy on the internet, so that double proves
I
it.
saw a video of a woman riding around on the subway with pouring bleach. If men were sitting with their feet apart, their legs apart, like all men do, she would pour bleach on their crotches.
Ooh.
And she got away with it. And she should have been like hung for that. She was offended that they were
for women. I don't hold
men
them
can't
open.
even sit like that.
Get there for them and slam the door in their face.
Women need to like knock it off. And there is no such thing as toxic masculinity. Men are masculine.
I don't know, man.
Supposed to be.
A light bulb
I'm just confused.
A light bulb just went off in my head. I started thinking about.
We go to war, it's bad. We get into arguments, it's bad. We get into fights, it's bad. Men just can't be men. There is no rhyme anymore.
Well, and this goes to Teriak's point, it's like at what point is it a setback to, being good at it? Is it, if you're undefeated or whatever, it's like nobody wants to challenge you, right?
Well, that's why
the opposite. You only want to be, doesn't everybody want to just go one-on-one against LeBron to show him how, what a crybaby he really is or whatever? But yet, in the grand scheme of it, they would actually never be able to compete. So then why would they, right? Face to face, they would be like, I'm good. You are better than me. I was just talking shit on the internet.
If you want to talk on a larger scale and more realistic scale, you take a look at George C. Patton. Okay? Nobody wanted to fight George C. Patton. He had a 500,000 men following him. He was a leader of men.
He slapped you in the face.
You didn't met. He did. He actually did. He did slap his men in the face. If they showed cowardice, he slapped them across the mouth. And that's a man.
Army.
Okay.
Well, but my kindergarten teacher used to smack us with a ruler if
Catholics.
If we weren't paying attention when we should have been.
She
was pretty masculine.
Some of us deserved it. Like if I went home, like I'm a different generation. I was an early '80s like kid. If I came home, like I'm not gonna say, "Hey, the teacher," and I didn't go to Catholic school. The teacher did this to me today, grabbed me by the hair, or this and that. If I said that, my dad would beat the shit out of me. Because he was like, "Well, what'd you do?"
Well, they used to tell the teachers to hit you if you were getting out of line. Like, "Hey, you guys have my full permission." Like,
listen,
it talks back to you. Go ahead.
The evolution of child abuse.
You guys brought up an interesting thing and made a light bulb go off in my head. I wonder if it was my generation where they started all this coming up with all this toxic masculinity shit, but on like a covert level, because I'm pretty sure like I was that generation where they right away they started coming up with, it wasn't ADHD, it was ADD, and I was like hyperactive. Like
that's all fake too,
I got different. It is. I agree with you. I got decent grades, good grades, but I was just like a lot of boys, but some more than others.
Normal boy, you mean? That's
they wanted to put me on Ritalin. They wanted to put me on Ritalin, and a couple of my friends on Ritalin. And my parents like, what is this shit? I don't know anything about it. I don't feel comfortable giving it to my kids. And then you had this whole, like when Obama became president and they started cutting checks to these parents, like, oh, well, it's considered a disability. You put your kid on Adderall and this and that. And I could not imagine being a parent and like, think how messed up that is. Like, you're just going to let your kid take a drug because you could get a check for it. And I think
not just any drug, crystal
the whole teaching
methamphetamine.
system.
I was going to say
It doesn't work. It has never worked for boys.
Well, it's the problem with single motherhood, and then that's also the psychological takeover. In the 80s and 90s, the boomer females specifically took over the psychological, the pharmaceutical, or what would you call it? The industrial psychological complex itself through the universities. That was when the march through the institutions was complete, because before in the 70s, which I would say was peak psychology, they pretty much figured out how to pull all the strings on people, how to market the most efficiently, etc. And then by the time women take over the institution, they're given this complete map on really how to fuck with people.
Yeah.
And boy, did they fuck with
Well,
yeah, they just
the mind control system is exactly why the topic of evolution was even debated still today.
Whether it's not like some sinister, well, yes, it is a sinister force. It's Satan, but as far as like the human meta is concerned, it's not one cabal or a group of people doing it as much as it is the collective left in its degenerative form. After a couple of generations of no fathers in the home,
what it is, it's seeds planted and the rest of the work being done. Listen, I've played this right here on here a couple times. This what I'm about to play for you guys. I'm gonna run to the washroom too while I play it. It's almost 5 minutes. I don't have to play the whole thing, but I want you guys to listen to this because and I'll keep it down here in the corner here. This is a KGB defector, and this was back in 1984. Okay, I want you guys to listen to exactly what he's saying and then think about what's going on today as he's speaking.
Easy, can I land my plane in 2 seconds?
Speak,
go
I'm
ahead,
scared.
Go ahead, land it.
Please.
So,
no.
After the whole women's movement, whichever wave that was, and then you get this pro-dysgenic force telling women you don't need a man, divorce your husband, the state will provide child support for you, creating a debtor's prison for men, but also now of X generations of single mothers raising single children in single mother homes. There has to be some sort of a pharmaceutical approach to the boy acting out without a father in the home. Let's give him Ritalin. Let's give him this meth.
This is the guy. Is it Krominsky or something like that? How to destroy a nation without firing a single shot?
This is Yuri Bezmenov. This is
Yuri
defector back in 1984. Here, listen
Strap
to this,
in, boys.
And this is when the women completely take over the psychological industry.
Yeah, well, it's not about women, but you'll see.
Not just about women.
Just listen.
There's
All
so
right,
many
just listen to
forces
this
coming
real
to
quick.
work.
Go see the guy do speak. Hit play.
The Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion. What do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot.
You hear that? So yeah. There's two things I want to point out that you guys can go out.
They're not ready for
whatever you want to say. Okay? Two things I want to point out real quick, and welcome, Lutch. First off, right there, how he just pointed out how the leftist is a main fucking weapon in this. Right? That we need them for the destabilization, and after it's fuck them. Right, and the way he puts it, put up against the wall and shot, and he's saying this metaphorically, but he means it.
The revolution eats its own.
Too, you know what I'm saying? Like he means it literally too. I mean, and also, I want to go back what he says at the very start. This is why I say abortion is like the core. This is what needs to be stopped first. To get back to where we were, because step one in this is demoralization. That's step one of this fucking stage, this whole chain of events that he explains to you. This was in 86, and look at today. To act like, oh, well, that's just some good prediction, you know, he just took some
coincidence.
You're an asshole.
No, that was Inception right there.
I was gonna say, when people can predict the future, it's not because they have a crystal ball. It's because they're paying attention to the right things to connect the right dots.
Well, as a KGB
about
agent,
it.
he would
no, but did you know that the leftists of today would be this stupid? No, he did not.
Noises.
No one could have known that.
As a KGB agent, he's familiar.
One at a time. Let's finish what he was saying there.
No, I was good. I was just saying I couldn't hear everybody.
Okay. Yeah, one at a time, boys. One at a time.
That's my bad.
I want to hear everybody's thoughts.
I was asking him, Does he think that anyone could have predicted the ideologues of today?
Yeah,
back then.
Easily.
Yep.
Wow,
He's
that's
literally-
terrifying.
he's
Why do you
literally
think? Why do you think they would?
Hold on, Jesus, Ginger. He's literally regurgitating Alinsky's rules for radicals, like the whole breakdown process. Like this all comes from like Leninism and Trotskyism. Even Marx has an accelerationist tactic where
That's why he just said when
Yep.
Marxism gets to power and they're offended because they thought they were going to get into power. No, that was never the plan, and it'll never
Well, what's
happen.
really scary is like Marx is a proponent of accelerating capitalism, like the most degenerative forms of it. Like, for instance, gender swap surgeries. That's a huge capitalist deal right there. So accelerating that to show the what's he say? To show the exploits and the contradictions in capitalism and the Western ideology. That's the like the evil genius of all this.
What I was going to say is there's another video, the video that I saw of this guy. He was in front of a classroom and he broke down more points. In the beginning, he started off with the plan on how to destroy a nation without firing a single shot. And he goes into all this detail about the whole, about like gay rights.
That
all this-
video is probably the one you're talking about. So the full interview is 13 minutes. I played that 5-minute clip. That is, it takes the main parts, the steps. So I wanted you guys to hear that. Right?
Here we go, check.
And also, real quick, sorry, I apologize. We got a $5 Rumble rant. Thank you, Bri, you legend. Said, LOL, just flashed back to my 80s childhood. My father gave me the preamble when we went to a restaurant. If you embarrass us in this restaurant, I'll beat your ass in front of everyone. Well, but I still say that, all right?
What year was that interview?
That was 1986. Or sorry, 84.
84, yeah.
That was just a minute ago.
Damn.
So
why do we think it's different? It would have been crazy to predict the ideologues of today. I don't know who asked that, but
I have a question.
I think it's perfectly. Like,
I don't know. Maybe he's being sarcastic.
If you pay attention to patterns, you're gonna see what's coming, man.
You don't have to be a KGB spook to figure it out.
And I don't like this idea, but with all the shit that goes on the left, and like nobody makes a deal out of the violence that comes out of the left. One of these days, there's gonna be one really crazy motherfucker on the right that's gonna do some fucked up shit. It's coming. This is as long as the left violence keeps getting ignored, something's gonna happen. There's gonna be some crazy dude on our side that's gonna be like, you know what? All right, they're not gonna do nothing. I'm gonna take as many as I can, and it's not gonna be good, obviously. Right?
In all the 80s, like cyberpunk stuff,
but you're just paying attention to the
are
patterns.
always right-wing anarchists in a lot of those genres. It's interesting.
One of the things that comes into my mind also about this is like when you get people to stop believing in reality, where truth means nothing, and like when the whole trans movement started, and I had some people like, well, who cares? That they're before the kids they started pushing it on kids, and people would say like, well, they're just doing it to themselves. Who cares? Who they really hurt? And I'm like, well, it's not about that. Like, where do you draw the line? I'm like, well, what if? And I said this had to be like 8-10 years ago. I said, well, what if one of these people says, oh, well, I identify as a kitty cat, and people are like, well,
it's a boiling the frog approach, and it's a baked-in weakness of liberal government.
Listen, what if? So my point was, let me finish. My point was, well, what if somebody says, oh, I identify as a cat, then they murder somebody. Then they go in front of a judge, and you can have some idiot judge that says, oh, well, this person identifies as a cat. They can't be held responsible for their actions. And maybe that's an extreme.
Well, technically, murder is
crazy.
A human killing another human, right?
Yeah.
Well,
so that means we can end.
Yeah, right. Well, he's a cat, so but I think we can't charge a cat for murder. Sorry, guys.
But this is why they use the
boiling the liberal playbook. Every cultural issue. Every cultural issue that has been relevant to the left, it follows the same exact playbook. First, that's not happening. Step 2 is, okay, well, there's one example, but that's no big deal. And step 3 is, of course it's happening. If you don't like it, you're racist.
Well, that
I
comes
have a
from
question.
hold on. That Indian, that comes from
breakdown the 3 steps.
that comes out of the rules for radicals written in
real
71.
quick. Sorry, Bri.
Yeah, and there's 4 of them.
One sec, boys. Bri for $2 on the Rumble with another Rumble ramp says Yuri was right.
Well, Yuri's talking about rules for radicals, which came out a decade before when he was probably still doing his KGB thing. And like rule 1 is power is not only what you have, but what the enemy thinks you have. Rule 2, never go outside the experience of your people. Rule 3, whenever possible, go outside the experience of the enemy. This is why they use pathos against your ethos. 4, make the enemy live up to its own book of rules. So this is why you see, well, Jesus would have let in all the illegal immigrants. What, you're not being a good Christian, even though they hate Christianity and they, openly pray for, or, espouse its downfall. Rule 5 would be ridicule the man. Ridicule is man's most potent weapon. This is why they run the shame engine all the time. There is no defense. It's almost impossible to counterattack ridicule. It also infuriates the opposition, who then react to your advantage. 6, a good tactic is one your people enjoy. This is why they celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination, or Trump assassination attempts, or when they firebombed the Tesla plants after Trump won the election. 7, a tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. This is why they quickly threw BLM away, for instance. It went on too long. It was time to get rid of those commie bitches that live in Malibu beach houses after their big grip. Number 8, keep the pressure on. They don't ever fucking stop. 9, the threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. So also, this is also when Charlie Kirk got assassinated. Even your centrist was like, it's bad to assassinate people for free speech, but Charlie Kirk would say some wild stuff, fascism or whatever.
Or I don't agree.
The one
so
they
therefore,
used the most was, Charlie Kirk even said that if we want to have guns in this country, some people have to die. So he would have been for him getting shot.
Back to rule 4. Back to rule 4. Make the enemy live up to his own book of rules.
It's goofy.
Right. They run all these at once, and then let's see here. Where were we? 10. The major premise.
Though, Trent, you have to.
There's only 4 more. We're gonna
be okay, but be careful with the they thing, right?
Yeah.
The they is who we talking about when we say they.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the exact they. I think people can figure all that out, but
okay.
I'm speaking. This is the they in these 13 rules is strictly socialism, communism. This is out of
right.
Paul Alinsky's manifesto.
Yeah, so the socialists and the communists is who you're speaking on.
Our favorite people.
Exactly.
They put the goalposts on wheels.
Exactly.
They just keep moving them and moving them and moving them to fit.
There's a goalpost.
Yes. 10 is the major premise for tactics is the development of operations that will maintain a constant pressure upon the opposition. So it's not just about burning them once with it. It's about the continual burn. 11, if you push a negative hard and deep enough, it'll break through into its counter side. This is based on the principle that every positive has its negative. So this is an acceleration.
Wait,
this tactic.
do you mean? Sorry, when you say that, do you mean like with all this like BLM type stuff, we would expect to see pushback from like young white kids who are like, wait, what?
Yeah, or young black, or what exactly happened opposite of that was there was a pushback against black males because black males sat back and watched BLM. It was just a big LGBTQ black woman pride fest, and it's like, okay, you guys raised, how many $1 billion for Joe Biden's campaign, but not a penny went to the black community.
But I wouldn't expect any like white pushback hardly, because of the you know, what was worked up before that was all the guilt for being.
Well, they wanted white pushback,
right? But
they wanted white
make
pushback.
everyone feel guilty. Oh,
right, but easy. It's the next generation.
Well, this is a warning.
It's the
11
next generation.
11
You're
is
right.
a 11
Easy,
is
you're right
a
about the
warning
current
about
generation.
not getting your own way, not to let the cause get in its own way. Which,
Right.
if it goes on number 11 too hard, then it's saying a tactic that drags on back to number 7. A tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. Switch tactics. Occupy Democrats becomes BLM, becomes the next movement.
It was
Yeah,
white
but
liberal
easy.
women throwing the bricks through the windows of the black-owned businesses and telling them that we're doing this for you. This is for your own good. We're
Or a
helping
black
you.
man that runs over some white chick laying in the middle of the highway, and now she was fighting,
Hero.
black discrimination, and now he's doing a life sentence for manslaughter in California because he ran over a bitch laying in the highway at 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I remember that.
So that's why it's sorry. Go ahead, Permanent. You've been waiting, so.
Well, I have a question.
I didn't know if Trench was done.
There's
sorry.
there's 2 more. There's only 2 more.
Okay.
The price of a successful attack is a constructive alternative. So what they're saying there is like there's serendipities that occur.
I love that word.
Yeah. And then 13 is pick the target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. So you see all these rules just being hammered into us nonstop every day. I do recommend reading a little bit of socialist nonsense every once in a while just to see what their strategy is.
I think less people are falling for this shit now. I don't know. I see a shift happening, and everybody says that, like it's cope. It's just my human nature. I'm trying to see optimism when it's not really there. I just see a shift happening.
I think it's too late. I have an actual question, and it's been bothering me for my whole life. I do not understand the Russian people and the people of the United States and Canada, for instance, should be natural allies. And I do not, for the life of me, understand why the Russians.
East-West split. You're talking about a completely different culture built on thousands of years of like tough guy leadership. I'm talking about a landlocked nation. Russia was mostly landlocked, and had a powerful land army versus the maritime armies of the West.
But we fought together. We have fought together before. I don't understand why they wanted and have succeeded in destroying us from within, just like they said they were going to do. I don't understand it when we could have gotten so much done if we would have gotten together and focused on anything. Can you imagine where the world would be right now if the Russians and the United States weren't?
That won't happen though, right? Like after the war, right? The like even though the Soviet Union ended, mad like the military, everyone, institutions, everyone is still there, right? So like they're still the same rivals as the former Soviet Union, and like NATO expanded towards them, and like there's no reason that Russia. I mean, I'm just not seeing why you would think that. Like, there's some things they work together on, I guess, but
not a whole lot changed.
Yeah, it's still the same. Like, we don't call it the Soviet Union anymore.
They're like us in our mafia days.
What do you think? That
it's more like
Soviet Union? Of course he does.
It's more like two fronts rather than a united enemy.
There are a lot of Russians to this day that say that they prefer the Soviet Union, like the old way versus now, like before pre-Gorbachev and all that.
Who says this?
There are a lot of Russians, and like I'm just going by comments I've seen on like social media, and I know I know quite a few people. They came here from Ukraine, but they were originally from Russia, and usually people in their 50s, 60s, and they think things were better.
I mean, there's people who think that things were better under Biden
Yeah,
here.
the Soviet Union during that period of time liteliterally had billboard signs reminding people not to eat their children.
Do you remember?
I'm just
damn.
telling
Who
you,
was
like,
the
I agree,
only
but
Eat other people's
claim
children.
as the greatest achievement in American history?
Berlin Wall.
Who was the only ones competing with them?
Wait, what did you say? What was your question?
When,
the Soviets.
during the time of the greatest achievement in human history, right, going to the moon, who was the ones competing with them?
It was the Soviets. I would say collectivism,
right?
Mass collectivism is
This
really
why,
good at short bursts.
Wait, let me get to the point here. This is why, premonition, they won't be allies, because who's the other? Like, Russia wants to be the superpower of the world. They can't be allies with us and be the superpower of the world. It won't work.
I mean, what's going on in Iran is a three-way
America
hegemonic
only allies
struggle through
with those that's
proxy war.
willing to understand that America's the one who runs this shit.
Yeah, they might cozy up to try to get a little sun, but
wasn't that the Marxism that they were talking about originally anyway?
No.
Right. Convince them that you're on their team so that then they can take over.
The Marxism that they talk about hasn't happened yet, and
It's
every
like
attempt at it
asking,
has been not the right kind of Marxism.
I always felt that the race to the moon was not a contentious situation. I always thought that it was an actual competition. I thought the way I viewed it, and as a kid, the way I saw it back then was everybody was trying to get up there. Like I said about the guy whose suit blew up and nobody knew that would happen.
No, it was huge. It was bigger than the space race. It was in the Olympics with the CCC or the CCP or CCCP versus
in the beginning,
the U.S. and the Olympic hockey matches that there's all the movies of. From
yeah, but it was competition. It wasn't.
It's for hegemonic power. That's why people want to bring home the most gold medals. That means you're the best.
Yeah, but you don't hate each other. I mean,
whoa!
I don't think they hate.
Well, Sparta back in the day, Sparta and Athens weren't big fans of each other, but they still competed in the Olympics.
No. Why would this been a Cold War if it was not contentious?
Yeah,
of course.
We're enemies.
Of course, it was contentious.
For all intents and purposes, this is ancient since the schism of East and West, both schisms, the Christian one, and on top of that, the like the Roman one.
What are they using to blast out there?
What do you mean?
What are they using to what?
How do they blast out? What is it? What
rocket
propulsion are they using?
Jet
propulsion. Hey,
rockets.
I mean, I thought we were talking about evolution.
No, the collectivist model that they built was built
no,
to.
Listen, just think about this for a second. Of course, it was contentious. It was a display of military capability.
They were a full-on superpower.
The one who had the best rockets is obviously the one who has the best rockets to fire at your ass too.
They were a whole empire.
Right?
They weren't just the Soviet Union. They were the Soviet International going through the Balkans, all the way up into Europe, the Pacific, North Africa, Iran. Iran was the Soviet state once upon a time before the king. It was the Soviet Republic of Iran. So, and Vietnam, that so.
Not
even
to mention
today,
they were fucking swamping us.
Just remember what Rocky
swamping the U.S. in this space race over here. Okay,
they're the number three. They're the number three hegemonic power.
They put the first woman out. Apparently, they were swamping us. And then all of a sudden, we went to the moon. You know what I mean?
It's America and our European vassal states versus the Chinese sphere versus the old Russian Soviet bloc. And those are the three world hegemons.
and everybody else is more. It's kind of the Metal Gear script is kind of actually a weird prophecy in a lot of ways with the way proxy war would fight out because of nuclear weapons. So of course we're going to be fighting
that gets
China and Russia and Iran.
I can change. Everybody can change.
That gets into the whole thing where like I used to be very much like, oh, I don't want to be America world police, and especially after the movie and all of that. But the idea that okay, if we're not the world power, then who is going to be? And as much as I don't want to be getting involved in bullshit around the world, I'd much rather be us than Russia or China.
Yeah, I'd rather rip the Band-Aid off and be like, yeah, this is not a bullshit holy war. This is actually the Game of Thrones playing out.
Well, that's another good point you point out, Lutz. That's another reason Russia and America can't really be allies. The governmental system is completely different there. So like, and I mean,
we're gonna have to do a one world
I
government.
don't want to live under the system they have in Russia. Maybe
I dream of a federation.
Maybe there's people here that disagree, but
maybe there should just be like a forum. Maybe should there just be an economic forum for the world? That would solve everything.
Dude, genius.
Someone just needs to conquer this bitch.
When I was a kid, this might be why I feel this way about Russia and why I like them. When I was a kid and I was a gymnast, again, I've mentioned this to you guys, I was very good. And that was the Russian gymnasts and the American gymnasts were very good, but the Russians were better. And like Olga Korbut, you guys have probably heard of her. And
greatest fighter there is in that MMA is a Russian.
Russians are still the powerhouse of like all the ballerinas and shit.
Yeah, yes, they are. They're that. Mikhail Baryshnikov. No, I'm sorry. What? Anyway, the ballet dancer. Anyway, but when Olga Korbut, these are old gymnasts. When they did these skills, those are tricks. The whole world watched and in amazement. And I went to San Francisco and watched the Russian team perform in the giant cow palace they had there. And it was a filled up building. Everybody was thrilled to see them. And there was no hatred at all. None. We really liked them and they really liked us. As far as like the sporting world goes, and from the view of a little girl.
Well, it seemed like there was a period of time in the 80s and 90s where
this was the 70s.
Well, even before the fall, there was more like, what do you call them? The joint space missions and whatnot. And then after the fall, we got the International Space Station. All this stuff was put forward. Russia, there's all kinds of movies about it where Russia and America are de-arming nuclear devices. Ukraine gives up all its nukes after it crashes out of the Soviet Union, which, stupid fucking move.
I have to correct myself. I said the greatest MMA fighter was a Russian. Actually, the second greatest. Sorry, I meant to correct. The first greatest was a Canadian.
Khabib?
Yeah, Khabib was
Khabib and GSP.
GSP is the greatest fucking fighter.
Dilly fucking dilly.
I don't give a fuck what he says.
The greatest cage fighter ever, though,
was your weight class. He'd run you all your fucking rounds and make you look like a fool the whole time doing it. I loved it.
Yeah, but he made it look like gay porn the whole time.
Yeah. He made it look like gay porn. Did you watch his early career when he was kicking people in their jaws and making them bite their ears, bro? He was fucking.
Does anybody remember?
This is why I don't play that pause shit. Like, if I say something innocuous and you think gay shit, then you're the gay one, all right?
Do any of y'all remember DL Tank Abbott?
Dagestan's part of Russia, right?
No.
Or is that an entirely
It was
different
part
country?
of the Soviet Union, I think, though.
Okay. Well,
no, Dagestani fighters are no GSP.
Mother Russia. Bear fights you.
Fucking monster. And then third place is John Jones for me. John Jones is just, you can't ignore that dude.
No DL Tank Abbott?
Well,
does anybody remember
I'm
him?
blaming my top
but-
three and Tank Abbott, bro. Are you crazy?
But
Dude,
yeah,
he would
that's
break,
such-
dude,
that's
he would
such an
break
earlier
people's
era.
limbs in
Like,
the
I'll put
early
that
level.
Street Fighter
Tank-
turns
yeah,
UFC
take
fighter,
Tank
but
at his
what's his
peak.
name? Why can't I?
But what about Hoist Gracie
Kimbo?
though?
Talking about
What
Kimbo?
about Hoist,
Kimbo Slice,
Hoist
yeah,
Gracie?
wow. I can't
Hoist
believe I
Gracie,
couldn't
Got
get
you,
three
bro.
of his names.
Shamrock.
What about Hoist
I'll
Gracie?
put him above Tank Abbott. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh,
he
dude,
does?
Tank Abbott was the man back in the day. Dude. He
What
was
about
breaking
Hoist
people's
Gracie?
fucking jaws, arms, legs. It was
Hoist
amazing. There was
Gracie.
no,
That's a different era. Like you can respect
there
the hell out
was
of a Hoist
no
Gracie, but
weight class, and you just
That was
watched
a
DL
different
Tank
era.
Abbott throw somebody through the fence.
right.
But like
And
the
so you could-
Hoist Gracie era was different because it was about brute force, and then here comes this little guy, 170 pounds, and he's destroying guys that were like 350, and he take punishment too. Like that's where it
that's
became
also
more about skill.
But that's also because nobody knew how to defend against that stuff. And so if you take
there you go.
if you
The
take
skill.
a Hoist Gracie at his peak and you go, we'll say 2025, some mid-range dude.
Of course.
Then Tito
Of course.
Ortiz came out.
The game keeps changing, but I think I got like that was like the point where that was the most impressive thing to me because it was always about who was the strongest and it was about brute force. And here comes this little guy. Jiu-jitsu's been around a long time.
Shout out
And
to Mighty
they did
Mouse.
steal it. They did steal it.
Oh, yeah.
They did steal it. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was a stolen thing.
Anderson Silva's a
But-
goat too. He has to be right under John Jones.
Oh,
right
yeah.
under John Jones.
Welcome, Matt Club.
I
and
love
American
John
Club.
Jones until the whole
Anderson
steroid.
Silva
deal.
was a beast,
I have a
too.
feeling everybody's gonna have strong feelings. Israel Adesanya.
What about him? He's great.
Izzy's great. But
A
he's
lot
not-
of
he's
people
not-
are like,
he's not
"Oh,
the goat."
this gay dude." A lot of people hate his flamboyance.
Who cares?
Peter Yan is coming. Peter Yan
Who gives
came
a
back.
fuck? I don't
Peter
care
Yan
about that.
came back.
I'm judging his fighting, not who he's fucking, bro.
That's what. That's what.
John
Peter
Jones is
Yan.
gay as fuck, bro. We all
you
know
ever
it.
heard the saying, don't fight a gay dude?
We all know John Jones is gay as fuck. Don't be lying. All right.
You got to be crazy to fight a gay dude.
But John, what about the thing about John Jones? It's all them like tested
but you get
positive for
close.
coke, all the failed drug tests. Like, I think he would have beaten DC. He
Bro,
would have
back
beaten
when
Daniel
they
Cormier.
used to not even care about the drugs, and you had like Vitor Belfort looking like a fucking action figure.
TRT.
Those fights were crazy, bro.
Horse
say-
meat, man.
listen, everyone hates me for this. I say let them all do whatever the fuck they want to
Yeah,
do. And let's
the
have
same goes for
gladiators
baseball.
in that bitch, all right?
Just
Why
have
does it
an
make
open
sense that
league.
you could choose to be punched in the face, but you can't choose to use?
Let them
Because
use
they
steroids,
did
bro.
all that,
Let them
that
come
they
in
could make-
jacked up, just ready to fucking bang. That's what I want to
The entertainment and sports
Well, they-
entertainment.
They had to- they had to do it for
what about the
booking.
fighters that don't want to inject that shit in their system
You're
because
missing
they
the-
have
They
more,
don't have
they
to.
have more
Die.
character.
You die.
It was
They
all
You ain't
about-
dedicated.
More honor to gain, you know.
You ain't
smash all
dedicated.
these dudes on drugs while you're on the clean shit.
It
That's
was
what's
all
up.
about. It was all about the gaming commission because they want to be able to take bets, so they needed to implement rules and weight classes for the gambling.
Hey, Spartacus Sense and Ted
sucks.
says, "You furry fucks don't know time. Not only do we need the hot seat, we need VKO too. If we hit the hot seat, oh, it's already 12:46. Well, damn, I don't know if we're gonna be able to hit them by the time. If we get to 300 by 1:30, we will do the hot seat. If we hit 1,000 by then, we'll do a verbal combat origins. All right.
I got another one for greatest
Oh, go
MMA
ahead.
fighter of all time, and that's I don't know, and I'm still sticking with this as number one. Oh fuck! I just had a brain fart. Help
Tito
me,
Ortiz.
No. God, how'd this happen? Freaking Russian dude.
Liddell.
No,
Chuck
the Russian,
Liddell.
the Russian dude.
Khabib.
No.
Khabib.
Old school. He fought in Pride. Never wound up fighting in the. Oh my God.
Mirko Krokop.
No, not Mirko Krokop.
Ah,
The other guy.
Shit. No.
The bald
He
one.
was kind of fat. He was
No,
bald.
yelling at us
Conor
ain't gonna help
McGregor.
you. I
What?
don't
He
know what
was
the
a little
fuck you're
chunky.
talking
Oh my god.
It's not Vitor.
No, he fought.
He was in Bellator.
No, he wasn't in Bellator. He wasn't in Bellator. He fought in Bellator later.
Was
Oh
it
my
Pride or
God.
like K1, like Japanese stuff?
No, I think
No,
he's
he
talking
wasn't
about
K1.
This is
Pride.
gonna bother me.
Hold up,
Did you
hold
say
up.
Kimbo's
Pride?
Okay,
flight.
let's do.
What era? What
Yeah,
year?
he sounds like Mirko
Like-
Krokop to me.
No, it's not.
90s,
It's not
90s,
Mirko.
early 2000. No,
Yeah.
mid 2000s.
Yes,
You
into
talking
the
about
late.
fucking that
I'm just
Fedor.
going
fucking
Fedor Emelianenko.
Mark Coleman or whatever his
Fedor.
name is?
No.
Fedor Emelianenko. Fedor. How did I
Yes,
forget
Fedor.
Oh,
Jesus,
Fedor.
fuck. We
Yeah,
all
it's a million.
Easy on the blasphemy, Jesus.
we all deserve lashes. For
Yeah.
not remembering.
Fedor.
Dude, I
Fedor
totally
was-
said him.
Fedor was the goat.
Yeah, I don't know about the
Fedor.
goat, but okay.
Oh yeah, but he was destroying dudes like way bigger than him, and like he'd take punishment where like I'd have people sitting next to me, I'd tell them about this guy, and like, oh, your boy's
If I
done.
could
I'm like,
kick people in the head while they were laying down, I'd probably take everyone out, bro. What are you talking about? All I could do was able to stomp on people's faces while they were laying down.
Fedor's nose would be hanging off his face, gushing blood everywhere, and people would be like, oh, he's done. Your boy got beat, and then he comes back and just ragged.
I know. Them pride fights though were a little like that was insane, bro.
Nothing like an underground UHF.
Those dudes were ready to
videotape.
kill each other, guy. They were stomping on each other's, kicking each other in the head while they're on their hands and knees. And shit. Yo,
My
Boss
favorite
Newton's another one.
My favorite UFC
Right.
moment is Max Holloway and I think it was Ricardo Lamas. It's like the last minute they've been going back and forth, barn burner, and Max is just like, "Let's go right
in
here."
the middle
And
of
it's
the
like,
ring, and they just swing at each
Bro.
other. Yeah.
Gangster.
Yeah,
Gangster.
You know, I think,
I
you
know,
know, I
DL
think this
Tank
would've been
Abbott
much
broke some
better.
dude's arm in like 45 seconds. That was the craziest shit I'd seen.
To my
Just-
lovely wife,
hey.
I need more coffee, please and thank you. But yeah, that was one of the good moments. Who is it? Jumps off the fence and fucking fly kicks dude. And
Oh,
knocks
that
him
was
out.
Anthony Pettis.
Yeah, Pettis.
Pettis.
Yeah, dude, I enjoy his fights, dude. He's
Dude,
very.
Ben Henderson.
Okay,
was
what's the best fight we never got? The best fight we never got.
That's
Well, come on, we all know that. Like, are you talking about like different time period people we can put together and shit like this?
We could go there. I was thinking more of like just in
People
at
that
the
were
same
in the
time. But
same
yeah,
time
go
period
go
but
go
never
go for it.
fought?
Hoist Gracie versus who or some shit. Yeah, greatest fight throughout all of history, MMA history that we never got. That would be awesome.
Oh, that's hard.
I'm gonna go. Oh man, there's
John
so many.
Jones Stipe is the one that comes to mind. Actually, I haven't been following 2 years. They didn't fight, did they?
You know what pisses me off about John Jones? He lost that first fight to Alexander Gustafsson. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. He lost that fight.
I agree.
He got
I mean, it wasn't a robbery, but I agree.
I don't know. The greatest fight was Kinship.
Well, this is why I have a whole thing about the scoring system. That if you're going to do a 10-point must, then you should open the range. We should see a lot more like 10-7, 10-5, 10-4. That would actually instead of it just being 3 rounds, you win 2, you win. Then you could get fucked up in the first round, and then if you're not doing as well, then you still have that lead. It's called the Lutch system.
Or you just get
10-5.
rid of the judging, and it's like you got to finish. One guy has to quit.
I don't mind that. They just
Keep
added.
going
I
over, keep
haven't
going
watched it in
overtime
years,
now.
but they just changed the incentive things like the bonuses and knockout bonuses and stuff, right?
I was really disappointed though with the rematch. Like Gustafsson showed up.
Doesn't
like,
it have
what
to
happened?
be? Doesn't this have to be George St. Pierre versus Anderson Silva?
Yep.
Actually,
Yep.
no.
Wait.
Nope. Are we talking about the greatest fight of all time? Because I didn't.
The greatest fight that's never happened.
Didn't?
Oh, John Jones
No,
versus
they did
Aspinall.
not fight each other, and they were in at the same time for a long time.
But if you're a John Jones fan, shouldn't you care about the fact that he dodged
That'd be a good fight.
Aspinall? Wouldn't that like to unify?
Yeah,
the
but he was
Does that
already-
have to be the answer. George
is
St.
modern day
Pierre
John
versus
Jones. He's
Anderson
done.
Silva.
I mean,
Can you
that's a good
imagine how
one.
fucking technical that fight would have been?
GSP
And everybody went, "Oh, it's so
Been like watching
boring."
Bruce Lee and fucking.
They'll
all
probably
that.
end up boxing
Heck,
at
that-
some point.
That'd be a good.
Yeah,
That'd be a good,
he'd
that'd
get
be a
kicked
good
in the
fight.
face because both those dudes could throw kicks.
Kicks.
You know-
They could both do submissions. They were both great at groundwork. Like
That's
that's
when
the
that's
thing,
like
bro.
when MMA really became
That's gotta
mixed
be the
martial arts.
answer.
I
Why
do
do
have
they
a
think they
question.
fought?
Ortiz and Ken Shamrock.
Because they
that-
should
that
have.
together.
You know what
That's
the
I do have a
crazy
it.
thing
question.
is? And Anderson Silva was so great. And then you look at now, I'm not taking away anything from Chris Weidman. Okay. He's a great
Chris
wrestler and
Weidman,
everything. He had his time, but think about it. Anderson Silva argues arguably like the GOAT. Okay. He gets taken out by freaking gets taken out by Weidman. And then Weidman just falls off the face of the earth and becomes like he had kids and it like got in his head or something. But what like is that crazy? Like what happened to him? He was so good. And he just went
I've
to
only
shit.
fought
achieved
one
the
MMA
goal, and
match. I was like, yep, I
he's
got
talked
my,
about
I did
this.
it. I don't want to do it again. It's like being in a
That's
whole fucking car accident. Like
Yeah, I did. I
yeah,
did.
that's
I
the
did
that's the
really-
beauty of the variability of MMA is that like they talk about MMA math, like oh this guy beat this guy, but like there's so many different variables that like you could never predict how this is gonna go. You
Dude,
might-
I can't even predict how that fight would have actually went. Maybe that's
People
why
are
they
insane.
never fucking did it because they were like, dude, we can't have either of these guys lose to each other, bro. What do we do? But like, that would have been the fucking fight of all time for MMA.
Vegas didn't know
Anderson
who to
Silva
back,
versus
so they
George
didn't let it
St.
happen.
Pierre.
that was before the
Yeah,
money.
the odds
era.
were too
'Cause
close.
I came in late. I was a Connor era fan. And like I like Connor for a
Connor's
while,
the
but
best.
then I was like, oh, there's other shit here.
You know what pissed
Uh,
me off is that freaking Michael Bisping comes in when Anderson Silva is at the end of his career and freaking beats him. Like, you know what? I hate Michael Bisping because he never won the Ultimate Fighter. That deaf dude, Matt Hamill, beat the living shit out of him. You want to talk about some biased judging? That shit
Hold on.
still freaking keeps me up at
I
night.
can appreciate. I
Hold
don't hate
the
Bisping,
phone.
but there's definitely like that Silva fight that he didn't deserve a belt for that. But I do think
I
there,
hate him.
like especially with his eye, and he been through
Like
some
he
shit.
fought with
eye.
one eye.
He
He fought with one
Fucking
eye.
guy. Listen,
He
he
won the
freaking
belt
listen.
with
Matt
one
Hamill
eye.
beat his ass and he knew it. And then he came in and he says he didn't even give Matt Hamill any credit. They robbed him because it was UK judges, right? He robbed them, and then he puts his hand up. He's like, "Yeah, Matt Hamill ain't shit. Who's the real Ultimate Fighter?" Are you kidding me? Like he should have at least been humble. If he would have been humble and got down on his knees and showed his respect to Matt Hamill, I would have been like, okay, like it's not his fault. He's not the judges, but the way he went about it, man, come on. And then Dan Henderson slept him like a fool.
Remember
Dude,
when they used to plug the underground VHF tapes on like late night television next to like Girls Gone Wild fucking commercials?
Yep.
And,
Yeah.
and then you'd get that tape and watch Dan the Beast Severn get his face busted open.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
That's when I
All right.
first started.
Hold on.
getting-
Hold on. Can I say
Why am I
something, Pseudo, for
forgetting
fuck's
his
sake?
name? Fuck.
Thanks for the membership,
Who's the
guys.
big? Who's the big
Oh, for sure.
fucking?
It was
Are you
awesome
taking off
that
the
you're the one that
Lux?
got it. I was like, hell yeah.
Oh, I thought you said you're taking off. Who's the big fucking? Now I can't remember him. The big fucking jacked black dude. This dude used to like one punch people.
Ghana?
Alistair Overeem.
What was that?
Francis
Alistair Overeem.
Yeah, you're talking about
Yes,
Alistair.
that's him.
Alistair
Him
Ngannou.
versus John Jones.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that never happened either.
You know who was disappointing as far as
That
big
would
black
have been a
guys?
fight, bro.
Yeah, you're
Kimbo
right. That would
Slice.
have been a good fight.
Kimbo Slice. I
That
expect
dude
more
used
out of
to
him.
one punch
Kimbo
people.
Slice.
You
That's who I
feel
said.
the
Slice was
punch.
worthless. Kimbo Slice
Oh,
was
you'd be like,
worthless.
oh.
I wouldn't say
Dude,
worthless.
but those Miami
He just-
backyard
it's not
fights
Kimbo
back in
Slice-
the day, that was the
He was a
shit.
street fighter. As soon as he came in and stepped in against people with skill, and you like, come on, he was terrible. Like you
Yeah.
got Francis
He was
and
a
Ngannou.
boxer.
I mean, arguably, same thing with Masvidal, who came
I
from
don't
the
think he
same
was horrible.
thing. He had some
Mhm.
great wins,
Yeah,
but
but
he
the
was
thing-
hit or miss his
He was a
entire career.
beast.
You should
Yeah,
have
He
been
didn't
like
have that feud
Lito
with
more than
Kobe.
He
one.
was
and hit
someone
the
you
gym.
do not want to get fucking hit by.
But
That's-
Masvidal had skill. Masvidal still had skill. He
True.
came in at a time when there were a lot of top guys in his division.
Masvidal fucking has the fastest knockout in history, bro. That shit was,
That was
crazy
gangster.
as shit, dude.
I don't think it's actually the record
Flying
anymore.
fucking knee on the fucking
But yeah, that
bell,
was-
bro.
Wait,
That's
there's
just
no way that
stupid.
record was broken.
I think it was actually.
No.
Oh,
UFC's my jam. That's why I came up. I want to also point out that the greatest fight of all time
Fastest
has to be
UFC
Forrest Griffin and
knockout.
Stephen Bonner from The Ultimate Fighter, and I can't
That
believe
was
that.
the great-
Fastest
was the
knockout in
greatest.
UFC history is 5 seconds, achieved by George Masvidal against Ben Askren.
I mean, shout out to the Forrest, the Ultimate Fighter fight, Forrest and Bonner. Like, but it was more the moment of what it was,
Yeah.
more than being a great fight. Like, not that it was a bad
Come
fight,
on.
but it
It
was
was a
a
great-
fight. It was
That's why
definitely a barn burner.
Shamrock. That's why Shamrock Gracie was such an epic fight. It wasn't the most exciting, but it was the clash of the titans. And it, dude, my hands were shaking putting that bitch in the VCR.
Right, and yeah, that's what elevates the sport is when you get the right people, and it creates a new, I don't know what the word is, but a new level. There's levels to this shit.
I kind of will say,
for
yeah,
the pay-per-view.
I look at some of these, like, like the not UFC 325, which is like a number. We got these fight nights, and some of these fight nights, like, you watch the
They've been not
prelim
good.
cards, you watch these dudes you never heard
The
of,
prelims have been good, yeah.
all opening each other up. There's blood all over the canvas. It's back and forth. You watch a guy get dropped 3 times, think he's done. He comes back and he wins. Like, there's
And this was also like peak WWF too, man. In WCW.
It's owned by. They own it all now.
I used to my friend would do a watch party for the UFC cards for every single card, and it'd start from the early prelims and just go. And obviously we couldn't show it, so it's just me and him just making, just getting people into it. Be like, all right, we're watching the fights.
Every Saturday he does the UFC fight reviews, and he's watching, and he can't obviously play it, but yeah, he's up there talking about what's going on and what he thinks, and yeah.
There was a bar up by me.
I think I'm pretty sure he opens the panels for those too. You should fucking pop in there one day.
I should. The thing is that in the last few years, like whenever they moved the pay-per-view up to $80, I was like, fuck this, I'm not doing that. And I used to watch it just like on crack streams or whatever. But the dude I was doing the show with he'd be like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm too good for that. And so he would be like 15 seconds ahead. I'm like, bro, please just pause your thing. So that like no, I'm not doing that. And so eventually I was like, all right. And then the price rose, and I was like, all right, I'm
Fuck all
out.
that. Just wait. Get it at Blockbuster once it comes out.
Get a VC.
That's all you had to do.
Y'all know what the VC box is?
Did you just say get it at Blockbuster, bro? There's nobody goes to Blockbuster anymore, bro. There's no Blockbuster.
I get all of it for free. I get like every cable channel. But yeah, listen,
Time traveling.
There was a bar up by me, and like when the pay-per-views were crazy, and you couldn't go online and find like a link to watch it like free. It was called Goodfellas. This bar. It was Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen, the first match where everybody thought like Sonnen ran away with it, and he got caught in the triangle at the last minute. It was a brawl out in the parking lot because Scranton, PA, has a pretty good Brazilian and Portuguese population, and there was a brawl that broke out in the parking lot. Dude, oh my god, it was crazy. Like I grabbed my girl. I'm like, listen, we're getting out of here. I was like, I'm not getting involved in this shit. She's screaming in some Brazilian chick's face, and I had to pick her up on my shoulder and throw her in the backseat of my car and take off. I'm like, we're out of here. I'm not getting freaking my ass kicked by a bunch of Brazilians. That was a crazy fight too. What was like 15 seconds left in the fight, and he got caught in that triangle.
Bro, I don't care what nobody says. The Chocolate Dell versus Tito Ortiz era was fucking just.
Wait, but real quick before you go off of that,
I was mad young too watching that shit.
You've heard
the
Chael.
reason we're all fans today.
You've heard Chael say that he gave up that triangle because he was afraid of winning or some bullshit, right? Oh
yeah,
man,
stupidest thing I ever heard of.
Oh man, brother, take the L. Take the L. It was wait, GSP or Silva?
It's like somebody gets out of an arm bar. He's like, "Oh, I let off on his arm. I didn't want to break it." Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Come on.
Remember when Frank Mir broke? Who's that big giant dude? Tim the Maniac Silva when Frank Mir broke his arm, he's like, "Fuck that shit. You don't want to tap, bitch? It's all right."
Well, in what was it, Kevin Holland, Patty Pimblett, where like he knocked, like it was an arm triangle, but he was also like cranking his arm, like he choked him, but cranked his arm at the same time, where it looked like his arm broke, but he also passed out. That was a fucking gnarly one.
Based.
Yeah, you know,
Craziest. I ironically, some of the more crazy, like when I'm trying to think of like crazy fights, the some of the women fights are coming up. Like when Joanna fought Wei Li Zhang.
Oh yeah,
that was a fire fight.
Yeah.
I know some people are like, oh, the girls, but I think because of the differential and because there's so there's so many less women, then the differential between each is different. And so with the men, it's going to be typically more evenly matched. Whereas with the women fights, you're going to have one that's up here and one that's shit going down.
With that,
I like the women fights.
What do you think about the Ronda Rousey?
I just can't stand them. Seeing chicks fight, hearing about chicks fighting, all that shit. I'm like, ugh.
That's misogynistic.
I guess so.
What about the Ronda Rousey Gina Carano thing? I think it's fun as a talking point.
I just wasn't into
I
the
mean, I
chicks
don't.
fighting.
Ronda Rousey.
Gina all day. Gina all day.
For sure.
Back in my D-Gen days when I used to see them fight at the bars and shit, I used to be like, ugh, these fucking chicks are nasty. So something about it just, ugh, I can't stand it. Rattles me.
Fuck, what's
Before I go to bed, I'm going to go to bed, guys. One short little story about the Caranos. You know, I grew up in Reno, and the Caranos and I and my older sister, there's 5 kids, and we all went to school together. So now they're billionaires, but I knew them all very well. So I know Gina Carano's father, and they were always they were big, large in stature, all of them, all of the kids. I don't know which child Gina is. She's either the daughter of Gene or Glenn Carano. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, we played. I played at their house as they were becoming billionaires.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, I mean,
small world.
I haven't seen them in a million years. Well, Reno was very small back then. There was only 30,000 people here, so everybody knew everybody. Anyway, you guys have a wonderful night, and I will probably see you tomorrow. If Speakeasy's off to the bathroom again, please tell him I said good night, and I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one.
Later,
Good night.
Granny.
Good night, babies.
So are you guys all, before we get back into the UFC, so you guys are all anti evolution?
For most part, yeah. I'm gonna say yeah.
And so I'm gonna assume that's just gonna go back to God made things.
It doesn't have to. That's not.
I think UFC is a more fun discussion.
Fair enough. Amanda Hebus.
No. Hold up. Go back to. I like this because I've been waiting for somebody that's because it's all been pro evolution up here, so we kind of stopped talking about the evolution topic.
Anti-evolution.
Anti-evolution. Sorry, I meant to say. So if we got a pro evolution side, let's get to this. We have about 30 minutes left, unless the chat hits it for a hot seat. So let's get it.
I just have one question to the pro evolutionist. How do you contend with the law of biogenesis?
I don't. I don't know how life began, but once it began, then it evolved.
Yeah.
Well, that proves it. Checkmate.
So Jesus, you're along the lines of you think like it could have been a single cell organism from outer space, landed in a puddle of water, and we came from that.
Potentially, yep.
Okay.
You believe in one common ancestor?
Yes.
Like we're related to bananas.
Then he's got to contend with the Fermi paradox. Where's all the life, dude?
Well, I mean, cosmological timelines are very different than human timelines. So there is the possibility that it takes about 14 billion years for a universe to create planets that have the conditions for life. So we could be the very first example of intelligent life, whatever you want to say.
I mean, are we
It
even
could be.
14
It
billion
could be.
light
It
years
could be.
within the
It could
next
be.
star?
It could be. It could be that there's plenty of people out there, but we only have the ability to reach so far out into our own solar system. And so there's no life, as far as we know, in our own solar system, but there's billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of other ones. That's like taking a cup. I'm sure you've heard this before. You take a scoop out of the ocean, be like, there's no whales in here. Same thing.
But the Fermi paradox mathematically deals with that position.
Right, but just because they exist doesn't mean that we know about it, and it doesn't mean that they exist right now.
It's using that very
Actually, to be
argument
honest, I
against
haven't
itself.
heard anyone do the analogy like that, Lutch, but that was actually not bad.
Thank you. But so what's the? I'm not actually familiar with the name of this paradox. I've heard of where are the people, but why does that? What part of what I said doesn't? I mean, I only said the first part. But
If theoretically we live in a pocket where there should be all this life, then what the paradox is pointing out is that we should be able to observe it then mathematically.
Why?
Because somebody else is beaming radio signals or something.
Okay.
Or we'd
we'd be
able to look at another planet spectrographically.
What if it's outside the observable universe?
And
then there would never be enough time for us to be able to
there
see
are
that.
a lot of planets. And would you agree that with spectral analysis they can see the composition of a planet?
Who can? Sorry,
like
would I agree that
solid, what it's made out of, if the conditions for life even are a potentiality. If there is methane gas from carbon life forms, etc. So what the paradox is dealing with is we should be observing all these things. We should be observing foreign radio transmissions, alien radio transmissions. We should be observing planets in the Goldilocks zones that have a methane or a carbon footprint.
So is carbon the only type of life that can exist?
Well, mathematically speaking, if this is just this big oyster, of or super fractal where you have X, Y, and Z conditions, there should be a whole bunch of Earths.
I mean, again, there might be right now. They might be outside of where we can reach. There might be.
But what the paradox is dealing with is.
Hold on. They might be in the process of, like, we might just be first, and so it might take another billion years. It might take another million years. It might take that's not long in terms of the cosmological.
So you did stumble on an actual reveal. The paradox does state that we could be the first. But then if we are the first, then we're the only still right now.
Yeah. And what does that have to do? How does that mean that we're the only ones? Therefore, evolution is not.
So then you still have to contend with the first steps. How does the first domino fall into the first form?
Why do I need to know how the first?
Before we get to that,
well, but you're presupposing
1 second, Lutch. I'll let you answer that. But I just want to say thank you to Joseph for the 20. Says money. I like it. Thank you. And also thank you, Cool Vic, for the raid. I appreciate that big time. Welcome in, everybody. Make sure you hit the like, hit the sub up. All right, if you want to get up here, we're talking about evolution at the moment, especially if you're pro-evolution. We don't have any more pro-evolution.
Yeah, help me.
Only one person up here is pro-evolution. And if we hit 300 on the dono bar before 1:30 a.m., so that's a little under 20 minutes, we'll be doing a hot seat. So if you want to do a hot seat tonight, why did it just do that? Why does it look like that?
Oh, hey.
There we go. That was weird. I clicked the wrong one. But if you want to get in here, come on up.
My point, Jesus, is if evolution is real, then there has to be a causality for the first form. You have to be able to articulate the evolutionary steps between the first protein and the first form.
Well, it depends on what you.
Why? Wait.
Because
Why
that's-
can't
that's-
I
that's
establish?
the-
Why
that's
can't
the
I? Why
process
can't
of
I?
evolution.
Why can't I establish this process is clearly happening? How it began is a different question. Why can't I
Because-
just observe a process occur?
Because we still have it. Because first, I'm calling what's in observation in the first place. Because there's how many forms between forms? If you come from some sort of a proto-human, how many forms between you and that proto-human?
How is that relevant to
It's
if
like
I give you
asking-
hold
Okay,
on.
Okay.
So if I give you a number, how
Mm-hmm.
does that tell you evolution is or evolution is not?
Because I'm asking what's the numbers? Where is the first number, and then what is the sequence of numbers? You're going from 3 to 7 to 5 to 10.
Correct. So if you see a line of candies, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy. Do you need to know who put the candy there to realize that there's candy there? And that
Dude,
if
I'm
you keep
asking
following
bigger questions. If there's no candy factories, where's the fucking candy coming from?
Okay, that's a different question than what I'm asking you. That's why I did this. So the candy factory, I don't know. I'm just saying, indeed, there's a piece of candy here, piece of candy here, piece of candy here, piece of candy here, piece of candy here. That's all I'm saying.
So, but you're skipping.
So I don't.
out-
I'm not invoking a candy factory or somebody making candy or that's a biogen.
The
You're
process
smuggling
of
that in.
evolution.
You're trying
no,
to
because
move
the
the
process of
goalpost.
evolution is then you're saying, well, somebody's laying out the candy. Then okay, where's the
Sure.
candy coming from?
Maybe God. I don't know.
Can I throw a
How does
monkey
that mean
wrench
that? So let's say it is God. Fine, God started all of this.
Let's say it's a simulation.
How does that mean that evolution can't exist?
Let's say it's a simulation.
It depends
Yeah,
on your
let's not
definition
answer
of
my
evolution,
question.
I
Why
think.
would we answer Lutch's questions? So
Well,
the
'cause I'm
question
not gonna
was,
talk about
let's say that God created life, and God was the 1st domino. Why does that mean that evolution is wrong?
Because that's not the argument.
That's the argument that I'm asking you. I'm
That's,
asking you this question.
But essentially, that's a tu quoque.
How so?
In the form of asking a question for a question instead of contending with the prompt.
I feel like I did. I apologize. Did you have a question that I didn't answer?
No, because it's not. I'm not defending God. This
I have a
isn't
question.
about God. You could be in a simulation. I don't know. That's not the position.
Right.
I don't. We
Okay.
don't. We're debating evolution.
Right. My point is, it doesn't matter. Why does the first domino matter if I'm watching dominoes fall over?
Because
and we have
okay.
7 dominoes. I don't
Okay.
know what knocks over the first one, but
so
after
the first 7
after the
dominoes,
fourth one, I know that the 5th one is going to be knocked
so
over,
the
which
first
is then
7
going to knock the 6th
dominoes,
one over.
the first 7
Which part of that is not making
dominoes-
sense to you?
The first 7 dominoes are the whole cornerstone to the evolutionary argument.
How so?
Because their evolution is what, self-emergent then?
No.
Well, then
but the problem with these analogies don't work.
But you're
This is
basically saying evolution is real because of evolution. That's the bottom line of it. You have to have a start.
Well, candy. The candy is still always
you're
candy.
conflating a
It's never not
process
candy.
with a cause. Do you understand the difference between a process, meaning a thing that is happening, and the cause of that process? Those are two different things, correct? Correct.
You guys are talking past each other.
Scientifically,
So-
is there a
so-
difference
so-
between a
so
law?
the process of something
Hold on,
and the
hold
cause
on.
of that process are
Scientific
two
method.
different things, correct?
Scientific method. Is there a difference between a law and a theory?
Yes.
Okay.
See how I just answered your question? So my turn.
How do you get
Process versus reason for that process existing. Those are two different things, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm only appealing to one of them and conceding that I do not know about the other. What is the?
But your whole argument is contingent on the whole. The foundation
contingent on
of
what
your
specifically?
argument of evolution, because then you're not explaining evolution.
No, I'm not. Do you understand the difference of how life came to be?
Do you understand how you're
And
saying evolution is real because evolution is real without having the prime, without the cause, without the
Yes,
first
yes,
move?
yes,
But
yes.
that's not- so it can only
So
ever
again,
be a
this is
theory.
why I'm willing to concede that it may be God. So even if God knocks over the first domino, what the fuck does that have to do with us watching the other dominoes fall?
Because they're
So how do you?
You're
Okay,
just
so
saying
let's
the
try-
dominoes are
so
falling
let's-
because dominoes are falling.
Well, we can't even
Yeah!
completely understand. Would you say that a pig and a chimpanzee are two different forms?
Wait, say that again.
No,
pig and a
common
chimpanzee.
ancestor.
I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
So it's just as likely, using the theory of evolution, right? It's just as likely you evolved out of a pig as a chimpanzee.
No. That's
Yeah.
No.
Look
Well,
at
he
how
already,
much
he already
genome-
admitted it's a
because-
universal.
Why do you think? Wait.
ancestor.
Why do you
how
think
much-
that's
how
true?
much-
Why do you think
how-
that? Why do you think that I think that?
How much?
I'm curious
gene-
why you think that I think that.
No,
Because
it's
you
just
said
the
the
theory of
universal
evolution
common
itself.
ancestor. We came from bananas.
It's just the theory of evolution. Forms come from forms.
Yep.
And if you share
So
what is a
a
species?
genetic,
So what is a species?
There's no
doesn't
such thing
matter.
as species.
There's no exactly.
Then what the fuck are we talking about? If you don't even accept the
But
the,
you see
the
how
basic
the-
language.
Well,
So
no,
what-
this
what-
is your
what-
argument. This
what
is
we're
your
getting at
I
argument.
understand
what
that,
logic-
but I'm operating on the fact that you're
logic
not
falls
saying that
apart.
species are not a thing. You should be expected to know that. You should need to articulate that you don't believe that
But via
species of different animals
evolution,
exist.
you can't prove.
Yeah,
you can't
it's not
prove
going to make
using
sense to you
evolution.
if you don't.
Hold
If
on.
you're just going to say I don't
No.
accept species,
You're
yeah,
trying to shut me
evolution's
down
not going to work.
because you don't want to hear about how it's just using the theory of evolution. It's just as likely you evolved out of some pig as a chimpanzee.
Okay, what if I? So fine. What if I say yes?
You already did.
So which
we're
is
related
it?
to bananas, which means there's
Too
no
many
universal
open
species
ends.
as a category.
Okay,
Which
so
means
what,
we could be on our way to being not human, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then
Exactly.
what if human species is a species but could also be not a human species, then is it just now a new
no,
species?
it's not a human and also not a human species. Humans would give birth to mutated humans for generations and
wait,
thousands of
mutated
generations
humans
before
or
we get
not humans?
No,
Are you familiar that there are some?
See how you're.
why the fuck should I get to finish a sentence, right?
I'm sorry.
I'm just 6v1 here trying to explain things, and you guys
Yeah,
are assuming that I know your fucking crazy ass ideas. Let's not pretend that the theory of evolution is not the accepted thing. So fine, if you have different ideas about it, I'm not telling you that you're wrong. But don't
So you're
expect me to know
agnostic.
your fucking niche ass fucking bullshit. You
You're
need to
agnostic.
explain that. So
Fine.
fine. If you don't understand species, then what do you need me to say in order to so that we can be on the same page?
Can you give me your definition of species?
Are humans different species like blacks and whites?
No, the ability to procreate with another.
Then what's
being
the
makes it-
difference? Then what's the difference between like a zebra and a horse?
I mean, I don't know specific. Like I said, I don't know. I'm
Let
not
me
a fucking
do- let me do it
biologist.
this
I
way.
don't know specific.
Let me do
But
it this way. Is
that's-
species universal?
And what do you mean?
Like, does it is the category itself universal, stays the same, or can it change?
Are you asking the definition of a species? Is that definition?
Can a bear
changing, or
turn?
is it-
Can a bear turn into a whale?
No, a bear cannot turn into a whale.
Well, you're gonna be sadly.
See, you guys think that a monkey is there, and then
well,
becomes a
evolution
human.
scientifically
No,
makes the premise that killer whales.
you fucking
Indian
retards!
Jesus,
Are you
Indian
really
Jesus.
thinking that
You
monkeys are turning into human beings? That's what you think the entire scientific community is
Indian
telling you?
Jesus,
That
take a deep
monkeys
breath.
are born into the world
Spurgeon.
and then transform into humans, and you
You're
just didn't fucking
Spurgeon.
know about it? Is that what you think they're saying?
So, do you
It's
know
no
what
wonder you
evolution
don't fucking
says?
understand.
Where do killer whales come from?
From other killer whales.
Well, killer
What-
whales
what are you
apparently
asking
come.
me?
Hold on. Killer whales apparently come from some kind of bear.
Okay.
So you just defeated your whole
No,
cross
I didn't,
categories
because
argument.
you're still talking about one generation.
Is a bear
while
a
I'm
whale?
talking about millions.
Is a
No,
bear a whale?
exactly in the same way that a monkey
Then
is not.
how does a killer
We
whale
still have common
evolve out of a bear?
ancestors.
Then how does a killer whale evolve out of a bear? Via
Are you your
own-
brother? Are you your brother?
Dude, I am literally
Are you your
telling
brother?
you the
Are
theory
you
of
your brother?
evolution.
Are you your brother?
I'm my brother's keeper.
Are you your brother?
No.
Mama,
Okay. So then, how could you have a common ancestor? How could you have a common ancestor?
You're not contending.
How could you have a
with
common
evolution.
ancestor? Are
Okay,
you
you're
telling me
getting
you turned into
emotional.
your brother?
You're getting emotional when I'm presenting you
No,
with the argument of evolution. Evolution, scientifically, what is taught in the universities right now states that whales come from some sort of proto-bear.
That
Killer
does
whales,
not
specifically.
That does not undercut anything that I'm saying.
So, but you just got done saying a were and a bear are two different species.
They are. This is the part that you're not understanding. There's a difference between are the same species and came from the same species. That's why I did the stupid thing about your brother. But guess that went right over your head, didn't it?
So there was a.
Do you understand that a bear does not turn into a whale? That there was as you said, proto species of bear. I'm just taking you. I don't know. I don't even know. It's crazy to me that you know more about the specifics of a specific animal, specifically to argue against the actual facts that exist with it. But do you understand that if you're talking about a prototypical bear,
I'm talking about
that
evolution.
that has a common ancestor with whales, that there is no fucking whale that is turning into a bear, and there's no bear that is turning into a whale. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Do you literally?
Do you understand that? Yes or no? Please, please, for the love of God, for the love of God, just give me a yes or no. Please, just yes or no. Please, please.
Are Shamu
yes,
and Free
you understand
Willy
that, or
real?
no? You don't understand it. You think that monkeys turn into other things and bears turn into whales.
You're
Which one is it? Do you
question,
think?
Homie?
No. The answer is no.
Okay, so then what is the issue?
You're deferring. You're deflecting the shit.
Wait, so you wouldn't
I'm
take the
literally not.
stance of a Pachycetus becomes a whale?
It depends on what you mean becomes. If you mean the species over generations becomes something else, then
So
yes.
they just
If
had
you're
two
talking
bears
about
bang?
the individual animal becomes a whale, then obviously fucking
So
not.
let's logic it out then. So
Okay.
No,
these two
there's
bears
stages,
bang,
that's
and
what I'm
then they
saying.
have a
Over
baby
time,
whale.
like, the idea is this.
Loud noises.
The idea is this four-legged animal, over time, went through different stages of becoming different species, leading to the whale eventually.
Sorry, say that one more time.
The what we're told is that the Pachycetus, it's like a four-legged, almost looks like a wolf kind of thing. Over time, it evolved into different species that lead to the like have a chain going to the whale.
So they say whales have hip bones.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, like
Makes sense.
You take
Makes
that
sense
stance,
according
right?
to the Darwinian laws. Well, I'm not
Okay,
seeing
I
the
was
issue.
But
I thought you were saying no to that for a minute. So
No, yeah, I'm saying specifically that's the difference. That no, one animal, a single animal, does not turn into another animal. It is a group of animals that over millions of years, not like your grandpa. We're talking about millions of years that have a slight deviations in the same way that I'm short as fuck. That if we didn't have a civilized society, I mean, shit, I still might not procreate, but that's besides the point. What I'm saying is that I would not be at the top of the hierarchy had we not had all these human civilized things. If we were just out in the wild, I'd probably be dead by now.
But they haven't found the missing forms between the forms.
That's a fallacy. Because you can any 2 points between any 2 points, you can find a middle ground that doesn't necessarily exist, and so we don't have a clear understanding of the value or the degree of mutation that can occur in a specific animal, and of course, then that when you spread that over the generations, it's a trend, and so you might be born with you might be this bear thing that is born with webbed feet, and then you go into the water and you do better, and there's 7 other things that have weird mutations, and you fuck them, and now you're both in the water because they got front flippers, you got back flippers, and this is again not individual animals. This is over the course of a generation of animals.
The story becomes logically though.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Crazy things are not true, right?
Well,
crazy things are not true.
No,
I don't understand it. That means it's not. That's what we call the argument for personal
I don't need to be
incredulity.
patronizing. It's non-falsifiable. At the end of the day, it's a theory because it's non-falsifiable.
Well, yeah, because
So we don't like unfalsifiable things. Is that where we're going?
I know you really want to slam dunk on Christianity right now, but that's not the debate.
Okay, so we're just gonna. All right. So unfalsifiable equals bad.
But to play devil's
You just want to
advocate,
take a dunk on evolution. What the fuck are we doing here?
That's the
You
whole
just said
point.
it's unfalsifiable. So if you present to me any
Use
unfalsifiable
simulation
argument, I
theory.
can just throw it away. Correct?
Use simulation theory. Use simulation theory. I just don't like debating.
Okay,
theology.
so then why did you bring up whether it's falsifiable?
Use simulation theory.
Why did you bring up? Why did you bring up whether it's falsifiable?
Because
why
you're
is that
getting
relevant?
awfully emotional.
My emotions dictate what is.
No, that's called pathos arguments.
Hold up, I just got a quick question.
So what is the relevance?
The relevance is you're still not seeing the missing forms. You're still leaving 25% of the evolutionary story out, which are arguably the foundation of the whole argument. The law of biogenesis is a law for a reason, because we've observed and measured life only comes from life.
Okay.
So
and
again, so where's all the life come from? If you're going to make
what did I say at the very beginning?
Make the claim, then present the evidence, and there is no.
That's a different claim. That's a different claim.
This debate subject. You'll debate
you have to grant
evolution and biogenesis are different things.
Yeah,
they're different things.
Trench,
how do you get from the soup?
I don't know, motherfucker. How many times can I say I don't know? I don't know. 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 No. I don't know. I don't know.
Evolution. That's the answer. It evolved from the first protein into the tube worm.
Okay, great. Why? What does that have to do with me being wrong? I'm saying, okay, yes, you could be right.
Because
and also then evolution. Why is that impossible?
If there's
why is that impossible? Why is that impossible?
The whole thing is suspect.
Why is that impossible? Since you won't let me fucking finish, I'll just talk over you. Why is that impossible?
Because so far, no one's been able to turn the soup into a tube worm.
So, Lunch, what you're saying is
it hasn't been for lack of trying.
Personal incredulity.
I'm going to try. I'm trying to see
therefore
where
it must be wrong. Okay.
I'm trying to see where you're coming from. So, let's say, they came out with a theory, and they said, okay, well, this is what happened. God created aliens first. Aliens flew over in their spaceship 10 million years ago over the earth and threw like magic fairy dust or like mushroom spores, and we came from that.
That's pretty much the Bhagavad Gita.
So you're saying we don't know. You're coming from this like an agnostic
correct
type of way, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And then I also just had a quick question for your definition. Do you have like a proprietary definition of evolution, or is it just random mutation sorted out by natural selection?
I don't have a
singularity, bro.
I don't have a specific definition. Just whatever the process of, like you said, mutation, survival of the fittest, so on and so forth.
All of the evolutionary models, whether they're cosmic evolution, whether it's biological evolution, they all break down at point of origin, and that's what drives me crazy.
Oh, okay. So, but what's your explanation?
Even if you grant it,
what's the explanation then? What's the correct explanation?
If you grant them abiogenesis, you can actually get a little further to breaking down like their point of view, and it'll be a little easier to internally critique if you at least grant them the population, even though some of them actually, and I give you credit, Indian Jesus, the first one that's actually said it might have been God. A lot of them won't even go that far as to like letting us grant abiogenesis, the ultimate creator, and then explaining evolution. I think is much more entertaining and interesting.
I'm totally open to that. Totally open to the existence of a God, that God created life, and then after that, evolution took over.
And then,
does anybody here think that that's impossible?
Yeah, I do. I think that's impossible.
Why do you think that's impossible?
It just seems difficult to believe that we came from bananas.
So again, personal incredulity. It doesn't make sense to me. Therefore,
that's not a good. Like here, let me help all my boys on this side. Lutch, because I get what you're saying. Because Lutch, I bet you, if I was to say, would you accept that like maybe God created everything, and then things like adaptation, speciation, all these things happened from everything He created?
Yeah, very possible.
Right. So I figured that's where you would go. But see, under that worldview, this is where the rejections come, and they're not I think they're not giving it to you in a straight way for you to understand.
Being nice.
The random and purposelessness parts that come in with evolution, right? So random mutations. That is something that under obviously a lot of Christian worldview, that can't be a possible thing. Everything has a purpose. There's a purpose. So there's no random mutation. And I would ask you, if it is like Teriak had brought this up earlier, I thought it was a really good question. If it is random mutation involved as well, how can we make predictions off something that is random? I think that's where like it's
by understanding
kind of
the
hard.
environment. So the mutations are, it's not, people say survival of the fittest, thinking like the strongest, but the fittest for the environment. So if we understand the environment and we understand that this fish or whatever can only breathe at a certain depth and all their food is way lower than a fish that has a slightly bigger, I don't know, gill, lung, whatever the fuck. I don't know how this shit. A fish that could dive deeper is more likely to survive. And so if there's 1 million fish and they all are about here and the food's down here, and then 100,000 of them are able to go deeper, then those 100,000 are going to be able to survive better, procreate. And the ones that are, you get 2 tall people have a baby, they have a tall baby. You get 2 short people have a baby, you get me. So it just, it's that just on a grand scale.
So does the environment have to stay the same for that amount of time for that to take place?
I just want to read out from my chat that, and then I didn't catch that, but yeah, David's saying random mutation is almost always killed, even killed by its own. A very important part, that mutation doesn't mean good; it just means different. Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, I know that too. I get it.
Yeah, and I agree with that statement as well. But my question was, does that assume that the environment that they're adapting to be able to achieve this evolution has to stay that way for them to achieve it?
Yes. And so it's not, yes, and I don't like the word achieve, because that implies is there
purpose. A direction?
There's a direction, yeah.
Is it intentional or accidental?
No. Accidental.
They accidentally develop the things that help them survive?
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about even today, go to India, go to fucking the Middle East, and you've got, third world, there's, fucking their cousins and shit, and mutations are left, right, and center. We're in America. Let's be in Alabama.
And you're saying God accidentally created life.
I didn't say accidentally. Maybe
no, but that's your thesis.
How is that my thesis?
Did you hear yourself?
I did. That's why I'm asking you. I don't understand how you got to your conclusion from my conclusion. Hence the question: what do you think I said?
Your conclusion is there is random mutation, that there is no order to benefit, that there is no purpose or ontology behind things. Stuff just happens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's complete heresy.
Okay, but I thought we don't talk about. I thought we don't go for. That's unfalsifiable, though. That's unfalsifiable, though.
Well, I'm saying from the Christian worldview.
Right, that's unfalsifiable.
I know you were. That's why I told you were going to say that earlier.
The key
so you can't yell at me for using unfalsifiable and then throw something unfalsifiable back at me. That's fine for you to believe that. I'm not telling you shouldn't.
The key word is random.
I'm here for a discussion. You want to talk about what I'm talking about, or you want to cut yourself?
Yes,
and be like,
yeah,
no,
I'm
this
trying
is
to.
only this thing.
Well, I was just going to say the next part that you would go to now is like, so if we evolved, right, and you would probably agree humans have things like consciousness, reason, logic, right? We have this and a self-awareness actually that other beings seem not to have. It's kind of hard to reduce that all to a
scientific nihilism,
chemistry of survival. You know what I mean?
It's also hard to understand that fire exists because of combustion, not phlogiston. but we know that because we
shit! Real quick,
because it
I'll let
works.
you keep answering, Lutch. I just realized it's already 6 minutes past 1:30. We didn't hit 300. Chat. I'm gonna, I love second chances, so I'm gonna give you one more chance. You're gonna have. Let me see. It's 1:37 now. You have exactly till 1:45. All right. If not, we're wrapping up, chat. All right. It's your last chance. If you want to get it to 300 and we'll get a hot seat. If not, we got to wrap it up. All right.
My motherfucking mind.
Holy shit.
I wanted to clear up maybe some confusion that Indian Jesus maybe didn't understand about why. About why.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt
go
you,
ahead.
Joe, but we got a big $150 here from Spartacus. You fucking legend, Spartacus. All right, let me. We got to get this in here. 1 second. Legend put us up to 268. So chat, you have until 1:45 to finish this off. We're at 268. If you want a hot seat, we only need a little more to get to 300. All right, go ahead. Sorry, guys.
I was just going to give Indian Jesus here a argument for why evolution would be incompatible with the Christian God.
I mean, feel free. I'm not a Christian,
go ahead,
so that doesn't.
Right, but I mean, well, let's say, we usually use the tag argument and then a final inference to lead us to believe that the Christian God, as best understood by Orthodox Christians, it's the only compatible, philosophical God that would be a creator of all things, including metaphysics and things like that. So that would be the God that I would say is the one true creator. So if I just accept, if you grant me that, then I could just show you that evolution wouldn't be compatible.
And that's quite a granting. I mean, can you prove that?
Which one do you want me to prove?
The existence of God, the fact that God wanted any
You
part of
can't
it.
prove the existence. No, you can't. You can't prove.
Yeah,
his
you can.
existence.
Okay, so then we can't use that as our basis because it's unfalsifiable.
You can make
Well,
make a logical
hold
argument.
on, yeah, because I just want to. This is.
I thought that's the
just
rules.
Real quick.
Holy shit.
Look, if our brains accidents.
Well, real quick, I think you guys had made a claim just a second ago about God can't be proven, but I think Teriak's trying to say he can.
Naturalist sense.
The Christian God.
Would
the
you?
Christian God, the Christian God.
Yeah, I'm a
Not a
deist,
God.
not a theist. Yeah. So in terms of the change, you'd agree, change is unchanging. Motion never stops, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, so the whole kind of simulation theory you might have heard of and all this kind of stuff. Like, if this was a simulation, there must be a power source to the simulation, correct?
Correct.
And because that everything that ever was, everything that ever will be, and everything right now is currently in motion. Even if there was a rock on the ground, there's still that rock has atoms. Those atoms have electrons. Those electrons are spinning. What is the power source to the universe?
I don't know.
It would be supreme being, which is what God means. When you're evoking the name God, you're talking about something that's unchanging.
Okay. Well, which God? Can you lay that out?
You just asked for a God.
No, I didn't.
Like when you're talking about God, I think you're thinking of like a spaghetti monster or whatever caricature that you want to talk about.
I'm talking about Yahweh, the God of the Bible.
But
I left my flying spaghetti monster days in college.
Yeah. So like the whole point of like Israel means to wrestle with God, which means to reason. You look at like all the prophets throughout the whole Old Testament. What do they constantly do? Like Sodom and Gomorrah, what does Abraham do? Constantly reasoning with God. God is reason. That is the proof.
You understand why that's not enough for like that? You're claiming that to what you already.
What is supreme being? When I say supreme being, what image is in your head?
I don't know.
Real quick, boys. I don't know. I've never seen this person here. Finding truth. If you could just like throw on your cam real quick, give me a peace sign, and then you can turn it off to come up. I just want to make sure there's an actual person back there. Okay, you're good. I feel like you might have been here before, but I don't know.
No, it's my first time here, man. It just came up in my algorithm. Just kind of wanted to see what you guys were discussing on this whole
Please tell me
evolution.
you're a biologist.
Cool. Right on. No, I just kind of wanted to see where the conversation was going to go with this supreme being thing, and I guess I'll just maybe try to chime in.
Okay, yeah.
Energy, bro.
Yeah, so like supreme being, like what we're talking about is like something that never changes. Something that's constant. So like, for example,
literally, when you say supreme being, I'm thinking of like Viltrumites from Invincible. I know I'm not. Yeah. I'm not trying to be like that.
Yeah, but that's the atheist trick. Like you're still trying to think of like the spaghetti monster.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
From the Matrix.
But when you're talking about like for intelligence to even be possible, there has to be supreme being.
Okay, and I've already granted the possibility of that.
Yeah, if you're granting supreme being, then you're granting God. So God means like go Google like God meaning.
Okay, but
no,
again,
just real quick, just type into Google like God, like definition of God.
Okay, God definition. A God is typically defined as a supreme supernatural being worshipped as the creator and ruler of the universe or deity controlling specific aspects of life and nature, represents a spiritual force or supreme reality often viewed as omnipotent, omniscient, and incorporeal.
Yes, a transcendent being, an unchanging being. Like when we talk about like we are human beings, like if we're constantly changing, how can we be being?
I'm confused why you're saying this. I'm already willing to concede that God could be the start of life. A God or the Christian God could be a start of life, and that doesn't mean that evolution is not true.
No. Like what you're saying is like, oh yeah, you could be true, but like I don't have any argument to what you're saying. But what I'm showing to you that it's literally impossible for there not to be supreme being.
Okay, that does not change. What does that do to my argument that supreme being is the start and evolution is the process?
So I'm curious why you think it's impossible.
One sec. Like when you're talking about evolution, what you're saying is that there is constant change. Evolution does not disprove supreme being. The fact that evolution is constant and evolution never stops proves supreme being. You cannot escape this.
Okay, but I'm not trying to escape this. Why are you trying to get me down? There is a supreme being. I'm saying, okay,
listen,
fine.
Okay, fine. Don't do the funny voice, all this kind of stuff. Like what I'm pointing to is that supreme being is a necessary.
Here's where my confusion is. I'm acknowledging there could or in the broadest way there must be some type of supreme entity, supreme being. Sure, fine.
Yes.
I don't understand why the existence of that supreme being, if it's not necessarily the Christian God, why that can't lead to evolution being true.
No, what you're saying is that evolution like took over, and now you're trying to like put evolution as supreme being. Just makes sense.
No, I'm not. That's not
at
all what I'm doing.
One sec. Okay, one sec.
Being is sitting up there, and it's like, I want to.
One sec. Just answer this question.
You just what do you mean? Fuck out of my position. Can I clear it up, please?
What do you mean when you say evolution took over?
I never said evolution took over.
I think
you said that God created it, but then evolution took over. That was your exact quote.
Okay, well then, if I said that, then took over is a colloquialism, just meaning the process begun. So God started a process, and then separately from that God or supreme being or whatever, the process was processing.
He's basically a Calvinist, right? He's saying that
Stop. See the way that you can't even explain what you were just saying, where it's like as a separate process, it just processed.
Mm-hmm.
You still have not explained what you mean.
I just wanted to throw out there. I feel like his perspective is like a mixture of a naturalist or a transcendentalist. I don't know. That's just what I was
It's
getting
the
out of
same
it.
problem I run into with trying to get the first 7 steps of evolution from first protein to the first form. That's an evolutionary process. So using that same line of logic, it throws out all of the other processes. There are no forms. The conclusion being there are no forms between forms. There are no observable forms between any of the forms, and they can't explain it, and they refuse to explain it. But evolution is real because of evolution. It's a circular argument. That's the problem.
God is God because he's God.
That's not what we're debating, though. We're not debating God. You could be in a simulation. We could theoretically be wrong about our chosen religions. Whatever. That doesn't matter. That's not the point. That's not the subject at hand.
Yeah,
the subject at
but
hand
real quick, Luch,
is evolution.
When you say I am, like that's the verb be, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in order for us to be, there must be supreme being. Correct?
Okay, sure, yes.
Yeah, that's God.
Okay. I'm waiting for the part where that's circular or defeats what I'm saying about evolution. I've granted the supreme being, I think, 6 times now.
Yeah.
Well, that means there's okay. Not doing
he has,
but
but
coming back to that
that's
means
still not
supreme
my
being.
point.
Yes.
My point is strictly
Okay.
the evolutionary process between forms, which is unexplainable. And it becomes a circular argument because of the unexplained missing forms.
But
you guys are saying 2 different things. Hold on. If I may, Indian Jesus, could I try to steal, man, your point of view really quick? I think what he's trying to say is that it's possible that a supreme being set up a row of dominoes called evolution and then just merely tipped the first domino.
And I'm saying not only is that not... That's like completely clashes against like the Christian theology.
Right. No, I get that. I'm just trying to clarify it for Teriak.
It still becomes bringing God. God is irrelevant to the argument of evolution. Like you're putting soup, you're putting ingredients in the gumbo that don't need to be there. We're not making 2 circular arguments, and we're not answering a circular argument with our own circular argument. That's crazy.
No, because Luch still has to explain it. What does he mean by like evolution took over? He still has not explained what.
Literally did. I said that was a colloquialism that talked about how the process started, and I don't know, it didn't light up. So whoever just said that God set over the dominoes, and the evolution is the process of the dominoes falling over. God knocks over the first one, which I also said earlier, and the rest of them fall because of the physical world that He created.
Okay, so if he knocks over the first domino, what happens from there?
You also espouse all this other stuff about randomness and no purpose, right?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm willing to be wrong.
But
I don't believe in that. But sure, maybe there is
a contradictory statement.
Not necessarily. If God wanted humanity and a life itself to develop in this way for whatever reason, are you sure that God didn't want evolution?
And God would have given us
all the mystery. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because God would have given us all the
mystery. So God is unable.
And then he
so I
just
just want to
left.
be clear.
No.
I just want to be clear. So we're saying that God is unable to want.
Let me explain this way.
God is
Let me explain this
unable
way.
to want the universe as I'm explaining it.
Even if I grant evolution, God would still have to exist.
I'm not okay.
Man.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
I kind of
No, because one sec, because you're trying to look at it as an either or.
Like what happens after the first domino?
Wrong. What was Teriak? What was the domino thing? Teriak. What was the domino thing?
So you're looking at it as an either or. You're looking at it as an either or.
What was the domino thing?
You're looking at it as an either or. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, Teriak. Luck isn't the one way. Hold up.
What was the domino?
From what I've heard since I got back here, Lutch isn't the one that's said it's an either or. It's actually the other side that's saying it's against the Christian God.
I think
he's constantly interchanging between a God and then specifically the Christian
I'm about
God.
to dip out. Teriak, what was the domino thing?
That you're still saying this whole took over thing. So the dominoes constantly falling over from the first one. That's evolution, but then God is the one that started it. That's what I'm saying. You're not comprehending. You're trying to put it's either evolution or it's God.
I was just trying to say something real quick though.
It's a
I was just trying to say something like, what happens after that first domino? Because the way this sounds, it's like, okay,
you keep
okay,
saying
so
that you need to prove God.
knocks over that first domino, and then all of a sudden, you guys make it seem like he just leaves. So that's like a deist perspective. Like God did this, like, hey, I'm just going to throw evolution out there, and then hey, I'm just going to watch from afar and see what happens.
Christianity, doesn't it?
I'm saying God is
Yeah, but that would still be one sec, look, that would still be
There would
deist.
still be a God. There would still
Like,
be
hey,
a
I'm
God.
just going to watch
Yes.
from afar, but I just knocked that first domino.
Yeah, you would not be an atheist then. Look, you would not be an atheist then, you dumb motherfucker. You'd be a deist.
Non-theist. Thank you.
Oh my god. You see? This is the pride. This is the ego right here, boys.
You think God?
Your ego is your greatest enemy.
He's open to
Projection.
The
Oh
problem
my
is,
God! Did that just
Terry,
come from Terry?
Yeah.
Did that just come from Terry?
No,
Dilly
the problem
dilly to
is-
the fucking projection.
Do you see the way you're screaming into the mic right now and you're trying to celebrate?
With me in the
That's the
beginning,
ego.
trying to get me to divulge my religious beliefs, and it's because God is a red herring. The whole God is irrelevant to the conversation of evolution. Period.
Right. You don't need God to make an argument against evolution. You could critique evolution under its own weight.
I could.
That's what I'm
critique-
trying to do.
I could critique evolution from the nihilist standpoint.
Right.
So, okay,
You
wait.
could be an atheist.
Was man created in God's image and likeness?
It's a red herring.
No.
You
Doesn't
not
even
understand
matter.
how?
I mean, I personally believe he was created in the image.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Okay, so then if we
You
establish
keep
that free
granting
will
evolution
exists,
and you still
then
show that God
humans
is still a
can change
necessity. And he
the
still says
creation, right?
Wait, Indian Jesus. Wait, is this the Christian God you're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so but do you understand that? So how did Adam and Eve come about?
It's a red herring. You're falling into his trap. That's
No, there's no trap. No, it's not a trap. I'm gonna show him how this is incompatible with the Christian worldview.
I don't know.
It's
It was
very
magic.
easy.
He said he said
He literally
exists
okay.
and
So if we're
exists.
gonna go with the Christian Genesis
But the more
perspective, it
you
literally
talk,
says
like,
he breathed it in the
logically,
nostrils.
you're
He breathed it
playing
in the
the game.
nostrils of the ashes, and that's how Adam and Eve came about.
He just
Playing
he
the
just
game.
made
You're
them.
giving into a whole red herring fallacy, right?
No, trust me. There's no way out of this. He can't explain it away because he doesn't know like the gospel. He doesn't know Genesis. maybe.
Yeah, but
So
he's
let's
talking
throw
that's
some
the
shit
that's
from
the
a
only
belief
answer that I
system
can
that he
chime
doesn't
in on.
believe
He
in, and he
literally
doesn't know my
breathed
belief
his
system.
life
Therefore, he's
into
See the way
wrong.
you're
and then
see the way you're getting so
Eve
emotional right
came
now,
from the
Lutch?
rib.
No, I'm
The
just getting
gospel
loud
is
because you're not
completely
listening. There's
irrelevant.
7
Yeah,
people.
you're
And I'm
getting
the only
emotional.
one that everybody is talking about. So I'm just getting louder.
That's your ego.
I can speak louder without getting angry.
Yeah,
I can be very happy and be very loud.
this is totally normal behavior, by the way.
Indian Jesus, wait. In Genesis, it does say that God just created everything as is, and then he said Adam can call him whatever the fuck he wants, basically.
Yeah, and he's okay with that. He just says that evolution then continues on from there.
No, he created everything as is. That's in Genesis.
But you're
Right.
leaving
And
out.
once-
all right,
once
this is all
man
I'm gonna say
is-
on the theology because
Once
like,
man, so God, so
there's a
let's
fall
go-
that
let's
happens
go back.
and it
Let's go back.
corrupts
Let's
all
go
of
back.
creation.
Right.
Okay, so
again, it's incompatible with.
okay, so
evolution.
let's go back to the idea that if man is created in God's image, because this was your issue, that the Christian God can't have something that then is changing.
Right.
So, explain free will then.
What do you mean?
I mean,
God
God
is
creates you
changing,
as
not
God.
us.
I
Oh my God.
can explain it. I can explain it. Everybody can talk.
Hold on.
You guys want to talk?
Oh my God.
Sure, you go ahead. What did I mean?
You'll never pin
Hold
him.
up, he asked
Hold
him what
on.
he meant. Let him.
You'll
Just let
never
me-
pin him if you
let me
let him
try,
keep
you guys.
shifting subjects. Don't fuck
Let-
with the red herrings. Keep them on
Hold on.
evolution. We're not debating free fucking will.
The thing is,
wanna
what
know
he's
if the
trying to
brain
do.
I'm making a point that cuts the other points that were made that says
No,
that
you're
I'm
trying to
wrong.
blast
So if
into
the-
theology instead
no,
of talking
no,
about evolution.
no. I'm
Wait,
trying
wait,
to
wait,
establish
please,
that what you
please.
guys are presenting is falling to the same issue of what I'm presenting to
No.
you
No,
now.
you're trying to
Indian
literally
Jesus,
talk
Indian
about
Jesus, wait.
theology instead of evolution by playing philosophy.
Wait, can I just say something real quick? Can I just say something real quick?
Guys, Guys, I was the debater who was here earlier today. I can trust me. I can do both.
Yeah, but
can you guys like? I am the guy. No, it doesn't matter. I can do both.
Does anyone want to try? Because it's getting late here. Does anybody else want to try at this with me? Since I'm the only atheist here.
I got 3 minutes.
Agnostic, non-theist. Sorry.
See the way atheist here.
Let me do
See,
I corrected
yeah, the little
myself.
Freudian
I
slip.
corrected myself.
Yeah,
I
the
corrected
Freudian
myself.
slip.
I
Watch.
corrected myself.
Don't worry.
Fuck
Don't worry.
you.
Don't worry. Trust me. The
I mean, I
ego
just
is your own
wanted
worst
to
enemy.
chime in my perspective of what I thought about all this. I mean, it just seems like we went from evolution and then we did the domino thing. God hits the domino thing one time and then leaves like a deist and just watches everything from a panoramic view. But I'm just curious now how we diverted into Adam and Eve being created with this like spiritual Genesis breath of life.
Jesus is really good at red herring fallacies.
Like that's what like I want us to like get to a
Somebody
solid
asked
point.
me that. How am
I want
I
us to get to a
doing
solid
a red
point.
herring if somebody asked me the question?
Guys, this is really simple. This is not hard at all.
But it's like somebody had said earlier, just so I can end my like
you guys can't-
tangent. You can't bring theology and evolution together. They're two separate things.
I'm
You
not.
can
I'm
critique them
trying to show
individually.
you. I know, but I'm trying to show him how they're incompatible. Do you guys understand that?
Well, that's what I was saying. You're like they're not compatible. They're not compatible at all.
Strengthen my non-theism.
Guys,
that is
guys,
not
one
going
second,
to help
boys,
with
one
evolution.
second here.
That's going to do
Wait.
the opposite.
1 second.
Guys, wait.
The Lutch earlier was just when because someone brought up abiogenesis, and Lutch earlier had said, I don't know how that could have been. It could have been maybe a god did put everything here, but I'm talking about what happened with the species that were here.
Yeah, post.
That's what
right.
he's saying, right? And then we keep going back to, well, it's not compatible with the Christian God, or it's like it's not compatible. But he doesn't argue. This is what I was actually talking about earlier, why a lot of these evolution debates get canceled after they're scheduled, is because a lot of people that are arguing for evolution are not going to argue for how the species got here. They're going to argue for,
correct.
Excuse me, for the evolution of said species. So this is why a lot of them end up getting canceled, because
Somebody smacking their gum.
Right, but
What?
easy. They're actually.
Yeah, I heard a clicking noise earlier. Whoever's doing the clicking,
not me.
Stop that shit.
You know, it's not me. It's not me.
Oh, maybe that's me. I'm playing a game. My bad.
I got a shitty mic. Shit.
So yeah, I got to take off here, of course, as usual. But I do have one question.
Pussy's gonna run right when we're about to start the hot seat.
Every time.
What a bitch.
This happens every single time.
Bye,
They wait until I have to work and then send the donos in, and I'm not even mad about it. I got a busy day tomorrow, but I just want to know if the brain happened on accident or was intentional.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I would say accidental.
So are your thoughts accidental?
I just wanted to give my input. I think it was intentional. That's just my opinion.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm asking Jesus if the thoughts are intentional or accidental.
I don't know. That's a good question. I've never thought about that. I would have to say
Yeah,
I'm currently. I've said this other places too, and I know everybody's going to be pissed off about it. And I apologize that it's wholly unsatisfying. But I'm in the process of working out how I don't believe that free will exists, but I believe that agency exists, and I can't circle that square yet. So if we get into that, then it's going to be just kind of my own.
I'm right there. I'm right there with you, bro.
You need to look up.
How does that work? How does that work? Because I think it, but I don't understand it.
Yeah. Where does that come from? Is it accidental? But if your thoughts are an accident, then none of these people on this panel are going to take anything you say seriously.
If you
they're not going to take it seriously anyway.
If you
seriously well, I'm out of here. Hey, you guys have a good night.
Called determinism.
No good time to do it.
Night.
Speak easy.
Which
Towards
is
the reason
different
tomorrow. Shouts out
than-
to the homies. You guys have a good night.
That's right. Rowdy's got a Swords of Reason tomorrow. Big day.
Ooh.
Nice.
But there's a difference between
All right,
determinism and predeterminism there. Start there. If that'll get you to where you want to be as far as there being causal systems, but agency.
But a lot of the time, people go into evolution. Dude, I've seen Christians that debate evolution, okay?
Yeah.
So
Right.
I mean, a lot of times they'll go into evolution with, I'm not arguing about how everything got here. I'm arguing about what's happening to everything since it got here. It's where there's a lot of this disconnect happens.
Yep.
What he's just saying is God is maybe God planted a bunch of seeds and then the seeds went wild and then turned into everything else.
Yep.
He's open to the possibility.
It would create a He doesn't understand how that would create a contradiction in the.
I think he.
Hold on.
does.
You don't have no idea what I was going to say because it creates a contradiction in omnipotence in knowing everything.
Right.
That's why it's not.
That needs to be established first.
No, the Christians that argue for this trench would just say that he knew exactly how everything was evolved. He created exactly how.
I get that, but that's
what they do.
where that battleground is.
I've watched them, man. I'm telling you, I've seen Christians that argue that God made evolution.
Right.
Yeah,
this is true. This is true. It's a good argument.
I got
against
to piss
it.
like a racehorse, and so does Morty. So does anybody have? I've got like 3 minutes. If anybody wants to come with the
Are you getting right off, or are you staying for the hot seat?
No, yeah, I gotta go.
Oh, you got to get right off. Well, okay. If anyone's got a question,
I got a question. So Indian Jesus, I asked this to the debate opponent earlier. If I just evolve to believe in the Christian God and you didn't, wouldn't debating me on it be like a performative contradiction?
That goes into the free will versus agency. And
well, what do you think?
In general, I am a materialist in the sense that whether it was the Big Bang or some type of other physical thing, there was a physical point where we can track the laws of physics back to where that started. Just like life, I don't know what happened before that. But after that, then it doesn't make sense to me that there could be only atoms and energy in the universe following laws of physics, and also the opportunity to manipulate the way your brain works.
Okay.
But
So
I do believe in agency because I make choices, and I know that I feel like I make those choices. But even if it's preconditioned or predetermined, then there's still some aspect of choice. And
That's where things break down between determinism and predeterminism. Predeterminism is everything's like written in stone, and the fates are the fates, and you're locked in your fate, meaning you have no agency, which is incompatible with like the determinism that I kind of believe, where there are contingent systems, but you have all of the free will, but your free will is only extended as far as your biological agency, your personal agency.
It's not true free will.
God will permit.
Right. It's not. It's predetermined.
No,
just real quick,
evolution is
because I could murder somebody and then that cancels out their the
what are your thoughts on Alex O'Connor, Lutch? His recent shit.
He's the GOAT. I'm waiting for Andrew to stop dodging him.
Yeah, but you do realize that he's been admitting that there is a God. There has to be a God.
He's been saying that he is more. I get a lot of my cues from him, which is why I moved away from atheist. The reason that I felt okay with that is because it was the podcast with Rainn Wilson, the guy from The Office, and he was saying that when people ask me if I'm an atheist or agnostic, I usually say agnostic because of the fact that I don't really know exactly what they're referring to. And I was like, this whole thing about God is really bad at being a word, because when you say God, then people just have their own ideas. And so when you say, do you believe in God, you may as well be saying, do you believe in blue blah? Well, it depends on what blue blah means. If you mean love, then yes, I believe in love. If you believe in
let's move it back to evolution for a second.
All right, 3 minutes.
Do you understand the difference between microevolution and macroevolution?
No. I don't believe. I think that's a cope. I think that's a Christian cope. Microevolution is evolution.
Well,
I just wanted to
it's a scientific. That's science. That's not a Christian cope.
No, but I'm saying.
Call it,
well, okay. I was jumping ahead. I was jumping ahead, but saying that we have micro evolution, but not macroevolution. I don't think that follows. I don't think that's logical.
Well, it actually does. So, like, would you? my evolutionists like to make the argument that goes something like this, right? Like they did an experiment of fruit flies in a lab, and they're like, "Oh, look, see, something changed about the fruit flies. They got polka dots now, or whatever the fuck it was. Therefore," and then they extrapolate from that. They're like, "Therefore, flies used to not be flies." Do you see how that's like a problem logically?
When you understand it like that, absolutely. But when you understand what they're actually saying, then no, it makes perfect sense.
That is what they're actually saying. That's literally the extrapolation of what they're saying.
Okay, that's what you think.
I don't know. I just wanted to say I'm going to head
Did you
out.
prove
But
me wrong?
you guys letting me up here for the very first time, but I just wanted to leave with this from my perspective. I think for sure there is a designer, a main designer, as to why we're all here, and the process through that was just specific order and sequence. But I think the inclination of how we are existing with free will, in my opinion, I think there's free will, but also original sin. And I think humanity just fucked everything up of that specific order and sequence of the intention of the designer, if that all made sense. But I'm just going to leave it on that. But I appreciate you guys for having me up here for the first time, and I'll be back on the next one. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man. Thanks for joining.
Peace out. Yeah, I'm gonna dip out too, guys. Thank you so very, very much.
Running from
Always
the hot seat.
Yeah, I know. But
Oh, it's fun.
I don't know. You're on the East Coast,
We're
right?
gonna
Easy?
change gears. It's gonna get fun now.
Yeah, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah,
I don't know how the fuck you do this shit.
You're gonna be the good guy. I'm gonna be the bad guy.
I work during the day. All right, I can't be out till
Listen to this. I used to. This is the way my days used to go. I'd start stream around like 9 at night. I'd stream all night. Get off stream. Go straight to work for 7:30. Get off around 3:30.
Damn.
Get home. Do a couple things. Sleep for like 2 hours. Get up. Do a couple more things. 9:30 again. I'm starting stream. I did that almost a whole year before I decided. Okay, I started making almost as much as I made at work with the stream, and then I said I gotta pick one or my body's gonna give up. So I picked streaming full time, obviously. But yeah, dude, you gotta grind
shit.
sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
I just saw this shit with work where I gotta I make more money from work than I do from YouTube, and that's where I gotta do some shit with that.
That's
so right
always
now,
how
that's
it
a priority.
starts.
But
It's always how it starts. That's why you gotta turn it around.
in the process. Thank you so very, very much, guys. I know you guys all stream at the same time, but live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Until next time, me and Morty are out of here. Peace.
Later, brother. All right, looks like we have a couple spots open for the hot seat. If you guys want to get up here, hurry up. Now is your chance, okay? Now is your chance. I'm going to give 2 minutes, just 2 minutes for anyone who wants to join the hot seat.
Who's doing the sound
smoke
effect?
real quick, and then when I get back, we're starting. So however long that takes, you got. Don't all just stay quiet now, though. That's weird.
I'm looking for the sound effects.
I'm just looking for
There's been some clicking for like a half an hour.
What's up, Crazy? How you doing, bro?
Hanging out, brother. Let my beard turn black from gray. Yeah. Yours are going gray.
Yeah, mine's going gray, dude. It's terrifying.
I understand.
It's almost
Hey,
done.
guys,
It's almost over.
I'm here in the background. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be back. I'm just muting myself. I'm making a second late dinner. So, but I'm
Yes,
still
sir.
here.
Yeah, second late dinner.
It sounds like a
Second,
Hobbit
yeah.
meal, fucking third dinner and shit.
Ribeye, thin sliced cheesesteak. I'll be right
I
back.
fucking hate you, Theodore. I hate you right now.
Some bitch.
Yeah. Take it. Trailman. Oh, I would like to have that.
So what kind of shenanigans you been getting into, Crazy?
Just arguing with these people, learning,
That's good.
breaking bones and shit. You know, you get old, that's a problem. You got to be careful.
Dude, I broke my toe last year, and this motherfucker still hurts.
Yeah. Well, you know, you work on cars. I had a emergency brake pedal come up and bust my hand all to pieces all the way to I could see my tendons and stuff.
Oh, that sucks, dude.
Yeah, I thought it was healed, and the damn thing busted open. It got infected. I was in the hospital for 4 days
I used
on
to make
IVs.
I used to make fun of mechanics that wore gloves and shit. Now I got like the biggest, most padded gloves.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I get those grease monkeys from Sam's, I think it is.
Yep.
I'm just not gonna do it anymore without gloves.
Yeah, I'm tired of busting my knuckles open. And I'm tired of fucking new cars that
I fucking hate a new car. I can't do nothing to it.
Everything's just packed.
You just take parts off, throw them away, and replace it. When the car wears out, you throw it away like a battery.
I'm just talking about just like getting the spark plugs, like on a new Jeep, dude. You got to fucking like take apart the whole fucking manifold, and fucking all these different weird covers and shrouds and valve covers and shit.
Yeah, my wife's got a new car, but I go to work. Even to change the battery on the damn thing, you got to take half the hood out. Plastic stuff. It's craziness.
On my Super Sport, to put a cam in, we got to drop the whole fucking K member just to swap cams. It's crazy.
That's real.
It's not like the old days when you could just punch it straight through the fucking, pull the radiator and drop a cam in the car.
Yeah. Just pull it straight through. I've got a bunch of old cars. I love them. EMP ain't taking me out, brother.
What the hell are you guys talking about, officer?
EMP proof cars.
All right, for anyone who doesn't know what the hot seat is in the chat, real quick. Actually, you know what? You can join while it's going if you really want. So, because I always explain it right after the intro, and I don't want to run through it twice, to be honest with you. It's just crazy to run through it twice. Don't worry.
Your video looks much better, Easy, by the way.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy how much of a difference.
Yeah, it made a world of difference, man.
I was like, holy shit. Jeremy was right, though.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We're about to get into the hot seat. I hope everyone is ready to feel the heat. All right, it's time. It's time for that hot seat.
Feel the heat.
Step in the light. The flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. No place to hide. Truth burns bright when the worlds collide. Feel the fire, feel the beat. You're burning up in the hot seat. Truth or flame, no retreat. Step up, speed. Feel the heat. Clock's ticking, clock's dripping, lights so loud. One shot, one truth, make your words proud. Crowds leaning in, the moment sweet. Now show the world you can stand the heat. Smoke in the air. No time to cheat. 'Cause legends rise in the hot seat.
All right, everybody, welcome to the hot seat. All right, this is the final gauntlet. Someone's got something playing in the
Yeah,
background.
blowing up. Like my bad.
This is the final gauntlet of the night, the segment where the pressure goes up, the answers get tighter, and the truth comes out whether you're ready or not. All right, here's how it works. We've got 4 rounds, each one with its own rules, and each one a little hotter than the last. The first 3 will be 4 questions, and the final round will be 1. All right, the first round is the trap card round. Okay, so it's questions that are designed to, force everyone to roast each other respectfully but savagely, of course. All right, short answers, 1 to 3 sentences. No dodging, no monologues. All right, and you can bounce off each other. And then when I say to move to the next person, we move to the next one. Round 2. This is another 4 questions. We switch gears here, though. These questions go outside the box, philosophical, creative, weird, whatever I decide to throw at us for tonight. Again, get a few sentences, give your answer. Panel can bounce off each other. And when I say to move it to the next person, we move it to the next person. Then round 3 is the lightning round. Okay, these are fast, brutal, no explanations. These questions are designed for one word or one sentence answers only. All right, if you hesitate, the chat will probably roast you, and I probably will too. So no hesitations. All right. And round 4 is save the world. All right, this is the final round. Each of you will get one question, and it's a message that you would deliver if the whole world stopped and listened into you. It could be funny, serious, inspirational, whatever you want your legacy to be. All right, that's the structure. 4 rounds, 4 flavors of pressure. Chat, get those fire emojis ready, and panelists, go ahead and take yourselves a deep breath because we are getting into the hot seat. All right, and for the first question on the night, for the panel on tonight, as we're gonna start with Pseudo Master Chef, and we're gonna ask, who on the panel mistakes confidence for competence?
Ooh.
Who we going with first?
Darth bailed out.
Pseudo Master Chef.
Darth bailed out. He's not here.
Hey, yeah, what happened to Darth? It looks like he did.
That's my go-to easy answer right there. Repeat it again. Confidence mistake.
Yeah, who on the panel mistakes confidence for competence?
Confidence for competence.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we both.
Oh, my boy, Darth. That's my answer.
Makes sense. That makes sense. Are you crazy? Who on this panel mistakes confidence for competence?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with one of them, but I'm going to say me. I hope he can take that spot, but the Jedi guy.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. Darth.
The Kung Fu guy, sorry.
I would say pseudo, actually.
Because you said you?
No.
Oh. I thought that was going to be the reason.
No.
It's just a thing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Teriak.
Fair enough.
I'd say Trench. Purely for like the whole Jaceberg phenomenon. And that's just like, if you say it with enough confidence, Israel's to blame.
It's the truth. It's the truth, though.
Shit. All right. Who do you think, Trench?
Oh, for sure, Teriak. Hands down. I mean, the confidence in which he will crash a transcendental argument into the Twin Towers and just wreck it and still keep going through is just amazing to me. And somehow still land the plane. Incredible.
All right. I like it. KungFuJoe.
Don't really know you guys that well.
That's okay. Just based off your real quick interactions, what do you think?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Only seen Teriak before. Yeah, I don't know.
Don't be afraid. We all roast each other here. It's okay.
I think heard him talk to Jim Bob. It seemed like Jim Bob was like with him about just litter.
You're roboting.
Yeah, there's something going on with your mic. Let me see.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now? I got a different mic. That's why.
Oh, yeah,
I was
that's
just
better now. Yeah.
on my gaming headset. So, yeah, the
Why
thing
didn't
is,
you use it before?
no, I had a better mic when I was on earlier debating.
Yeah.
No, this was
is
better.
just my head.
I don't think so. But go ahead.
I don't think so. Anyway,
Okay.
You're saying something
I
about
don't know,
Jim Bob.
yeah, I think he was just. I don't know if he still feels the same after that conversation. Like it seems like only what is the comparison? It's competence and what? Overconfidence?
Yeah, who mistakes confidence for competence?
Confidence for competence. Maybe he might have been mistaking it in that situation when he didn't take Jim Bob's advice.
Fair. Okay. For me, I'm gonna have to say, it's gonna be Darth. It's gonna have to be Darth.
That's a valid choice.
Because there was
Darth,
one
you
thing he
asked.
said during his debate. I forget what it was now. I wish I could remember exactly what it was. But he said it, and then they asked him, and then he was asked why, and then he said, "Because it is." I forget what it was now. Shit, I laughed so hard. I was like, "That's so good." He's just like, "I'm not answering just because it is." Shit, that's good.
He's upfront about it, though. I'll give him that.
Shit. All right, now second question for the trap card round. We'll start this one with Darth. Who would absolutely lose power the second they got it?
Oh, Trench for sure.
Oh yeah.
That's fair.
There's going to be a revolt once the camps open up.
Are you crazy?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say pseudo here on this one.
You picking pseudo? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. What about you, pseudo?
Ooh.
Yep.
I'm gonna say Terry.
You're
gonna say Teriak?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. KungFuJoe.
Oh man, I mean, I'd probably have to say myself because there's a lot of strict things I want to put into action that people probably wouldn't be happy about, like outlawing porn, abortion. I don't know. They'd be pretty mad.
Fair. That's fair. Trench?
I would say, are you crazy? Just because he's nice, but
nice, but
You don't know me, Trench. I'm an evil sack of shit.
He said, he's nice, but
yeah, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna have to go with are you crazy? Just
I'll take
fair
it.
enough. Fair enough. Teriak.
I'd say Trench. I'd say as soon as he gets elected, he'd be like halfway through the first sentence, and everyone would be like, "Nah, fuck this shit." You know what I mean, would even finish the first sentence, and they'd be like, "Nah, you're gone, bro."
Dude, I'm taking a third of the nation down with me, though, at least.
Yeah, see, for me, I'd have to pick Trench as well, because as soon as he got power, he'd start saying all the different people that we have to either eliminate or send away, and then it'd be like, it'd get down to like there's like 2 people that are allowed to stay, and they'd be like, okay, listen, bro, you ain't sending us all out of here. What the fuck?
There'd be a revolt from my tyranny.
100%. Let me see. Ooh, here's a good one. Who on the panel? We'll start this one. We'll start with KungFuJoe. Who on the panel gives advice they'd never survive following?
Man, again, I'm at the disadvantage of being the new guy who's not too familiar with everybody.
That's okay. Next round is more. You don't have to know anyone to do anything. I get it. Just pick one
Okay.
at random for fun. You can even
Who
pick
gives advice? Never. All right, give me some advice.
All men should have a Fu Manchu.
Is that the bun you got right now? What is that?
No, that's those mustaches. That's just the mustache, and it goes right down, and then you have the one beard in the middle going
Like the
down.
Pai
Like the old kung fu masters, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, like Pai Mei from Kill Bill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to whip his beard. Yeah. A Fu Manchu. Damn. I don't know. I feel like you'd actually be down for that, easy. Like you would actually grow it out.
I might survive it.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like you could get there pretty quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I could probably just shave some stuff off, and I'd have it. Yeah.
I could see it already. You'd be like old man Shang Tsung.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Oh shit. All right, Tretch, what do you think?
Well, I don't want to just dump on Terry. So can I ask one yes or no question from panel if you've ever been punched in the mouth before?
Yes.
I have.
Yeah, of course.
Many times.
Has anybody not been punched in the mouth? Damn, that was going to be the guy. So fucking Terry.
My man.
I think my own kid punched me in the mouth this morning. That guy's got a heavy hand.
You got to learn somehow, right?
That's what's up. Teriak.
Gonna have to return fire a trench. Like I said, like the motherfucker would take one step inside of Israel and it'd just be all over. It is what it is. I'd go to his funeral though. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it'd actually be good crack at his funeral. So, you know.
No, I'm a survivalist expert. You want to survive in the trap? I got you. You want to survive in the woods with a fucking some MacGyver shit, dude? I got you. Like we're gonna survive, dude. If we got to eat people in the wasteland, we gonna fucking survive.
Sounds like a TV show, bro. From the trap to the woods.
His wife's from Appalachia. Yeah.
I would actually say myself on that one because I should stop smoking the cannabis, but I just can't.
Tell your priest.
That's a good one. I like it. Are you crazy?
I'm gonna have to go to Teriak for this, and I'm not taking any advice from him on survival. Sorry. Philosophy, never survival. Sorry, Yak.
It is what it is. It is what it is. I'll take one for the team.
Pseudo.
Sorry. Yeah, the thing that stands out is and he really believes this, that sometimes the blood of patriots needs to be spilled, and I don't think he would. I don't think he would survive if he had to actually stand behind it. I'm sorry. I don't mean
Who was that, Pseudo? Who was that, Pseudo?
Thomas Jefferson, baby.
Dang.
Thomas Jefferson, baby. Who gives advice they never survive following? Yeah. This is a hard one to pick. My gut instinct is Trench, because
of course
he says some things that I'm like, I don't
Court
know.
observer,
If you did
bro.
that out in certain public places, you might get shot. So I don't know.
I was gonna say you better have a pinky with you.
Yeah, we stay straight, dude. If you're in Kansas City, you could get shot just for fucking breathing. All right,
Just for breathing, motherfucker.
That's just the way it is around here. I live here.
Shit. All right.
And it's
I
3
like
days.
it,
It's
I like
it's
it.
the rule of threes. You got 3 hours exposure, 3 days water, and 3 weeks food. So your big three.
Big three. Okay, let me see. One more question for the trap round. Who on the panel is most likely to accidentally become a cult leader accidentally? And we'll start this one with Teriak.
Clearly it has to be Trench. Like I said, like he'd go off and like, you know, be drafted for like the Iran war, and then he'd somehow end up like, you know, being the new leader of Al Qaeda or some shit like that. They just like love him. They were like, oh my God, Habibi is like Messiah for Islam. You know what I mean?
But you're leaving
Come
out
salami bacon.
You're leaving out the fucking most important part, bro. Accidentally, dude. I do that shit for fun.
You know, but you'd like accidentally convert them to Christianity. You know what I mean?
Oh, that'd be on
like that.
purpose.
Like you'd be the inside. You'd be the inside plant.
Christian version
purpose,
of Al Qaeda to exist.
Jesus. Okay. Anyway,
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know if it'd be accidentally anymore.
Like biblically,
Trench,
like the zealots.
what do you
Like,
think?
we're gonna bang.
Crusade time or what?
What?
Nothing.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Wait, what? What do you mean? Don't worry about it. Who do you pick?
I'm waiting on his ass.
Are you the feds? What's going
Who's
on?
most likely to become a cult leader accidentally?
What's up with all these questions? It's like, motherfucker, that's the whole point of the panel.
Damn feds, man. And it be accidentally, you still have to contend with like I do that shit on purpose. Are you kidding me? That's like on my bucket list. Lead a pack
Stop
of
giving
zealots.
out about my answer and give us your answer, motherfucker.
That is my answer. Me. Oh wait, no. I do it on purpose though. It wouldn't be an accident. Are you kidding me? Accidentally? Get a couple of
Accidentally on
our
purpose.
guys. We go over there and get a couple of your guys. It's just that we need to get all the
What
guys.
the fuck? He's winning and one. He say you can't understand what he's saying. It makes no sense.
Well, it's because I'm not
Gobbledygook.
trying to get his channel flagged by the man.
Oh, okay.
Who would become a cult leader accidentally, motherfucker?
Accidentally being the prime word. Easy. It wouldn't be on purpose. It would just be easy. Accidentally doing it because he's a very charismatic guy with some dreamy eyes that his new camera's picking up.
Everybody get yourselves a cup of Kool-Aid.
Put on these Nikes. We're gonna take a nap.
Put on these Nikes. Get a cup of Kool-Aid. KungFuJoe, what do you think?
Let's see. Who's most likely to become a cult leader accidentally? Well, I have seen Teriak before, and he might form his own cult where it's like not following a Christian god, but some other kind of spaghetti monster.
Some Jim
Maybe.
Jones shit. Just say it.
Fair.
Y'all's fucking founding fathers were deists. You know what I'm saying? This is unbelievable.
No,
fuck 'em.
Probably, but it is probably accurate. I'm not gonna lie.
Fuck him. I don't care about him.
It's probably
It-
accurate. Oh shit.
They
Pseudo,
were
what do you
incredibly
think?
gangster though.
They were pretty gangster, but you know, it could be better.
Could have been worse.
It could still be better.
It could be a lot
So,
worse.
My turn. I'm going with
Yeah, Pseudo. You.
I'm going with KungFuJoe, and that's simply because I did eeny meeny miny mo, and it's
based.
That's fair. That's fair. Are you crazy?
As between you and Teriak, I think you already know you can influence people. Teriak, he'd do it by accident.
Because I know I can influence people. I
Yeah,
do it on
you always say
purpose.
that.
You said.
You always say that, so it wouldn't be on purpose.
Motherfucker.
Teriak, it might be an accident.
It'd be like Forrest Gump. I was like running on the road, and then all of a sudden I was
No.
like behind me. There's a bunch of
There you
guys. What the fuck's going on?
Blah, 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 blah. Demons, man. Demons. What's wrong with you?
Demons. Demons.
Harriet knows what I'm-
Tranquility says, keep forgetting I'm not listening to Conor McGregor. Who the fuck is this guy?
Who the fuck is this guy?
Shit. Thank you, Tranquility, for the $5 super chat. All right. Wait, where are we here? Darth.
I was gonna say Teriak, but it wouldn't be an accident. So if it was an accident, I would have to say myself, and then I would crumble and be like, "Why is everybody looking at me?"
That's fair.
He created a 420 cult.
He's above us all, guys. He's superior moral to us. Thank you, Darth. I would pick Darth because he said so.
Fair.
Oh, damn.
See, he's already forming the cult by accident.
That was first initiate.
Shit. All right, next round, guys. We are getting into round 2. This is deep thoughts. All right, a little reflective, philosophical, outside the box, strange, these types of things. Makes you think a little more. All right, we're gonna start this one with Darth. All right, we're gonna start with you, Darth. Is peace something built or protected?
I think built. Just, I don't know if I can.
Yeah, if you want to elaborate, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah, just stay with built.
All right. Are you crazy?
Yeah, it's something we build across civilizations and even the neighborhoods, but you got to protect it too. So after it's built, so I'm going to say built.
All right. Pseudo?
I'm going to say protected because you can't have it without the use of force.
All right. KungFuJoe, what do you think?
Well, I think it is something that needs to be built and established first before it can be protected.
All right. Trench, what do you think?
Force doctrine. There's no building unless the men at arms build it. And like historically speaking, all the cultures go through this what do you call it? Like a Merovingian phase where there's a Genghis Khan like dude before things settle down. There's a Mafia period. There's a Wild West. And that has to be the building starts out of protection.
Why'd you have to go and change my fucking mind?
I like it.
Good.
Because you were wrong.
Teriak, what do you think?
Same idea, but
Protected. A wise king must always be prepared for war, but never seek it out.
I like it.
And that's your philosophy lesson for today.
All right, y'all. I got to hit the hay. Thanks for having me back up, Easy. Nice meeting
no
you guys.
problem. Thanks
There's
for
only a
coming
handful
up.
more questions.
Yeah,
We're halfway through it.
but if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, I'll work in the AM, but
I feel you.
next time.
Quit
All right,
your
y'all.
job.
Next time.
All right, peace.
Thanks for coming up. Who just went there?
I did. Or no, Terry.
Oh, Teriak just went, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so me, I would say it's probably gonna be built or protected. I should have been thinking before we got to me. I'd say it's kind of one of those things that it's like it's built. Actually, yeah, it'd actually be protected. Yeah, I'd say protected. Actually, I have to say protected because like what you just mentioned, force doctrine. The only reason we have any peace is because of the idea that somebody else is going to come and pew pew you if you don't keep the peace. Right. So, yeah, I think so. I think so. And let me see. We got a $5 super chat from Nico. Everyone say a prayer for the Wilsons. They have what? What? I don't even know what this means. But thank you, Nico, for the $5 super chat. I'm not even. Did something happen?
No, he just did a debate.
Okay.
I watched it.
I don't know what the fuck this even means. But Nico, thank you for the super chat. I'm so confused what the last part of that means.
Left field.
All right. Yeah, but yeah, I would say it's protected. Force doctrine is the reason. Yeah. How about this? We're gonna start this one. We started that one with Darth, so we'll start this one on Are You Crazy?
Ooh.
Are you crazy? Can someone be good without sacrifice?
To sacrifice, you have to know what's good. No.
No. All right.
I don't think so.
All right. All right. What do you think, Darth?
I would have to say no. I mean, everybody has to sacrifice something.
Okay. Okay. Teriak?
I would say yes. Because in order to be good, you have to sacrifice your ego. You have to put your ego aside.
Okay. Okay.
So you're sacrificing your ego.
Yeah.
Yup.
Okay. Okay. What do you think? What do you think, Trench?
I would say yes, and I would use the opposite of what Homeboy said a minute ago. You have to know what good is in order to sacrifice. So it could stand that you could be good and not have the opportunity by chance and circumstance to make a proper sacrifice, but still go around being as morally good as one human could be, I suppose.
I'll feel you.
Okay. Okay. What do you think, Suda?
I'm gonna say yes. It's kind of a tough one if you really think about it. It could go both. It could go both ways, but can, as in sometimes, is it possible? Yes, because sacrifice could be a bad thing if you're sacrificing your values
to Moloch.
And that's a bad thing.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Nico sends. Oh, Nico sends in 10 there. I see. Good Lord, no. The Wilsons have paved the way for many of us. They have paid dearly for being champions. You guys have. Oh, okay. You were meaning in a positive. Okay, so sorry.
We were
So
all in
sorry,
fight or
Nico.
flight mode,
I was,
dude.
I was so confused. I was like, "Damn, bro, did something happen?" Yeah, but much love to the Wilsons. Yeah, they've done much for a lot of us. So that's true.
Shit's going down. We're at war.
I'd like to go, but I can't.
We're at war. The people, the third attempt on the president. I mean, shit. What else?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was worried for a second when it said prayers for the Wilson. I was a little worried. I was like, wait, did something happen? I didn't know, but that makes more sense. Thank you. You said weirdos. Yes, we're weirdos. Yeah, for me. Oh, sorry. Wait. Did you give your answer, Suda?
Yeah. I said so. Can someone be good without sacrifice? said yes, because sacrifice can also be bad if you're sacrificing, you know, what
Of
dear
course,
to you,
yeah.
your moral
Okay.
standing, your values. Yeah, but it could go both ways. So that's why I'm saying if you look at it from the aspect of can, so yes, obviously it could go both ways. So can, as if sometimes possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That makes
That's
sense.
fair. Yep. Yeah, I would kind of along the same lines there. I'd say this is the one problem here, actually. So I think you can be good without, like, so you can be honest without sacrificing something. But I think if your honesty is tested in a sense of like it would cost you something to be honest and you're not honest, was your honesty actually goodness?
Yeah.
Did that make sense the way I said that? Maybe I
lost.
sounded a little fucked up. If
I'm dumb, so
yeah, I might have said that a little bit weird. If you're honest to me, right, Trench, it would be considered good. But if
Depending
you're
on
honest to
what I'm
me,
honest
I mean, if
about.
you're not honest to me because it will cost you something, is the honesty actually good now?
It's because you had to.
Is this like the does this dress make me look bloated question? It's like
Almost you could go with yeah,
These
you could
jeans
actually
make you
use
look
that as
fat.
an example, right? Is the honesty good in a
It-
time that the honesty will cost you something and you're not honest? Does that mean
all
your
I know is
honesty
in
is
that
good?
circumstance, it's not going to cost me a headache to be like, nah, man, you look great.
Right, but then you're not honest anymore, so it's not
Do you,
good, is it?
do you want the honest answer, or you want to hear what you want to
That's
hear?
what I'm saying, right? I
Mm-hmm.
think honest, it has to be done in times that it may cost you something for it to be good.
Agree.
Yeah,
Bust out my
that's-
Jordan
Maybe the
Peterson.
backup
It's okay
is-
to lie to your wife.
Yeah.
Happy
No, it's
wife,
like it's almost
happy
like what I
life.
was talking about earlier, where I used to, when people would ask me about like what's my faith or what I believe, and I would just like talk about anything to get up past it, and I would say, "Oh yeah, I believe in gods," or "I believe in a god," or "I believe in this." I would just say anything just to get fucking going. But then somebody tested me, like basically, so are you denying Christ right now? And I was like, fuck, he knows. I can't do that. He got me. But yeah, I used to avoid this question because people they just use that. It's hard to debate people now because it always turns into that. But
Well,
is God real though?
My advice to
like,
these guys, though, if their girlfriends or spouses ask them if this dress makes them look bloated, just pretend you didn't hear her.
Or if you stand to look at it, say no,
or
honey.
find something else you don't like about the dress, so you can say about that part you don't
Color,
like.
yeah, that's
But
good.
still change the dress. You know what I'm saying? You're still
Right.
being honest.
Color, please.
Or it's an
You're still being
opportunity.
honest. You know what I'm saying? Nah, that's a little too short. That
Or it's an
color is off.
opportunity.
I'm not trying to
Or it's an
get put through a
opportunity
wall.
for you to
I'm not
manage
trying to
it.
get shit. All right, next question. We're gonna start with pseudo on this one. Do people want freedom or permission?
Oh man.
Holy crap.
People want freedom or permission. I think, and I'm not saying this is the right thing, but I'm going to say overall, like in a bad, I think most people in society today want permission.
That's fair. Trench, what do you think?
The postmodern liberal culture is permission based. all it wants is permission for the most degenerate things.
Yep.
And I hates it.
Oh, sorry. You wanted to say something else?
I hates it.
Oh, you hates it. Fair. Fair.
Right there with you.
Teriak, what do you think?
I would say freedom. Like when you look at like the whole Cold War thing that we're talking about earlier on, like Russians looked at Americans with like the convertibles, like their free life and all this kind of stuff, and that's what inevitably caused the downfall of the USSR. Like seeing like the American life, the American spirit. Give me liberty or give me death.
See, I think they had freedom, and they know atheists, especially the atheists, they know God is real at the metaphysical, spiritual, and logical level. But this is why they want permission for everything, because they already lived in a free country. They were already doing most of the stuff behind closed doors. Now it's all about wanting permission and for you to accept it.
All right. Darth, what do you think? Are you
Darth,
muted?
you passed out again?
He's probably muted.
My bad. I muted myself. Yeah. It's actually a favorite quote of mine. I'd rather beg your forgiveness than ask for your permission. Action before. Yeah.
I always thought that quote was, I'd rather ask for forgiveness than
beg
for permission.
That's what I said. Isn't that
I
what I
thought
said?
Yeah, no.
I thought it was it's better to lie than beg for forgiveness.
No, that's quote.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah. No, it's forgiveness. Wait, shit. Yeah,
That's
you're
what I
right.
said.
I'm
I'd rather
tripping, dude.
beg your forgiveness than ask your permission.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's action over inertia.
Oh, for sure.
It's also a song lyric, but yeah.
All right. Are you crazy? What do you think?
I'd say permission indicates you're looking for approval from somebody. Freedom indicates you are setting the standard for approval. I'm going to go with freedom.
All right.
Just in a way it tells you what you have the freedom to make the choices without permission. In short.
Yeah, you have free will, but there's no real such thing as freedom.
No, only what you take.
Only what's given, as far
Only
as
what you take.
The as far as the length of the leash.
Yeah, until the pew-pews come out.
Well, that's the leash.
Yeah, that is for sure. For sure.
Freedom.
So
and then there's a biological aspect to all the shitty things that you do that you might not necessarily want to do, like jack off to redacted industry-owned porn.
yeah, so that's the thing. I think people want the feeling of freedom, like being able to choose. But I think people also want validation in the choices they make. They want protection in the choices they make, you know? They want backup if something that they choose fails.
Is getting backup a form of permission or voluntarism, though?
Is it a form of what?
Like a permission.
Yeah, that's like, yes, I would say it can be a form of permission for sure. Yeah. And like that's the idea. Like I think people want to feel like they're free to do things, but also when there's some
I don't want to go too far.
and there's like a really high risk involved and they're like uncertain about it, there's some type of like permission they'll lean towards.
Playing with that idea, do you think people in large numbers will do things that they regularly wouldn't do? Like a large scale social permission, for instance, rioting. Like no one's going to go throw a Molotov cocktail, generally speaking.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I
That's
might.
social conformity, yep.
But
That's what that is.
it's easier to huck a Molotov cocktail if everybody else is doing it.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Or even at like a moral level, look at all the things that we consider immoral, right? Collectively, even like religion aside. So then why is there all this begging for permission to do immoral things?
Yeah,
as like the supreme drive.
People are begging for permission to do immoral things.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I look at it kind of like same. It's similar. Like what would you do? What would you do silently, or what are you willing to do when everybody's looking?
Well, even if everybody's looking, if we're all doing it in a mob, then who cares? That's what's wild to me.
Tranquility says permission entails an adherence to authority. Current society and its progression throws off hierarchy for the fulfillment and satisfaction of the self.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But it's still because of all this freedom, now it's asking the permission that you accept these immoral things as a freedom, even though it's already obtained most of them.
I don't give my stamp of approval. I don't give my permissions. They're going to do it anyway because they have freedom. And the pew-pews have not come out.
Say you work for a company that has like insider information banned for you. Like there's a policy that says you can't use any insider information for personal gain.
Like the Congress? No, I'm playing.
Whatever, right? And then but then you overhear something that like will give you like a huge advantage, right? But no one would ever know.
Yeah, that's insider trading, and it's against the
FCC,
but
no, but I'm asking you guys a question right now. I'm asking you guys a question. Okay, so pay attention, please. I'm asking you. You work for this company. They have a policy that says you can't use insider information for personal gain, but you guys individually, you overhear something that would guarantee you a huge fucking advantage. No one's ever gonna know you used it. All right. Would you break the rule and use it, or would you obey the rule and not use it?
Oh man, come on.
I obey it, but I know somebody specifically at my work that is using it.
Well, I'm just curious. I want to do a little test here. Just say obey it or break it.
I would obey.
2 obeys.
I think I'm not gonna lie. If you're telling me I just overheard something, quote, nobody's ever gonna find out about it, I'm buying that fucking stock, baby.
Yep.
Okay, so you would break it.
Is it stock or what? I mean, it depends on what it is. Easy, it really does.
You're just gonna get a bunch of money, and no one's ever gonna know you got that.
At my age, fuck it, I'm taking the money. I'm gonna run.
Okay. And Teriak?
Yeah, I guess I'd take the money.
Okay. So based off that, most of you actually chose freedom, but I don't know. I think when it comes down to it, I think a lot of people choose the permission side, and I think you guys.
Yeah.
I think one of you guys would maybe like look to someone you know and say, "Should I fucking do this?" You know, I think you would want permission from someone near you.
That's my dog.
That's my dog.
I'm taking it.
Yes, from the dog.
Yeah, is this okay, Bella? If she sticks her tongue out, I know it's good.
It's hard to do something
I keep
like
it
that on
simple.
your own.
I believe in I believe in absolutes, and your word as a man is a part of those absolutes. God knows. God, that's one of those things that God sees.
I feel you. Yeah, I feel you.
Better
All right, now last question for the deep thoughts round. We're gonna start this one with who do we? Okay, Teriak's this one. No, yeah. Yeah, because it went. Are you crazy, Darth Pseudo? Yeah. So Teriak, can love exist without discipline? Did his mic just cut out, or?
Yeah, no, can you hear me?
Nice short
Oh yeah,
circuit.
now I hear you. Yeah, I just heard
Yeah.
and then it went silent. And I thought,
Yeah, no, I'm thinking.
I know it's a deep one. No,
Don't
it's
start
okay.
a
I just thought
fire,
maybe your
man.
mic cut out. I thought you cut out.
Hey, look at my avatar. I'm pure fire, baby. See, I'd say no, you can't.
Good answer.
All right. I like it. Trench.
I'd say no. Love is patient, and patience is discipline.
All right. Pseudo.
Man, this is a tough one. I mean, oh man, I'm trying to look at it from a parenting aspect of things. So you get to a point where you could discipline your children, and let's say they get to a certain age and they're still like they go on the path of drug abuse. And you can't discipline them anymore. They're an adult. You can use tough love. Discipline doesn't work anymore, and you might even sort of cut that person, distance yourself from them, and say, okay, you got to learn your own. But at the same time, you're still always going to love your children, right?
Would you say that becoming a drug addict there's a deficiency in discipline?
Not always.
Not always.
Listen, I've known
That's
people. I
fair.
come from military families, and listen, the shit just happened. It just happened. You know, they went off to college, or it happens. Not all people that become
Someone who
addicts.
served, I can tell you, the military is rife with alcoholism.
Yeah,
It's a
Well,
whole drinking culture, like
I
fueled
also
by
look at it.
alcohol.
I also look at it like, there are people that they had plenty of discipline. Both parents are heavily involved in their lives. They got injured in an accident. Doctors put them on pain pills. Next thing you know, they're banging home.
Yep,
You know what I
I've
mean?
seen that too. Yeah.
I've seen it, but would you say it's still there, even with that this example, that there's still a breakdown in discipline? Like, dude, I'm a drug addict. Fucking, I can tell you, I am undisciplined.
Maybe, but this is kind of a different topic, right? That's not love,
I'm going to still say that I think there's extreme situations where it can exist without discipline. Overall, I think no. You always have to set rules and boundaries.
You said parenting earlier. If you don't teach your children discipline, can you say that a parent really loves their child or is trying to parent max?
Well, yeah, right. If you don't teach your kids discipline, but then there are situations where it goes beyond that.
Or I guess, would you say it's neglectful to?
Yeah.
Not
If you
okay.
if you don't discipline your kids to an extent, yes, that's.
So can you be neglectful and loving at the same time?
No.
Ooh. So do
Okay.
you want to do you want to change your answer?
No, I don't, because I think there's a point where it goes beyond that. Like what?
Real quick, Tranquility sends in 5 to say you could go out every day and serve the community, tend to the sick, labor for the feeble, care for those in need, be sporadic and unorganized. Oh, but be sporadic and unorganized. Okay. Okay, I get what you're saying. What do you think? Are you crazy?
I don't think it can. I really don't. The initial love part will, but you have to have discipline to keep it going.
Okay. What do you think, Darth?
Love definitely exists absent discipline, for sure. Ask a mother. Like, what?
Okay.
What?
How do you put up with the bullshit then? If you don't really love them?
Well, you don't love somebody unconditionally?
He's saying that he's not. Wait, what do you mean? Don't love him? No, he's saying love can exist without discipline.
100%.
Yeah, no, I'm interrogating him with it though. Like, I'm asking how you deal without discipline, because we all do shitty things. Have you ever? You're married, right?
No.
Okay. Have you ever cohabitated with a woman?
Yes.
Isn't that a whole meat grinder?
Okay, but isn't irrational love still love, even though there's no discipline?
Well, my argument is,
who are you to define what love is at that point?
No, I'm trying to define. I'm
Based on
actually
what
trying
you're
to define discipline first. Would you, because it's my foundation. So would you say that being patient is a form of discipline?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, sorry, did you want to answer that, Darth?
I did.
Said, yeah.
I said, mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll let you cook if you're.
Yeah, I was just gonna think about this. So I think, well, I actually kind of want to. It's kind of based off what Are You Crazy said, because I don't think he realized what he said. Because he even said that, yes, that initial love, right? That thing when you fall in love, right? That initial thing. Do you think there's actually any structure needed to feel that?
Is that lust?
No, it comes as something that's built into you.
No, I'm talking about something different, Trent.
Okay.
I know the difference between lust. That's not what I'm talking about.
Just
I'm
is it a passion though? No, I'm not even saying
Nope.
necessarily lust, but is it like a passion? How do you know
an attraction, a passion, an emotion, all
how
of
do you,
that
how do you
fall
know
in
you're
love
in love
part.
with somebody?
You'll know.
I think
until,
that comes
until
I
you
think
see
that can come without the discipline. I think but like Are You Crazy said, sustaining that's the part that can't happen without discipline. That's why you hear the talk about the honeymoon phase, right? A lot of people can go through that honeymoon phase because it feels all fucking rainbow and jittery with each other all the time.
And this is why I say
that love,
and this is why I say
discipline
men
involved.
This is why I say men are the fairer creature, actually, where we are the true lovers because we have the discipline to suffer and to sacrifice. And that doesn't happen without authentic love. And that authentic love is not achievable without the discipline to endure, because love is a passion that we feel. It's an intense wave of emotion that can blind us. That can also blind us. You know, the whole rose-colored glasses argument too, even to where you're so in love with something you're driving off the side of the cliff. I've done it.
What?
Yeah, we all have been blindly in love with things.
You love somebody to death. Literally.
Above all things, the heart is a liar. And but to the point, then, how do you know when you're past that initial attraction, the honeymoon phase, and into authentic love? Is it the
how do you know what discipline is? Like, what the hell are we defining each word
now,
here?
Now we're trying to put a time frame on it, right?
Well, I'm just saying, if there's a cart and a horse, the discipline is the horse, and the love is the cart.
Of course, I'm muted. I understand there's an initial lust as well that happens with people, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like without getting into defining either of them, I'm talking about that. I think that fall in love, that initial thing, can happen without any type of structure. It's sustaining it that needs the discipline. Right. I think that's
we're just different. We're just different orders. My horse is the discipline, and the love is the cart. And y'all are the love is the horse, and the discipline is the cart.
Love comes first, silly.
Yeah,
First
I'm
comes
looking at it from
love,
the other.
then comes marriage.
Then
I'm
comes the
looking at it from the
baby.
other
But
I'm
mine's
looking at it from
discipline
the-
first. First comes
I'm looking at
discipline,
it-
then
Aren't
comes
there
the marriage.
times can't you as a parent cut your child for, like, let's say, you could discipline them well, and something happened, they got into an accident, and like, I'm gonna go back to the same example. They got put on pain pills, they became a junkie, right?
Yeah, but out of
You could-
love,
you
you're
could-
gonna try to.
you
But
could
out of
cut
love,
them off. Listen, let me finish.
would you try to
could
intervene
cut-
on
you
him?
you could cut them off, right? Tough love. It's like, listen, you can't discipline them anymore. They're an adult. They're on your own, but they're still your child. Aren't you still going to love them?
I'm telling you, if I become a drug addict tomorrow, my 70-year-old mother is going to discipline my stupid fucking ass.
But she still loves you.
Boom.
Well,
all right, let's get
if you don't discipline.
Let's get into this next round here. All right, that was the fourth question. This is a lightning round. Okay, so this round here, one word or one sentence answers only, gentlemen. All right, and no crosstalk for this one. All right, it's called the lightning round because we're gonna blast through it. Okay. Let me actually get these questions loaded in because that'll make it even quicker for us. We're going to start this first one with Are You Crazy? All right. And first one is fame or peace?
With fame, I can cause some peace. I'm going to take fame.
All right. Darth?
Fame for sure. I can have some peace with some money.
Teriak?
I'd say peace.
Trench?
I'll sell out fame.
Pseudo?
Peace. Not as in hippie peace.
I get it.
Like inner peace.
Yeah,
I'm in hippie peace right now.
I get it. I'd have to pick the peace too. Now we'll start this one here with Pseudo. Money or freedom?
Oh man. I'm going with freedom.
All right, Trench.
I don't believe in conventional freedom. Show me the money.
All right. Teriak.
With enough money, like the whole saying like fuck you money, where it's like I basically have like the whole kind of like freedom aspect. And capitalism is the best route to freedom. So like in a way, it's like money is freedom. But I think in terms of like the essence or the main thing, probably like freedom. But like I said, the money will come with that.
All right. Darth. Muted, I think.
No, I was thinking. I'm thinking freedom because with my freedom, I would be able to make money.
All right. Are you crazy?
Again, with money, I can cause some freedom. I want to go with the money.
All right. Just because of how this world works, I'm gonna have to pick money on this one. Just because of how the world works. That's all I'm gonna have to say to that.
Yep.
Discipline or talent? And we're going to start this
Oh.
one with Darth.
Talent all day, baby.
Okay, okay. Are you crazy?
I'm going to have to go with talent.
All right, all right. Pseudo?
I'm gonna have to go with discipline. Discipline is something you develop, something you practice. Talent is something that you're granted with, and it can be wasted.
Okay, okay. Trench?
Can be.
I was gonna say discipline. I'm already talented. I wish I had the discipline to
Holy
get better.
shit. Oh,
Shit. Shit, I like it. Teriak.
I'd have to go with talent purely because you can work on discipline, you can't work on talent.
100%. Have you heard of Pantera?
Okay, okay, okay.
Or any musician?
Dude, they were born with it. What are you talking about?
I think I'm gonna have
Not
to
all
pick.
talent.
I think I'm gonna have to pick discipline because I've realized this when it comes to if the two are competing, right? If it's talent, just talent versus just discipline, discipline usually wins. So
It's the Kimbo Slice argument.
it just sucks. That's the reality of things.
He
You could be talented as fuck, but there's somebody working fucking 10 times as hard as you. You know,
You get knocked out like Kimbo Slice. All that talent.
right?
'Cause he couldn't
right,
train.
Right, exactly. Yep. Next one here. We'll start this one. Who do we do? Okay, Teriak. Loyalty or honesty? Whew.
Bro, these questions.
I
You
know.
know, this is like I'm in like the Supreme Court on testimony, and they have the firing squad already ready.
He's a fed.
Spartacus says, "Is discipline and talent?"
That's fence sitter talk.
Is discipline a talent? Yeah, he's fed sitting.
Oh, is discipline a talent? Oh, actually, that's kind
Can
of a
be.
good question, though.
No.
So I want to be.
That
more
means everyone who
disciplined.
picked talent is actually a winner because that means that like you're taking the pit. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's only logical because if everybody had more discipline, you can actually theoretically get good at anything. Ain't you heard of the like math professor wizard?
Oh my God, go lay down.
He was like
Next
60, he was
question,
like,
gentlemen.
I'm
We're on
gonna
the
be
next
a-
motherfucking question. Shut the fuck up, Trench.
I'm gonna be a physicist.
Sick and tired of
Let's get into the
motherfucking.
next one here. Let's get into the next one here.
I'd say
Loyalty or
honesty.
honesty. This is a hard one.
I'd say honesty because honesty is the pursuit of truth.
You just whack the discipline.
I like it. I like it. What do you think, Trench? Loyalty or honesty?
Loyalty, gang, 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 gang.
Gang, gang. Pseudo.
I'm gonna say honesty.
All right, all right. Are you crazy?
Honesty all day.
All right, all right. Darth?
I think if you're loyal enough, you'll be honest. But loyalty all day, gang, gang. I would die on that hill.
Die on that hill.
Kinfolk,
Shazzy says, my talent is discipline. Okay, okay. I like it. I like it. For me, shit, this is a hard one for me too. So honesty, it would depend. There's probably one time I can think of loyalty being more important, really. When it comes to like, you know, your family or your real ones. But other than this, like honesty is obviously the way. So it's a hard fucking pick for me.
Also, just on a side note with that, like a lot of like the feminists and all this kind of stuff say that men are just a bunch of liars and all this kind of stuff. But have you ever checked the fat chick's Instagram? all those men in the comment section are being honest.
Shit.
The women will lie to each other's face and be like, "You are
That's
a
funny.
beautiful woman."
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just say I'm gonna go with honesty with this one. The truth is always wins. You know what I'm trying to say? The truth is always wins. All right, so now we are on to round 4, gentlemen. The last round, save the world. So I want you to, you know, close your eyes for a second and just imagine the whole world, every single human being on the planet has stopped to listen to you. And the question they have for you is what must humanity stop normalizing immediately? And we're going to start this one with Darth.
Listening to the internet.
Listening to the internet. Okay. Okay.
Fuck you.
I didn't have enough. I thought I was sorry. I didn't have enough time to think.
That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't have to be long if you don't want to. It's okay. What must humanity stop normalizing immediately? Are you crazy?
Supporting people with diseases, mental illness, like Transformers. It's got to stop.
Okay.
And other things, but that's the main ones I could think of. Yep.
Okay. Okay. I like it. I like it. Pseudo.
I'm gonna say normalizing, and I'm gonna equate that to justifying abortion.
Okay.
The taking of a life.
I like it. I like it.
An innocent life.
Trench.
We need to stop normalizing weakness, and I would do this with a quote from Blood Meridian from Judge Holden himself. At a young age, the children, they should be put in a pit with wild dogs. Then they should be set to puzzle out from the proper clues which one of 3 doors that doesn't harbor wild lions. Then they should be made to run in the desert. Yeah. Weakness.
All right. All right. Teriak.
Atheism.
Atheism.
Oh, fuck.
I like it. I like it.
And you were just shocked. Don't lie to me.
Why didn't I think of that?
I like it. I like it. For me, I'd actually, mine was going to be abortion as well. But since we've already got abortion, I would have to say that we need to stop normalizing men acting like women and women acting like men. All right. We need to stop normalizing progression and go back to traditional gender roles. That's what I would say. That would be my answer. And that is going to wrap up the hot seat for tonight. First off, shout out to everyone in the chat who gave their answers as well. Shout out to all the panelists who made it through and survived another hot seat over here on the Speakeasy Show. I'm going to play the outro, and then we can give some shout outs or outros before you guys get off and before I wrap it up in just a minute.
Step in the light. Flames don't lie. Pressure's on. Can you handle the sky? No time to fade. No place to hide. Truth burns bright when the worlds collide. Feel the fire, feel the beat. You're burning up in the hot seat. Truth or flame, no retreat. Step up, speed. Feel the clock's dripping, lights so loud. One shot, one truth, make your words proud. The crowd's leaning in, the moment sweet. Now show the world you can stand the heat. Smoke in the air. No time to cheat. 'Cause legends rise in the hot seat.
Let's fucking go. Now, does anyone have anything they want to shout out or anything they want to say to the chat before we wrap this up?
Nah.
I'm good.
Trenches are starting
Nah.
Well, I'd like to thank Speak and Teriak for being on my 420 stream. I was going to do it every Monday, but then a tornado happened. So I might do it tomorrow night.
Whoa.
Well, yeah, make sure you're staying safe.
Yeah, it was all good. It was like 5 miles past us, barely.
Oh, okay.
I had one come through 15 years ago, and it took down trees like with trunks like 4 feet in diameter. Came through.
Yeah,
Didn't damage one house. It was crazy. There were fish flopping around, swimming in the street. The water was so deep.
I'll take that natural disaster over all the other ones, though.
Right? Me too. I live in Missouri. Fuck an earthquake. Fuck a
Yep,
flood.
fuck
Fuck
all
a
that, yep.
hurricane.
Oh, okay. I feel what you're saying. Okay.
But that's
Well,
all I
I'm
have
glad
to
it
show.
wasn't through your house or anything like that.
Oh, no. We were all good. We were in the basement.
How about anyone else? Does anyone have anything they want to say before we wrap up?
Just real quick, because the rain and all that kind of stuff. I have like a new format in terms of the schedule. You might notice with the new thumbnails, all this kind of stuff. So like the chat and chill itself, like basically chat. Like I just put the poll in the thing there when you get rated in. Basically, chat gets to decide what the format of it is. If it's going to be an open panel chill, if it's going to be another mystery van files, or if it's going to be a film room. So it's entirely up to chat which way we go about it in terms of that. Like I said, I'm testing out new things, all that kind of stuff. Throw the spaghetti, see what that sticks. You know what I'm saying? So please vote in the polls for that one as well.
So what,
and
it's
just again,
like a poll at the starting to see what show they want to see.
yeah, because like the chat and chill is basically going to be like a wild card. So it's like if everybody just wants to chill and do open panel, we go with that. If it's what you call it, if they want more mystery van files, yesterday's episode was actually pretty lit. Or if they want like a film room kind of like style thing. So they have the option there. As a wise man once said, chat always wins.
Facts.
Hey Teriak, real quick. And guys, thanks for having me up. I'm gonna check out. I gotta go put together this cheesesteak and sandwich form.
Another
Put
one?
this down, and then Teriak. Once I get done eating, I'll check in and see what you got going on.
Pseudo, I hate,
Thank you,
I hate
Pseudo. Spartacus said, Darth, quit making excuses. Stream, sunshine, rain, or tornadoes, pussy.
I will tomorrow. Be there tomorrow, then, Spartacus. Put your fucking money where your mouth is. Come by
That's
tomorrow.
it. Let's fucking go. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, anyone else? Anybody got anything?
Y'all stay white now.
no damn way. Bye.
Stay white, he says. Shit. Teriak, Darth, nothing else for us?
Just one thing real quick. Do you know what an Irish goodbye is, Speakeasy?
I think I do. Shit. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out tonight. It's been a fucking another banger of a night, okay? Shout out to KungFuJoe and First Amender for giving us a great debate tonight. Shout out to everyone who came on the panel. Shout out to the chat. All right, you guys are amazing. Shout out to the best mods. All right. Can't thank you guys enough. All right. I really can't thank you guys enough. Tomorrow we got the what one is it again? Oh yeah. Emmett versus Rowdy Gowdy. The Artemis mission was a legitimate space mission. And then Wednesday we're doing a open panel purge. Thursday will be a Nora prep debate. Friday, verbal combat. Saturday, I'm whooping JS's ass in a moon debate. So it's going to be a great week of content, guys. Great week of content. All right. And I'm making a few arrangements for DebateCon as well. Got to get a few things set. Anyone who's going to DebateCon, just hit me up. Let me know. But yeah, I'm just working on getting a few people and locations set. It's gonna be a fucking wicked next couple months too. I can already feel the content coming. All right, I can feel it. All right. I seen Modern Day Debates. Shout out to James for coming through. I'm gonna be emailing you tonight. Actually, I was gonna do it this weekend, but I had the busiest fucking weekend. But I'm gonna be emailing you tonight, and yeah, we'll talk about that after. What was I gonna say? There was something else. I feel like there was something else I was gonna say, but I can't remember. So, anyways, I'm sending you guys over to Teriax. All right, like he said, vote in the poll to see what show you're gonna get tonight. All right, he's letting you pick how the show goes. Because chat always wins. All right. But listen, can't thank you guys enough. And like I always tell you, it can be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. Love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, or wherever you're at. And well, for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?